What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes?
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
Are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.
To ease the cost of living.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Secretary of State says that the budget is increasing by £1.2 billion over the next 2 years, but of course inflation has already eroded the effective purchasing power of the Welsh Government in the current year by £1 billion. Could I ask the Secretary of State, since the UK Government is responsible for approximately 80% of the resource base of the Welsh Government, what further representations does he plan to make to the Chancellor of the Exchequer to ensure that that purchasing power for essential public services in Wales is made good?
Well, Mr Speaker, the overall funding amounts for the devolved administrations, including the Welsh Government, have actually still increased in real terms over the period, despite the impact of inflation. But if the honourable gentleman is serious about dealing with inflation, then I hope he will support this government as it proposes to halve inflation over the coming year. But in doing so, we'll need to be carefully controlling public spending in areas such as pay.
Speaker, the Institute of Welsh Affairs has said that budgetary pressures highlight the impotence of Welsh devolution and that tax scheme changes by the Scottish Government are a model that would help Wales' financial situation. If the UK Government won't provide the vital increase to devolved budgets, will the Minister explore devolving similar tax varying powers to Wales as in Scotland to help the Welsh Government mitigate the Tory mismanagement from this place?
Hear, hear. Mr Speaker, I'm not quite sure I follow what the honourable gentleman is saying, because of course the Welsh Government do actually have tax-varying powers. It's just that they've chosen not to use them because the Welsh Government recognise that tax has already increased about as far as it's sensible to increase taxes, which mean that all of us have to deal with the constraints that have come about as a result of the very difficult economic situation we face due to COVID and then the impact of a land war in the Ukraine.
Jonathan Gillis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Inflation, of course, causes pressure, but it is also true that Wales gets £1.20 per head for public services for every £1 in England. Yet the Welsh Labour-run government spends less than this on their public services. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that ruinous Welsh Labour government should stop wasting the money on things like the Senedd expansion and instead spend money where it's needed, tackling the backlogs in hospitals and stopping the decline of education in Wales?
Mr Speaker, I agree absolutely with my honourable friend. He's absolutely right about that. There is money being wasted in the Senedd on, for example, up to £100 million, increasing the number of Senedd members at a time of economic difficulty. And I hope that the honourable members who are chuntering on the other side of the House are listening carefully to what my honourable friend has had to say.
Chris Stevens.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I'll answer questions 2, 6 and 13 together. I understand that people across the UK are worried about the cost of living, which is why we have taken decisive action to support households and businesses across the UK whilst remaining fiscally responsible. And this support includes a £26 billion package for the next financial year, which will be targeted at protecting the most vulnerable.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Almost half of UK-wide adults say the cost of living crisis is harming their mental health and this rises to 61% of Welsh adults. Devolved initiatives such as the Fuel Support Scheme in Wales help, but inflation and UK government cuts put such schemes in jeopardy. So how does the Minister justify his government's repeated refusal to support devolved governments to tackle the crisis his party has created?
Mr. Speaker, I first of all would fully acknowledge there is a cost of living crisis at the moment, and it's come about because the UK government have rightly had to spend hundreds of millions of pounds dealing with the COVID pandemic, and then we have seen inflation increasing through the roof as a result of a land war in the Ukraine. So I recognise that there is a cost of living crisis that is being faced by countries across the whole of the Western world at the moment. The UK government has certainly not cut funding. We've increased funding for the devolved administrations. We've increased money for the National Health Service, and it's a shame that in Wales that funding is not being fully passed on to the National Health Service, and frankly the Welsh Labour government, in terms of the NHS, are getting more money and delivering at a lower service.
Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Sarah and her children could not celebrate Christmas this year. They were crippled by fear of bailiffs and being made homeless in -2-degree weather outside. The toll this has taken on her mental health is unimaginable, and she said to me, "My children and I will just break." A YouGov poll out this week showed that this Tory-made cost of living crisis has impacted hugely on people's mental health in Wales, significantly more than elsewhere. 13 years of Tory government has crippled this country. Cardiff Council is already 23 million worse off. Is the Welsh Secretary going to push my constituents to breaking point?
Mr. Speaker, there's a cost of living crisis that's going on all over the world at the moment. This government has acknowledged that and faced up to it, and that is why we have prioritised help for the least well off. That is why this government have made sure that the minimum wage has risen in line with inflation, that pensions have risen in line with inflation, that benefits have risen in line with inflation, that those people on benefits will receive a £900 payment, pensioners getting a £300 payment, households with disability getting a £150 payment. At all times through these crises, which have not been caused by this UK government, we have targeted our help at the most vulnerable in society.
Mr. Speaker, the government has announced that support for homes and businesses connected to the mains gas grid will be extended for another year. But it seems the single round of alternative funding announced for off-grid homes will be expected to last the full 18 months. Notwithstanding the fact that the first payment to off-grid homes is still to be made, will the Secretary of State push colleagues in Bays and the Treasury to bring about a second round of the alternative funding to provide support for off-grid premises ahead of next winter?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is of course correct to say that the UK government have recognised that those who are off-grid are facing an increase in costs. It hasn't been as sharp as those who are on-grid, and I think that the figures reflect that. But I note the honourable gentleman's comments about the fact that the full details of that payment haven't yet been made fully clear, and I'm sure my colleagues in Bays will have noted his question and will be coming forward shortly with more information about that payment.
Shadow Secretary of State Jo Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This month has seen dreadful news for steel businesses and steel workers in Wales. As an energy-intensive industry, their operating costs during the cost of living crisis have rocketed. 13 years of Conservative governments have seen decline, offshored jobs and damaged communities. Steel is integral to a modern economy, and Labour will put Welsh and UK steel at the heart of our wider industrial policy, building wind turbines, railways and investing in carbon capture storage and hydrogen infrastructure. Other than creating a cost of living crisis, what's his government's plan for our steel industry and steel workers' jobs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, the news from Liberty in Newport was very disappointing and is very concerning for many people, and that has not come about as a result of actions by the UK government. I think the honourable lady will recognise there are other issues that are pertaining there. But the UK government is completely committed to the steel industry. We demonstrated that with a £30 million loan to CELSA during the COVID crisis. We've demonstrated that with the various schemes that have been brought forward to support high energy using industries. We're developing a scheme which will enable industries such as Tata to decarbonise, and we're also in discussion with Tata about how we can support them further over the coming years.
Stevens.
Mr. Speaker, steelworkers need a government on their side, and the industry needs a partner that can provide stability and not sticking plasters. Floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea is a real opportunity for our steel industry and the wider supply chain in Wales, and it would also help mitigate the impact of the cost of living crisis for many Welsh businesses in that supply chain. If the government doesn't provide the necessary stability, we're going to see those platforms built in France and Spain and floated over to the Welsh coast, which would be absolutely unconscionable. So what is he doing to ensure that the Crown Estate leases will use local supply chains in Wales?
Mr. Speaker, I met with Crown Estates on a number of occasions to discuss the next bidding round for the sites which are out there in the Celtic Sea. Obviously, we hope to develop that industry. I actually agree with the brunt of the question, which is about the importance of developing a floating offshore wind industry off the coast of Wales. Have been trying to ensure that the supply chain is as local as possible, and that's why we've supported the conversations between developers and Crown Estates, and also why I personally have visited the Pembrokeshire to ensure that the growth deal there supports the new infrastructure of the dock, which can allow those projects to be floated out to sea. So we're actually doing a great deal to support the floating offshore wind industry in Wales.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
For Harlech Food Service, a key business in my constituency, the news last week that the UK government are slashing their energy support for businesses was devastating. They're already struggling under soaring energy bills and interest rate hikes in coronavirus business interruption loan scheme repayments. Can he clarify, will any support be forthcoming on CBILS repayments? And will any savings the Treasury make due to falling wholesale gas prices be ring-fenced for targeted support for SMEs and vulnerable households?
Speaker, I first of all hope the Honourable Lady will recognise that over the last year the government have done an enormous amount to support businesses with a guaranteed energy price. The government have been very clear. Well, the government have been very clear that that this support package cannot continue at the current level after April, when the next financial year begins. But the government have said that they'll be making clear fairly shortly what the new package will look like. Unfortunately, no government anywhere in the Western world is going to be in a position to completely underwrite and subsidise energy costs for all businesses for an indefinite period of time. So we have to confront some realities here. But I hope the Honourable Lady will also be supportive of the fact that the government are trying to do more to develop energy security within the United Kingdom, and that's why I wonder if she talked to some of her colleagues in the SNP about their opposition to opening up further oil and gas projects in the North Sea, which could...
I would have appreciated an answer on CBILS as well, but we all know that extortionate energy costs are part of this Tory winter of discontent, bookending 13 years of deliberate austerity. Key workers are striking and real incomes are in free fall. Following the last budget, funding for Welsh public services will be worth £3 billion less over the next 3 years. Enough is enough, and cutting key workers' salaries is not the right answer. Will he urge the Treasury to reverse this decline by establishing a truly fair funding system for Wales, which recognises our nation's needs, taking into account age, disability and poverty levels?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady will surely be aware that the Welsh Government is receiving £1.20 for public services per head for every pound that is spent in England. And that's why it is so difficult to understand why not only are there waiting lists longer in Wales, but the educational outcomes are lower in Wales. And that's after more than 20 years of a Labour government. And I would say to the Honourable Lady in Plaid Cymru, perhaps it's time that Plaid Cymru started standing up for the people of Wales and holding the Welsh Labour government to account instead of propping them up in the Senedd.
Hold the names.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I have regular discussions with Cabinet colleagues on research funding for universities in Wales, and we are committed to making the UK a science superpower backed by almost £40 billion, the largest ever R&D budget. And last week, actually at the suggestion of the Honourable Member, I was very pleased to visit the cutting-edge research at Bangor University. I remain committed to Welsh universities capitalising on the funding opportunities available.
I thank the Secretary of State for that answer, and he has seen for himself that Welsh universities can and do deliver world-class research, but I think he would accept that the research funding that they actually get is less perhaps than one would expect, and I accept that this is not a simple matter. It's not a matter of counting heads. But what practical help can he give to increase research support in Wales, particularly for new and innovative projects such as the ones that he saw in Bangor?
Well, Mr. Speaker, in terms of practical support, what I want to do is to visit every single university in Wales over the next few months. I've already met with the UKRI to make clear my concern at the relatively low percentage of grant funding that is going into Welsh universities for research projects. I want to bring UKRI and those Welsh universities together at an event to Tŷ Gwydyr later on in this year. And given the honourable gentleman's own commitment to this particular issue, I would like to try and ensure that he is invited to that event as well and is able to attend.
Sir Alder Vale.
Well, my right honourable friend agree with me that international collaboration is something in which Britain and indeed Wales has a proud history, and that will he continue to keep the pressure up on the European Commission to allow us to associate with the Horizon programme, which would make such a difference for the future of British science?
Mr. Speaker, I agree absolutely with what the honourable gentleman is saying. I would support the Horizon programme, but if for any reason, because of intransigence in the European Union, it's not possible to do that, I will be making the case to UKRI that Welsh universities can produce some of the best research in this country and should be receiving a higher percentage of the money that is currently available than they're getting at the moment.
Sir Christopher Black.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would congratulate the honourable gentleman on his knighthood in the New Year's Honours List. Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to working with the Welsh Government on the delivery of investment zones for Wales. This is alongside the Free Ports programme, which will facilitate growth and innovation through benefits like tax reliefs for businesses.
Well, that's all very well, but the government has basically completely binned its investment zone policy. I've had a letter from a government minister saying it's all being refocused. It's not about housing and planning anymore. It's about productivity, improving growth and job creation, but there are no details available. All the bids have been binned. So isn't this just further evidence that we don't have a government in this country anymore? We've just got a bunch of rapscallions squatting in ministerial offices.
I can't agree with him on those comments. As he will know, many elements of the policy concerned are devolved in Wales, and therefore discussions continue with Welsh Government on those aspects. And I would highlight to him there are 5,400 similar zones in other parts of the world, and we must deliver growth for Britain in a similar fashion.
Chair of the committee, Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I echo Minister's congratulations to the member for Rhondda on his knighthood. What are the lessons of industrial policy over the last 30 years in Wales? Certainly when you look at the number of failed food parks, science parks, technology parks, is that using taxpayers' money on its own does not create economic activity out of thin air. So does the Minister agree with me that whatever interventions we make or Welsh Government make has to work with the grain of the private sector? And to that end, does he recognise that the overriding strength of the Celtic Freeport bid is that it does work with real projects, real industry to deliver floating offshore wind in the Celtic Sea?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend is a strong campaigner for the offshore wind possibilities in South West Wales. He will know that there are decisions ongoing in terms of Freeport's awarding, with at least one due in Wales and an announcement to be made shortly.
Number
5, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the spending review period, the UK Government is providing the Welsh Government with 20% more funding per person than equivalent UK Government spending in other parts of the UK. And as a result of the autumn statement, Welsh Government funding is increasing by around £1.2 billion over the next 2 years. This is on top of the additional £2.5 billion a year average over the 3-year spending review.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, the UK Government Shared Prosperity Fund shortchanges Wales by £1 billion over 3 years, even though the Secretary of State and his predecessors repeatedly promised that Wales would receive not a penny less to replace EU funds. Those funds were used by Welsh Government to deliver 5,000 apprenticeships a year. So why is the Minister now letting down young people in Wales like this?
Well, the Honourable Lady, in fact, will know that the Shared Prosperity Fund is extremely generous to Wales and does replace all of that money that was coming from the European Union. There have been some fantastic announcements in recent weeks as to how the fund will progress. She will also know an array of other funding schemes through UK government, including the growth deal, and I do hope to be in her constituency in early February for the groundbreaking milestone event for Pentre Awel, and I hope she may be able to join me at that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the Welsh Government receiving the largest devolution funding settlement, it has the worst performing Labour-run NHS. Instead of spending on what matters, it plans to spend £32 million on a 20-mile-an-hour blanket speed policy. Such a policy will also cost the economy £4.5 billion. So would my honourable friend agree with me and 94% of my survey constituents to say this is yet another example of a Labour waste of money?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my honourable friend is quite right. This policy is not a good way to spend money, and it's in fact not deliverable either. And in terms of the NHS, as an NHS GP working in North East Wales, I can tell her that the delivery of NHS services is shocking in many senses, and we need Welsh Government to improve their performance drastically.
Shadow Minister Gerald Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable friend Fertility has just reminded the House, the Secretary of State, Minister and his predecessors repeatedly promised that Wales would receive not a penny less to replace EU structural funds to Wales. Not only has he failed to deliver that promise, record inflation his government is presiding over has resulted in a double whammy on the Welsh Government budget. Is the Minister aware that higher education has been shut out of his government's flagship levelling up process and hundreds of jobs are now at risk, possibly as many as 600? So why is his government continually letting down people, including young people, across Wales?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I joined the Secretary of State on a visit to Bangor University last week, and it is absolutely important that we ensure that there are funding mechanisms going forward for higher education. There's an array of schemes through BEIS, and it's important that he and the government work on ensuring that the university sector is supported in Wales.
Andy Chamberlain.
7, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I have regular discussions with Cabinet members on a range of transport measures. Over £340 million has been provided for rail enhancements in Wales, including at Cardiff Central Station and for the electrification of the Severn Tunnel.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's failure to end rail strikes impacts all of us across the UK. Like Scotland, transport is devolved in Wales, but we need people coming from England into our countries to give much needed revenue for tourism and hospitality. In Wales, a pay agreement has been reached, but their own railways can't function on strike days because of UK managed maintenance responsibilities. So the Secretary of State outlined what he's doing to resolve these damaging strikes and get railways up and running again.
Mr. Speaker, I must confess I failed to hear very much of that question, and I apologise for that. I heard the Honourable Lady ask what I was going to do to get railways up and running again. I'm not particularly certain which one she was referring to. But it puts me in a slightly difficult position as far as answering is concerned. But I will honestly say to the Honourable Lady, we've spent £340 million on railways over this control period, including £125 million on the Core Valley lines, £4.7 million on St Clear Station, £4 million on the Bow Street Station, £2.7 million on the Cambrian line. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, we've spent money on projects such as the electrification of the South Wales line. The Cardiff Capital Region South Wales Metro is funded partly from the UK government through a growth deal, and our commitment to the railways is...
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Direct train services between South Wales and Devon are a key part of our rail infrastructure, yet are mostly operated by older, less reliable rolling stock. What does he see for the prospects being to getting new, more modern trains operating these routes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to tell the honourable gentleman that more modern stock is currently being rolled out on those particular routes. So the honourable gentleman will be able to benefit from more comfortable carriages, which are also going to emit less carbon and therefore be better for the environment.
Jerome Mayo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roads are a devolved matter, and the decision to close the Menai Suspension Bridge was therefore made by the Welsh Government. Work has commenced on the emergency replacement of brittle hangars dating back to 1938, and this will be followed by additional maintenance works. Welsh Government ministers assure me that, subject to safety assessments, the bridge is due to reopen at the end of this month.
Jerome Mayo.
Mr. Speaker, the Menai Bridge supplies the lifeblood of tourism to Anglesey and the wider region. Given Welsh Labour's negligent handling of the maintenance of this bridge and now its closure for months, how does my right honourable friend think Welsh Labour is doing on their manifesto commitment to rebuild tourism in Wales?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. Quality road infrastructure is vital to unlocking the potential of the North Wales visitor economy. I do believe there are questions to be answered about the specification of the contracted PFI maintenance schedule for the bridge, awarded by the last Labour UK government in 1998, and about the stalled consideration of a third crossing of the Menai Strait. I urge the Welsh Government to publish the findings of the roads review and resume the improvement of the North Wales road network.
Michael Fabricant.
Question 9, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I have regular discussions with the Welsh Government on increasing investment in Wales and supporting the Welsh economy. Our plans to release one Welsh freeport alongside our investment in infrastructure will act as a catalyst for further investment from the UK and beyond.
Michael Fabricant.
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for his answer. During COVID, a number of Welsh nationalists, not all but some, used that opportunity in the closure of the Welsh border to incite anti-English feeling. And now we hear that Plaid Cymru, working with Labour, are going to introduce a hotels and other tax. What does he think that does for English investment into Wales?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to see people visiting Wales from England and from all over the world, and I'm sure that all those who do so will appreciate the natural beauty and all that Wales has to offer to the tourism industry. So I was disappointed that there were some people who appeared to be indulging in anti-English rhetoric during the COVID crisis. I hope all members of this House, I think, would condemn that sort of behaviour. And I would simply say I want to do more to encourage tourism, and that's why I regret the fact that the Welsh Labour government are bringing in a tourism tax. A tax on tourism is an attack on the tourist industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the subject of investment between England and Wales, progress on speeding up the Wrexham to Bidston line is about as slow as the trains on the Wrexham to Bidston line. So can I ask the Secretary of State for Wales what he personally has done to improve rail connections between North Wales and Liverpool?
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I speak for the whole government in saying that we are completely committed to better rail connections across the United Kingdom. I'm well aware of the line between Wrexham and Bidston. I'm also aware that went through a business case procedure, which was not completely positive about it. But I can assure the Honourable Lady there are a number of projects in the ARNET proposals which will be discussed shortly by the Department for Transport.
That completes Welsh Questions. Before we come to the Prime Minister's questions, I would like to point out that the British Sign Language interpretation of proceedings is available to watch on Parliament Live TV. We start with questions to the Prime Minister. Kate Knifton.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I know members from across the House will be as shocked and appalled as I am about the case of David Carrick. The abuse of power is truly sickening, and our thoughts are with his victims. The police must address the failings in this case, restore public confidence, and ensure the safety of women and girls. There will be no place to hide for those who use their position to intimidate those women and girls, or those who have failed to act to reprimand and remove those people unfit from office. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Kate Knifton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the project champion for the North Midlands Manufacturing Corridor, next week I'm bringing together businesses, leaders and local councillors from across the region in Parliament to set out to Department for Transport officials the importance of the A50-A500 corridor. The Prime Minister understands the importance of investing in our infrastructure and unlocking the potential of our towns and cities. So will he urge government colleagues from Bays and DLUC to attend the meeting and to hear more about the benefits this investment would bring to our region?
Mr. Speaker, the government recognises the strategic importance of the A50, A500 corridor to the Midlands. I know final decisions on this scheme will be made in the third road investment strategy, which is fully published next year, but I know my honourable friend will be contacting ministers in the relevant departments to invite them to hear her case.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join with the Prime Minister in his comments about the dreadful case of Carrick? Mr. Speaker, it's 3 minutes past 12. If somebody phones 999 now because they have chest pains and fear it might be a heart attack, when would the Prime Minister expect an ambulance to arrive?
Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely right that people can rely on the emergency services when they need them, and that's why we're rapidly implementing measures to improve the delivery of ambulance times and indeed urgent and emergency care. But I'd say to the honourable gentleman, if he cares about ensuring that patients get access to life-saving emergency care when they need it, why won't he support our minimum safety legislation?
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can deflect all he likes, but for the person suffering from chest pains, the clock started ticking straight away. Every minute counts. That's why the government says an ambulance should be there in 18 minutes. In that case, it would mean just about 20 past 12. Now, I know he doesn't want to answer the question I asked him, so I'm going to ask him again. When will that ambulance arrive?
Mr. Speaker, because of the extra funding we're putting in to relieve pressure in urgent and emergency care departments, because of the investment we're putting in ambulance call handling, we will improve ambulance times as we are recovering from the pandemic and indeed the pressures of this winter. But I say to the honourable gentleman again, because he makes my case for me, he describes the life-saving care that people desperately need. So why, when in other countries like France, Spain, Italy and others, why is he depriving people here that care?
Mr. Speaker, he obviously doesn't know or doesn't care. I'll tell him. If our heart attack victim had called for an ambulance in Peterborough at 12:03, it wouldn't arrive until 10 past 2. These are our constituents waiting for ambulances I'm talking about. If it was Northampton, it wouldn't arrive until...
Order. Mr. Blister, I hope you want to see the rest of the questions out, because I want you to be here, but you're going to have to behave better. Come on, Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about our constituents. If they were in Northampton, it wouldn't arrive until 20 past 2. If they were in Plymouth, it wouldn't arrive until 20 to 3. That's why someone who fears a heart attack waiting more than 2.5 hours for an ambulance. Not the worst case scenario, just the average wait. So for 1 week, will he stop blaming others, take some responsibility, and just admit, under his watch, the NHS is in crisis, isn't it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I noticed the one place the honourable gentleman didn't mention was Wales, where we know ambulance times are even worse than they are in England, Mr. Speaker. No, and the reason that is the case, because this is not about politics. This is about the fact that the NHS in Scotland, in Wales, in England is dealing with unprecedented challenges, recovering from COVID, dealing with a very virulent and early flu season, and everyone is doing their best to bring those wait times down. But again, I'll ask him, if he believes so much in improving ambulance wait times, why won't he support our minimum safety legislation?
Mr. Speaker, he won't answer any questions and he won't take any responsibility. By 1 o'clock, our heart attack victim is in a bad way. Sweaty, dizzy, chest tightening. This is a heart attack and they're shouting, this is your constituents. By that time, they should be getting treatment. But an hour after they've called 999, they're still lying there, waiting, listening to the clock tick. How does he think they feel knowing an ambulance could be still hours away.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the specific and practical things we are doing to improve ambulance times are clear. We are investing more in urgent and emergency care to create more bed capacity. We're ensuring that the flow of patients through emergency care is faster than it ever has been. We're discharging people at a record rate out of hospitals to ease the constraints that they are facing. And we are reducing the call-out rates by moving people out of ambulance stacks and being dealt with in a community. Now, these are all very practical steps that will make a difference in the short term. But I ask him again and again, and we know why. The reason that he is not putting patients first when it comes to ambulance waiting times is because he is simply in the pockets of his union paymaster.
Mr. Speaker, this isn't hypothetical. This is real life. Stephanie from Plymouth was battling cancer when she collapsed at home. Her mum rang 999, desperate for help. She only lived a couple of miles from the hospital, but they couldn't prioritise her. She was 26 when she died, waiting for that ambulance. A young woman whose life was ended far too soon. And I said, Dad, I can't even fathom that pain. So, on behalf of Stephanie and her family, will you stop the excuses, stop shifting the blame, stop the political games, and simply tell us, when will he sort out these delays and get back to the 18-minute wait?
Mr. Speaker, of course Stephanie's case is a tragedy. Of course, people are working as hard as they can to ensure people get the care they need. But he talks about political games. He is a living example of playing political games when it comes to people's healthcare. I've already mentioned what's been going on in Wales. Is he confident in the Labour-run Wales NHS that nobody is suffering right now? Of course they are, Mr. Speaker, because the NHS everywhere is under pressure. What we should be doing is supporting those doctors and nurses to make the changes that we are doing to bring the care to those people. But I'll ask him this. If he is so concerned about making sure that the Stephanies of the future get the cares they need, why is he denying those families the guarantee of emergency life-saving care?
So that's his answer to Stephanie's family. Deflect, blame others, never take responsibility. Just like last week, he won't say when he's going to deliver the basic minimum service levels people need. Mr. Speaker, over the 40 minutes or so that these sessions tend to last, 700 people will call an ambulance. 2 will be reporting a heart attack. 4 will be reporting a stroke. But instead of the rapid help they need, many will wait and wait and wait. So if he won't answer any questions, will he at least apologise for the lethal chaos under his watch?
Mr. Speaker, he asks about the minimum safety levels. We will deliver them as soon as we can pass them. Why won't he vote for them, first of all? But, Mr. Speaker, we are delivering on the people's priorities. As we've seen this week, the Honourable Gentleman will just say anything if the politics suits him. It's as simple as that. He will break promises left, right and centre. He promised to nationalise public services. He promised to have a second referendum. He promised to defend the mass migration of the EU. And now we're apparently led to believe that he...
I expect the front bench just to keep a little quiet, because if they don't, there's somewhere else for them to shout their noise. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if we are going to deliver for the British people, people need to have strong convictions. But when it comes to the Honourable Gentleman, he isn't just for the free movement of people, he's also got the free movement of principles.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the independent Net Zero Review was published by my honourable friend, the member for Kingswood. Does my right honourable friend join me in welcoming many of those recommendations, and in particular to provide clarity and continuity to all those working to decarbonise our economy, especially those supporting South Shropshire Climate Action Group in my constituency.
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank my right honourable friend, the member for Kingswood, for his review, but also pay tribute to my right honourable friend for his work in this area. I'm pleased that the report recognised the UK's leadership in tackling climate change and catalysing a global transformation in how other countries are dealing with it. We have, as the report acknowledged, exceeded expectations to decarbonise, and we're responding to the full range of the review's requests and recommendations in the coming year.
Leader of the SNP, Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, to promise is a thing, to keep it is another. Well, the Scottish Government kept their manifesto promise to the people, and thanks to support from members of all political parties in Holyrood, the GRR bill was passed. Surely in that context, the Prime Minister must recognise that it is a dangerous moment for devolution when both he and indeed the Leader of the Opposition seek to overturn a promise made between Scotland's politicians and Scotland's people.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me be crystal clear that the decision in this case is centred on the legislation's consequences for reserved matters, as is laid out in the Scotland Act, which established the Scottish Parliament, which the honourable gentleman talks about, and at the time supported by the SNP. This bill would have a significant adverse effect on UK-wide equalities matters, and so the Scottish Secretary, with regret, has rightly acted.
No evidence. Mr. Speaker, let me be crystal clear. This is the Conservative Party seeking to stoke a culture war against some of the most marginalised people in society, and Scotland's democracy is simply collateral damage. And on that issue of democracy, let's reflect, because on Monday the UK Government introduced legislation to ban the right to strike against the express wishes of the Scottish Government. On Tuesday they introduced legislation to overturn the GRR against the express wishes of the Scottish Government, and this evening they will seek to put in place legislation that rips up thousands of EU protections against the express wishes of the Scottish Government. Are we not now on a slippery slope from devolution to direct rule?
No, Mr. Speaker, of course we're not. This is simply about protecting UK-wide legislation, about ensuring the safety of women and children. This is not about the devolution settlement. I would urge the honourable gentleman and his party to consider engaging with the UK Government on this bill, as we did before the legislation passed, so that we can find a constructive way forward in the interests of the people of Scotland and the United Kingdom.
Edward Timpson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The care, education and support that children receive in their earliest years has the biggest impact on their future life outcomes. And that's why the affordability, accessibility and quality of childcare is so important for families in Eddisbury and right across the country. Yet, despite significant investment by the UK Government since 2010, for too many families the childcare system remains inflexible, complex and expensive. So, can I ask my right honourable friend to restate to this House his commitment to address this essential and pressing issue so that every child can have the best start in life?
Well, I know this is a topic my honourable friend knows very well from his own background, and he's right that it is essential to access quality childcare, which is why we provide every 3- and 4-year-old eligible with at least 15 hours a week of free childcare, and we are considering new plans to improve the cost, choice and affordability of childcare, whether consulting on ratios or indeed supporting more people to become childminders.
Andy.
A Transport Secretary implying NHS workers are deliberately putting people in danger. A Health Secretary pitting dedicated nurses against vulnerable patients. Does the Prime Minister really expect the public to believe that the very people who have dedicated their lives to saving life and limb are so reckless? Or is it not the case that this government have pushed them to their absolute limit and they have no other option but to strike?
Mr. Speaker, we have enormous respect and gratitude for all our public sector workers, especially those in the NHS, which is why we have backed them with not just record funding, but also record investment in more doctors and nurses, 15,000 more doctors, 30,000 more nurses, and more life-saving equipment, which will help them do their jobs, and we continue to want to engage constructively in dialogue with them.
David Simmons.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ruislip, Northern and Pinner has a great many car-dependent, older and disabled constituents, many of whom are horrified to read that the Mayor of London may have manipulated the outcome of his own consultation in order to impose an unwanted £12.50 daily charge every time they go to a medical appointment or attend hospital. So, does my right honourable friend agree with me that any further rollout of the ULEZ should be paused until these matters have been fully investigated?
Well, my honourable friend has rightly pointed out that transport in London is devolved to the Labour Mayor of London, and it is disappointing that the Mayor, backed by the Leader of the Opposition, is choosing not to listen to the public, expanding the zone against the overwhelming views of residents and businesses. I urge the Mayor to properly reconsider and respond to these serious concerns.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister showed his card this week by ramming through the sacking nurses bill. Yeah. He has literally gone from clapping nurses to sacking them. His Transport Secretary has said that the bill is unworkable, and the Education Secretary has said that it is not needed. Why does he still want the bill?
Mr. Speaker, it was the Labour Party that showed their cards this week when it came to backing working people. What I'd say to the honourable gentleman, if he really cares about supporting patients, if he really cares about children getting the education they receive, if he really cares about working people being able to go about their lives free from disruption, he should join actually in legislation which is prevalent in many other countries, ensure minimum safety levels in our critical public services, and get off the picket lines himself.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Continuing a theme, evidence is now very clear that the London Mayor's sham consultation has suppressed 5,000 negative responses from members and supporters of Fair Fuel UK, of which I am the APPG chairman. Now, what angers me is this is a tax against my residents in South Thanet. It's a tax against Kent residents. It's a tax against all of the home counties. This is true taxation without representation, and when my right honourable friend assure me he will do all that he can to stop this, because it is a tax that is a fill-up against a failed mayor's budget and a failed mayor.
Well, my honourable friend makes an excellent and powerful point. The Labour Mayor is imposing this tax on a public which does not want it. He's right to highlight that. Expanding this zone is not something that communities want, and I look forward to working with him to urge the Mayor to properly consider and respond to all these views and stop this unfair tax.
Wait, David!
Mr. Speaker, during a period of 12 months, 2 of my Caerphilly constituents have lost their lives after being attacked by dangerous dogs. A 10-year-old boy and a senior citizen. Fatalities have also occurred in other parts of the country. It is clear that the Dangerous Dogs Act is woefully inadequate. Yes. The government has commissioned studies. It has debated the subject at length, but it has done nothing. My question is, when will the government take action on the issue of dangerous dogs?
Well, the honourable gentleman raises a very important case, and I'm very sorry to hear about the specific families that he mentions, and we recognise that dog attacks can have horrific consequences, and I want to assure him that we take the issue incredibly seriously, and that's why we've established a working group between police, local authorities and other key stakeholders to consider all aspects of tackling irresponsible dog ownership. That working group will make its recommendations later this year, and of course the government will respond promptly.
Karen Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, Staffordshire Moorlands District Council, run by the Conservatives, has an excellent track record of delivering for my constituents whilst keeping council tax low. We have put a bid into the Levelling Up Fund, and I know that that money would make such an incredible difference to my constituents. So will he use his good office to encourage the Department for Levelling Up to look favourably on us this week?
Well, my right honourable friend has been a stalwart champion for her community, and in particular their Levelling Up Fund bid, which I know will make a massive difference to her community. I wish her and her constituents every success when we announce the next successful round of bidders to that fund.
Sarah Green.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents in Cheshire and Amersham are struggling to keep up with their energy bills this winter. When they do fall behind, too often families are punished by being switched over to prepayment meters, which are more expensive, which does nothing to help their financial situation. Will the Prime Minister back our call to ban energy companies from forcibly installing prepayment meters and stop energy companies from switching smart meters over to prepayment meters remotely?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the Honourable Lady that Ofgem actually has specific regulations in place regarding the use of prepayment meters and how energy companies should treat those that are struggling with their bills. But what I am pleased to say is that her constituents will receive around £900 at a minimum of support with their energy bills this winter as a result of the actions of this government.
Jacques Leplesty.
Will my right honourable friend join me in paying tribute and thanks to the several thousand people at MOD Defence Equipment and Support at Abbey Wood in my constituency who work tirelessly to ensure that the military equipment and supplies that we have pledged to the people of Ukraine are dispatched quickly and efficiently? And does he agree with me that events in Ukraine are a reminder yet again of the need to invest more in our own sovereign defence manufacturing capability?
Well, Mr. Speaker, Honourable Friend makes an excellent point, and I'm happy to join him in paying tribute to his constituents at the MOD facility. The work they are doing is making a critical difference in the fight to combat Russian aggression in Ukraine. I know it's extremely appreciated both by the President of Ukraine and his people, and he's right also that it highlights the need for more investment, which is why we're putting £24 billion of investment into our armed forces, but also increasing the amount of kit that we manufacture here at home.
Elaborate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's almost a year to the day since the then Business Secretary, at a visit to the British Rail site in my constituency, promised the company £100 million and proudly boasted to the national media that he couldn't think of a better project that better demonstrated levelling up. Yesterday, the company entered administration, having received not a penny in financial support from the government. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that there's not a single project in the country that better demonstrates the government's lack of industrial strategy, failure of levelling up and abandonment of the North East?
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me say my thoughts are with the company's employees and families at the time, and we stand ready to support those impacted. Now, let me just outline for the Honourable Gentleman what exactly has happened. We did offer significant support to British Volt through the Automotive Transformation Fund, considerable amount of funding, but entirely reasonably, and it's not something that I expect the Labour Party to understand, that support was conditional on the company receiving private investment as well, which I think is a sensible protection for taxpayers. Unfortunately, that didn't materialise, but I think it's completely wrong to take from that about what else is happening in the North East. Across the North East, there is new investment in the new Envision and Nissan plant, in electric vehicle manufacturing, £1 billion investment in the North East. Just look at what's happening in Teesside or on clean energy. This government is committed to the North East, and it will deliver more jobs and opportunity under this Conservative administration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has long been a friend to business. As Chancellor, he listened to businesses in Stoke-on-Trent Central about their issues. Stoke-on-Trent has a wide range of manufacturing, fabrication and engineering excellence. Does he agree with me that growing these activities is a vital strand of our levelling up ambitions? And may I invite him to revisit my constituency to meet with them?
Why, my honourable friend is an excellent champion for her constituents, and particularly her advanced manufacturing businesses, which I've had the pleasure of visiting with her in the past. It's important that we support those businesses on energy prices, which we are doing through the announcement the Chancellor recently made, particularly with regard to generous support for energy-intensive industries. And indeed, they can also apply for up to £315 million of capital grant funding to help them make the transition to net zero.
Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I had breast cancer, I had phenomenal nurses. When I had to be rushed to the A&E, the ambulance crew looked after me. Unison, GMB, they're on strike because no one's negotiating with them. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in the Royal College of Nursing history, they have balloted and they are on strike today. I've spoken to the General Secretary of the RCN. She's adamant she wants to end the disputes. She just needs a meeting with the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister show leadership and meet with the RCN? Just a simple yes or no.
Mr. Speaker, at the turn of the year, the government wrote to all unions, including the RCN, to invite them for frank, open, honest, two-way dialogue with relevant Secretaries of State. I'm pleased that those meetings are happening in a range of sectors, and I hope that we can find a constructive way through this.
Speaker, as we approach Holocaust Memorial Day, colleagues can sign the early day motion, they can sign the Book of Commitment, they can attend the various commemorative services. I have to report some very sad news to the House, that the well-known Holocaust survivor, Ziggy Schipper, died at the age of 93 in the early hours of this morning. He was a survivor of Auschwitz, Birkenau and Stutthof concentration camps. He spent his life in this country spreading his message of hope to young people. Will my honourable friend join with me in thanking Ziggy for his life, for his message, which is very vitally important as we sit here today. Do not hate.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very sorry to learn that Ziggy has passed away, and my thoughts are, of course, with his family. I know he was a man with wonderful, wonderful energy and humanity, and I pay tribute to him for his work, and indeed all Holocaust survivors who have so bravely shared their testimonies. We must never forget the Holocaust, and as my honourable friend rightly said, I know the whole House will join me and him in echoing Ziggy's message, which is poignant and accurate. Do not hate.
Graham Stringer.
Will the Prime Minister join his Conservative predecessors in guaranteeing that the HS2 project reaches Manchester, or does he still believe that investment should be taken for poorer areas in the north and given to the more affluent parts of Kent?
Mr. Speaker, this government is investing record sums in transport infrastructure across the country, but especially in the North and Midlands, with a £96 billion integrated rail plan, which will improve journey times east-west across the north and connectivity across the East Midlands. It's a record we're proud of, and now we'll get on with delivering it.
Richard Fuller.
Speaker, there's been a 40% increase in patients on roll with GPs in Biggleswade in the last 15 years, but last week proposals for a Biggleswade Health Hub were not progressed, despite financial support from Conservative-controlled Central Bedfordshire Council. So can my right honourable friend advise me what is the status of our manifesto commitment to infrastructure first, and will he and his ministers work with me to bring together the various parts of the NHS to bring the Biggleswade Health Hub back on track?
Well, I'd be very happy to organise a meeting for the Honourable Gentleman to discuss how to progress his project. He's right about the importance of primary care. There is more investment going in, but we want to make sure it works for his constituency, and I look forward to arranging a meeting with him with the relevant minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is well aware of the injustice of prepayment meters, not recently because he commented on it earlier in a question, because it's long-standing. Higher tariffs and higher social charges. Why then has he allowed a situation where hundreds of thousands have been forced into that penury at a time when winter is upon us and prices are rocketing, and where we face a situation of 8.4 million people facing fuel poverty in April? All he requires to do is to instruct, through himself or through a minister, Ofgem to ensure that there's an equalisation of tariffs between debit and credit, and also that his government takes steps to provide a fund for those who have seen debt arise because of his government's failures? Will he end that manifest injustice of the poor paying most?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the Honourable Gentleman's proposed bill would also increase bills for many millions of families, so I'm not sure it is the right approach. But what we are doing is providing around £900 of specific support with all families' energy bills this winter. There's further targeted support for those who are most vulnerable, which is absolutely the right thing to do. And, as the Chancellor has already announced, we're consulting on what the best thing to do going forward, including options, as he mentioned, such as a social tariff, as part of our wider reforms to the retail energy market.
Laura Farris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every single country in the G7 requires some level of minimum service to be provided when strikes take place in essential public services, often with laws that actually go much further than that. Does my right honourable friend agree that the British people should be entitled to the same basic level of protection when strikes take place in these services? And does he think the former Labour Prime Minister Tony Blair had a point when he said last year the big defect at the birth of the Labour Party was its tie to organised labour?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend put it very well, but she's right to make the point that what we're proposing is in line with the vast majority of other countries around the world. Indeed, many countries ban strikes in blue light services altogether. We are not doing that. We are joining countries across continental Europe and having minimum safety laws, which I think reasonably the public would expect to have a level of emergency life-saving care in the event of strikes. I think that's a common sense, reasonable position to take, and we all know why the party opposite can't bring themselves to support it.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This month, the Right Honourable Member for Stratford-upon-Avon was forced to pay millions to HMRC to settle a tax dispute. Was the Prime Minister aware of the investigation when he appointed him to his Cabinet and as Chairman of the Conservative Party? Will the Prime Minister demand accountability from his Cabinet members about their tax affairs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend has already addressed this matter in full, and that's nothing more that I can add.
Speaker, if I may, I would like to begin by putting on record this House's heartbreak at the tragic death this morning of our friend Denis, the Minister of Interior Affairs in Ukraine, and his deputy, and all those who were killed in that tragic accident. I'm sure this House is united in our feeling on that. Turning to more local affairs, as many have pointed out, the government, I understand, is in the final furlongs of giving out its levelling up bids, and I must ask him to look kindly upon building the borough market of the Midlands and building a future Meditech hub in Rutland. So can he assure me that not just urban, but also rural areas will be levelled up?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me join with my honourable friend in paying tribute to the family of the Interior Minister in Ukraine. I know our thoughts will be with him at this difficult time. And also I can confirm to her that this government believes levelling up should apply equally everywhere across our United Kingdom. Urban and rural communities up and down the country will get the benefit of having the investment that they deserve, making sure that we can spread opportunity and ensure everyone has pride in the place that they call home.
Mr. Speaker, David Cameron said the Scottish Parliament was one of the most powerful devolved parliaments in the world. Yet the Prime Minister continues to block the Scottish Parliament's clear mandate to allow Scots to choose their own future. And on Monday he sent his MPs through the lobbies to deny Scottish workers the right to strike despite overwhelming Scottish Parliament opposition. And on Tuesday he sent his Secretary of State for Scotland to block an act of the Scottish Parliament voted for by 70% of MSPs, including Tories. Does he still think that David Cameron's ridiculous assertion holds any water whatsoever?
Mr. Speaker, there have been 347 acts passed by the Scottish Parliament, which is undeniably one of the most powerful devolved legislatures anywhere in the world. In this exceptional case, it's clear that the Act does have adverse consequences for UK-wide equalities legislation. So in those very exceptional circumstances, the Scottish Secretary has regretfully taken the decision to block passage of the legislation. But as I said previously, we want to engage in a dialogue with the Scottish Government to ensure that we can find a constructive way through.
The British people rightly expect us to be able to control our borders, so I was very pleased that the Prime Minister made one of his 5 priorities the need to stop the boats in the Channel. Can Can you reassure me and my constituents in Newcastle under Lyme that not only will we bolster the patrols on the French beaches, but we will make sure that people who do make that dangerous journey and arrive are removed?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right that this is a priority for all our constituents. He's right to highlight the new deal that we have with France, which increases funded patrols on French beaches by 40%. And as he said, we must go further to solve this problem once and for all. And that means introducing new legislation that makes it unequivocally clear that if you enter the UK illegally, you should not be able to stay here, but instead will be swiftly detained and removed.
Imran Hussain,
Mr. Speaker, last night the BBC revealed the Foreign Office knew the extent of Narendra Modi's involvement in the Gujarat massacre that paved the way for the persecution of Muslims and other minorities we see in India today, with senior diplomats reporting that the massacre could not have taken place without a climate of impunity created by Modi, and that he was, in the FCO's own words, directly responsible for this violence. Given that hundreds were brutally killed and that families across India and the world, including here in the UK, are still without justice, does the Prime Minister agree with his diplomats in the Foreign Office that Modi was directly responsible? And just what more does the Foreign Office know of his involvement in this grave act of ethnic cleansing?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the UK government's position on this has been clear and long-standing and hasn't changed. Of course, we don't tolerate persecution where it appears anywhere, but I'm not sure I agree at all with the characterisation that the honourable gentleman has put forward.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. I'll just let the chamber clear. Right, we now come to the urgent question. I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Jonathan Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to ask the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy if he will make a statement on the UK's gigafactory capacity, given the announcement of British Volt entering into administration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. British Volt entered into administration, and doing so is a regrettable situation, and our thoughts are with the company's employees and their families at this time. The government is entirely committed to the future of the automotive industry and promoting EV capability. As part of our efforts to see British companies succeed in the industry, we offered significant support to British Volt through the Automotive Transformation Fund on the condition that key milestones, including private sector investment commitments, were met. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the company were unable to meet these conditions, and as a result, no ATF funds were paid out. Throughout the process, we've always remained hopeful that British Volt would find a suitable investor, and we're disappointed that this hasn't been possible. We want to ensure the best outcome for the site, and we will work closely with the local authority and potential investors in order to achieve this. The automotive industry is a vital part of the UK economy, and it's integral to delivering levelling up, net zero and advancing global Britain. And we'll continue to take steps to champion the UK as the best location in the world for automotive manufacturing as we transition to electric and zero-emission vehicles. Despite what the party opposite may claim, we are not giving up on the automotive industry. On the contrary, our ambition to scale up the EV industry on our shores is greater than ever. We're leveraging investment from industry by providing government support for new plants and upgrades to ensure that the UK automotive industry thrives into the future. Companies continue to show confidence in the UK, announcing major investments across the country, including £1 billion from Nissan and Envision to create an EV manufacturing hub in Sunderland, £100 million from Stellantis for their site in Ellesmere Port, and £380 million from Ford to make Halewood their first EV component site in Europe. And we will continue to work through our Automotive Transformation Fund to build a globally competitive electric vehicle supply chain in the UK, boosting homegrown EV battery production, levelling up and advancing to a greener future.
Jonathan Reynolds.
Mr. Speaker, when the British Volt site was first announced in 2019 with the promise to build the UK's second ever gigafactory and create 8,000 jobs in Northumberland, it was lauded by the government as their flagship example of levelling up. The member for Spelthorne, then Business Secretary, said British Volt is exactly what levelling up looks like. And government ministers fell over themselves to take the credit. And so now they must also accept some accountability for its failure. Because much like their levelling up strategy, all we have been left with is an empty space instead of what was promised. The collapse of British Volt into administration is in no uncertain terms a disaster for the UK car industry. But what is even more worrying is that it is a symptom of a much wider failure. The automotive manufacturing sector currently employs over 182,000 people. And if we are to continue to make cars in this country, we must make electric batteries in the UK. The Faraday Institute says we need 10 factories by 2040 to sustain our automotive sector. So even if British Volt were going ahead, we would still be nowhere near where we need to be. And these factories are being built in competitor countries, and that is because they have governments with the vision and commitment to be the partner private firms need to turn these factories from plans on paper into a reality. So surely the government must accept that we do now need an industrial strategy. Will the Minister update the House on the government's plans to urgently increase the battery-making capability of the UK? Can he tell us, when did the government first have concerns about British Volt's ability to deliver the factory? And why did these concerns not come to light when the department conducted its extensive due diligence investigations into British Volt's plans? What conversations has he had with other companies to secure the site and ensure the factory is built in Blyth? And will he now commit to Labour's plans to build 8 new gigafactories across the UK and expand the rollout of charging points to support electric vehicle manufacturing? Wherever you look, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are failing this country, whether it's public services or in our iconic British industries. And unless this government wakes up to the scale of the transition that is required, we will not only risk many of the good jobs so many of our communities rely upon, we will miss out on one of the greatest economic opportunities this country has ever had.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the honourable gentleman is right about one thing, and that is there is a tremendous opportunity. That's why we have the Automotive Transformation Fund. That's why we did thorough due diligence on British Volt, and that's why, because we set conditions around milestones, not a penny of that fund was dispensed to British Volt because they had to meet it. But I make no apology for supporting companies that are going to be part of that. But the idea that comes from the party opposite is that Labour, if in power, would build these factories. That's not how the economy works. That's why, Mr. Speaker, that is why in 2010, after 13 years of Labour government, we saw youth unemployment up by more than 40%. That's the truth. We saw communities like Blyth left behind and ignored. We saw an economic strategy which did not work for our young people and did not contribute to net zero in the way it should. The underpinning energy system was, of course, it was 7 and a bit % of our electricity came from renewables when Labour left power, and now it's more than 40%. The net zero strategy announced £350 million for the Automotive Transformation Fund. That was in addition to the £500 million announced as part of the 10-point plan. That's why we're seeing investments here. That's why we have nearly full employment. That's why we have factories, manufacturing going ahead in a way that would never happen under the party opposite.
Sir John Redwood.
We are very short of commitments to assemble more EVs in the United Kingdom, which would be needed to create battery demand. Will he pause the ban on the sale of new petrols and diesels until our capacity is caught up in EVs? Otherwise, the industry shrinks too much.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend, whose economic insights I always value and appreciate. But I think on this occasion I say to him, we're committed to the electric and zero emissions vehicles, and you do not stimulate investment in those sectors by removing the mandates which in fact drive the consumer choice and has led to such a significant change in the emissions from our road transport, and we're going to have even more ambitious steps ahead.
SNP spokesperson, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I would like to express sympathy for all these affected by the job losses. But this is an abject failure of the mythical Levelling Up agenda. That, unfortunately, shouldn't come as a surprise. It's actually always irritated me that the Tories claim they're the very ones to level up communities, the very communities that they devastated in the first place. Now, just over a year ago, the former Prime Minister was boasting about the construction of British Volt's gigafactory. He said it would create 3,000 direct jobs, 5,000 supply chain jobs, and support the production of 300,000 batteries for car production. So this meant putting our faith in a company with no pedigree, no assets except a field, and no products to deliver a £4 billion factory, and that with one owner with a conviction for fraud. Now, we know this government doesn't care about paying taxes, but this is akin to awarding a ferry contract to a company with no ferries. So when did the government do due diligence? When did they actually realise there was a problem about this, and what actions did they take? When are we going to see a coherent strategy for battery production, EV manufacturing, rollout of charging points across the UK, and importantly also hydrogen vehicle manufacturing and green hydrogen production?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I share the honourable gentleman's enthusiasm for the opportunities that come out of net zero. That's why we are moving so hard on nuclear, which, of course, anybody who isn't a prisoner of some ideological opposition and is genuinely committed to greenery would support that. We're supporting that across the piece, and I don't think, though, that we on this side of the House are going to take lessons on industrial intervention from a Scottish nationalist after their shipbuilding enterprises in the north.
Greg Clark.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as my right honourable friend pointed out, no cars with internal combustion engines can be sold after 2030. So if we don't have battery manufacturing in this country, we risk not having car manufacturing in this country. Does the government have a strategy, as it did until 2019, to ensure that we manufacture batteries and cars? And will the government work with the administrators of British Volt, as we did previously when British Steel went into administration, to find a buyer who can take it out of administration and into production?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend, before whom I appeared before this morning on the nuclear subject, for which I noticed there were no Scottish nationalists present. He's absolutely right about the need to have those batteries in place, and as I've said, that's what the Automotive Transformation Fund, amongst others, is designed to do. The automotive sector generated £58.7 billion in turnover and £14 billion in GVA in 2021, and we're committed to ensuring that it goes forward successfully. And I look forward to working with the former Secretary of State to make sure that going forward we do have those factories in this country, which is absolutely vital to make sure that on British roads with zero emissions vehicles, they're vehicles that are produced here and jobs created here as a result of delivering it.
Committee, Derringer.
The Americans have announced significant subsidies for industry under the Inflation Reduction Act. The European Union is responding by streamlining state aid rules and announcing their own subsidies for industry in the European Union. Surely the Minister must recognise businesses are being attracted to the US and to the EU away from the UK. What is he going to do about it?
Well, the honourable gentleman, who is himself, of course, a distinguished chairman of a select committee, is right to highlight some of these pressures from IRA and the United States and the response from the EU. And we have to ensure that we have policies in place. And I look forward in the coming weeks, we will be coming forward with our green finance strategy, our response to the Climate Change Committee. The UK is in hydrogen, carbon capture, and so many of these industries is world leading, and we're determined to ensure through a raft of different policies, which I know his select committee will be scrutinising, to ensure that we keep and retain that position that has transformed the UK from where it was in 2010. With higher unemployment and so little progress on net zero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In order to have secure battery production, we need a secure supply of lithium. So the Bayes Select Committee was very concerned to hear last year that 95% of the world's current supply of lithium is processed in China. So can the Minister tell the House what the government will be doing to increase the resilience of the UK's lithium supply chain, both in terms of boosting production at home
and in terms of creating partnerships with allies, because we cannot continue this over-reliance on China.
Well, my honourable friend, as ever in this area where I know her insights into security issues more broadly and specifically on critical minerals is well founded. The critical minerals strategy sets out our plans to improve resilience of supply chains and increase supply by accelerating growth of the UK's capabilities, as she suggested, and as a development and investment in my own constituency at Saltend in critical minerals, collaborating with international partners and enhancing international markets to make them more responsive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just for the benefit of clarity and accuracy, the British World site is in Wolfsbeck, my constituency. Will the Minister give my constituency some sort of guarantees that the jobs promised with British Volt, 3,000 plus a further 5,000 in the supply chain, will not be forgotten? And can he say what support he'll give to any potential investor to continue a project, a gigafactory project, on the site in Camas in my constituency?
Well, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right. It is a fantastic site, and we will continue to work with investors and encourage them to go in that direction. And as a champion of workers, he must be just delighted that we've seen this transformation over the last 12, 13 years from the high unemployment left behind, sadly, by the Labour government to the nearly full employment which Britain enjoys today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's been clear today, and indeed the Prime Minister was clear at Prime Minister's questions earlier, of the need for private sector investment in relation to the Volt to be supported by the public sector and government investment. In the Minister and his department's discussions with potential private sector investors, could he set out what appear to be the missing ingredients that stopped them investing more into this company and in the broader supply chain? And what is being done by him and his department to help fill in and provide those missing ingredients so that we can improve the resilience of the EV supply chain as a whole?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. British Volt are in the best position to judge what happened with their investors. We set milestones, as I've said, in terms of our funding. We were prepared to put in very significant British government support, but it was dependent on British Volt fulfilling their business plan with their offer to investors who they would bring forward, and then we were going to co-invest with them. That was the plan, and it's not for me, as I think a government minister, to second-guess the work of that company or indeed others.
Mr. Speaker, the collapse of British Volt is a huge blow by any measure. Owning and running an electric vehicle will continue to be financially out of reach for most UK households, and the lack of enough EV charging infrastructure compounds the problem. I welcome the Minister's commitment to the mandatory phasing out of petrol and diesel cars, but how can that successfully happen without actually having a good charging infrastructure, which currently is woefully inadequate?
Well, I thank the honourable lady for her question. I mean, the government has prioritised securing investment in battery cell gigafactories. It is, and members across the House have been right to say this is key in anchoring the mass manufacture of electric vehicles in the UK, safeguarding jobs and driving emissions to net zero by 2050. And on the 1st of July 2021, Envision AESC announced investment in their gigafactory in Sunderland. On the 18th of July last year, Johnson Matthey confirmed investment in the construction of a factory for PEM fuel cell components for use in hydrogen vehicles to be located at its existing site in Royston, Hertfordshire. We've got to keep on going with that, and as the honourable lady says, build that investment and make sure that we have the policies in place to bring that investment here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is aware that last month electric vehicle sales overtook diesel and were 1/3 of all new vehicle sales in the month. There is demand for electric vehicles. We need to ensure that there is an automotive industry here making them. We have lithium in Cornwall, as members of my select committee went to visit the constituency of my honourable friend and saw the lithium mine that is there. We have natural assets. We have the site that he's interested in. I'd encourage him to go and visit it. We visited visited Blyth and met the British Volt management there, who pointed out that the interconnector which serves the site provides electricity from Norway, which is 100% fossil fuel free. So there is a considerable asset in that site, and I'd urge him to do all he can to engage with the automotive industry to re-establish a credible proposition.
Well, I entirely agree with my honourable friend on the importance of the site, and we are absolutely committed to working with potential investors to ensure that it is developed.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend will know that many in the industry have never taken British Volt actually as a serious proposition. But the fact is that the Advanced Propulsion Centre have forecast that we need 90 to 100 gigawatt hours production by 2030. We stand at 2 to 2.5% currently. Without UK battery manufacture, we don't have an automotive manufacturing industry supporting 180,000 employees. The UK is way behind France and Germany and other countries, and we're in danger of missing out. He'll know that under rules of origin changes, that without those batteries, our products will not be competitive. What is the government going to do?
Well, the honourable gentleman is right to highlight the importance of this and ensuring we do get policies right that put us on track for that kind of transformative change, and that we are not currently on that track. And I look forward to myself and other colleagues coming back to the House in future to talk about it, because we've got to get it right, and he's right to highlight it as an important strategic interest for the UK.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my right honourable friend for grasping this very difficult nettle. I have the massive Toyota factory in South Derbyshire. It's hugely important to us that we have these batteries being built in the UK, and preferably near me. Would my right honourable friend kindly agree to a meeting where we can discuss future international inward investment on this subject?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I would be delighted to have that meeting. And as I say, as part of the Green Finance Strategy, which I had a cross-Whitehall ministerial meeting about just this morning, we're determined to make sure that this is the most investable place on earth for the net zero transition, and the best place for companies to build businesses, including gigafactories.
Wilson. Speaker, the announcement today is a tragedy for those who have jobs and we're looking forward to jobs in the future in this company. And it's also a hammer blow to the government's levelling up policy. The support for this company seems to be driven more by the desire, to use the words of the former Prime Minister, to be at the helm of the global green industry rather than on a robust economic case. Is he concerned that the company mentioned ballooning energy costs? BMW are moving their production of the Mini to China because they can get cheap energy in China. And how many more jobs are going to be sacrificed on the altar of a high energy cost net zero policy in the future?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question and his consistency. But I'd say to him, if he looks at energy costs at the moment, he'll find it's the sky-high prices in fossil fuels that are causing the problems. And what we're looking at is what we actually need to do, and there is consensus, of which he's not quite part, but across the House, understandably, that actually it's renewables and the government policy in building the scale of them that is bringing the lowest cost energy to the grid. And of course it's the CFD companies that are paying hundreds of millions of pounds into subsidised bills, because under the CFD mechanism, while they were guaranteed a figure with high prices, they're actually, which are driven by oil or gas prices, they're actually now contributing and lowering bills. So it's more renewables and it's more green energy we need, precisely in order to have a more affordable grid for our industry and for our residents.
Jerome Mayor.
So, Speaker, about 40% of the components into an electric vehicle are contained within the battery. Now, this matters because of the definition of British made when we export to the European Union and elsewhere. Now, British Volt has a fantastic site with great renewable electricity, and it's ready to go. Can my honourable friend confirm what the government is doing and that it's working to ensure an alternative battery manufacturer takes advantage of that great site and creates employment locally?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and he's absolutely right. And working closely with the Department for International Trade and the Minister for Investment and others, and I'm delighted to have a Trade Minister beside me here, we're absolutely determined to sell the opportunity that there is on that site in order to contribute to the wider goals that we've discussed, but also to ensure local jobs and employment, and that site offers a tremendous opportunity.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Luton has long been associated with the motor manufacturing industry at the Vauxhall plant in my constituency, and workers there will tell you that their futures are under threat without these battery factories. But another major worry in the automotive sector is the semiconductor supply chain. We've waited 2 years for the government's review. Can the Minister tell us when we will finally get it?
Well, the Honourable Lady is right to highlight the importance of semiconductors to the automotive industry, and I hope we will see that coming out as soon as possible.
Bruce Lowe.
Unashamed enthusiast of UK electric vehicle production, there is understandable sadness on all sides of the House that British Volt is not proceeding. So whilst it was good to hear my friend the Minister talk of 4 or 5 significant investments here in the UK, I do hope his department will be able to come back to the House shortly with further outlines of what the UK strategy is in this area, and in particular in relation to the critical mineral supply chains which have already been raised, which are so key to this part of the UK's economic future.
Well, I know my honourable friend takes a close interest in these issues, and he's right. We need to do more, and critical minerals is part of that. There are a whole series of elements which need to come together, as our other honourable friend said, to form that battery and to be the vital component in a successful British automotive manufacturing industry for the future.
Catherine West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it the case that in this crucial industry, this is just yet another example of the lack of confidence in the UK economy? And that is part of the reason of that, of course, is because there's no strategy. When is the government going to come forward with a strategy for industry for the next period so that other external partners can have trust and build business confidence in these sorts of proposals?
Totally.
Mr. Speaker, members opposite lose no opportunity to talk down the UK. It's quite extraordinary, especially in the week when we've just seen the evidence coming out that the UK is seen by global chief. If the Honourable Lady, instead of chuntering from a sedentary position, was to hear an answer to stop her rant against the UK and its position in the world, she would hear that global CEOs have identified the UK as the 3rd most attractive place in the world in which to invest. And if she was as committed as her party would claim to be to helping workers, instead of talking this country down, she would be highlighting those issues, celebrating the fact that we have nearly full employment, and celebrating the fact that we're not in the position we were with so many young people on the dole as they were in 2010.
Sharon McCauley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I declare an interest as the chair of the All-Party Group for Critical Minerals. As others have mentioned today, it's vital that we step up not only the domestic supply chain, but also collaboration with our friendly nations such as Australia, Japan, the US, Canada, etc., to ensure that we get all of the minerals that we need for our British-made battery production, starting with, but not limited to, Cornish lithium.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, who is, of course, always championing her constituency and its interests, and emphasising the fact that, yes, quite right, critical minerals is important, and working with partners and trusted allies is absolutely critical. I know colleagues in the Department for International Trade and indeed FCDO are alive to that, and we use our posts all around the world to make sure that we build a consensus, a common approach to ensure, because we don't want just security for ourselves, we want it with our democratic partners as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Battery production and electric vehicle rollout counts for nothing if the EV battery charging network infrastructure isn't adequate. England still lags well behind Scotland in its charging network, and this government has a target of 300,000 chargers installed by 2030. Last year, they installed just under 8,000 chargers, and that was a ramp-up in installation. The government isn't going to meet its target, is it?
Here, here.
Well, the honourable gentleman is right to highlight the importance of that charging infrastructure, and we need to do more, and we need to do it faster, and we're absolutely focused on delivering that.
James Wild.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend has rightly protected taxpayers' money as milestones were not met, but will he confirm to potential investors that £100 million is still on the table for firms that can get the private sector investment and the orders that British Volt sadly was unable to?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. Of course, the Automotive Transformation Fund, as I say, in the Net Zero strategy, it was announced there will be £350 million of funding for that, in addition to the £500 million announced as part of the 10-point plan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is clearly deeply disappointing news, both for the workforce and for the wider UK economy. And the government, as we've heard earlier, is slipping backwards. Electrification of vehicles is slipping backwards under this government's watch. Can the Minister update the House on what action he is going to take now to try to improve this very worrying situation?
Well, in terms of the vehicles on the road, as one of my honourable friends mentioned, we're actually seeing record sales, and we're seeing that transformation going ahead. But as the honourable gentleman, the Shadow Minister from a sedentary position, rightly chunters, we want to make them here, and that's a shared aspiration. And today is not good news, but I make no apology for, with conditions, making that offer to British Volt, because we wanted to help them do it. We did thorough due diligence. We wanted them to succeed. They weren't able to do so. And if you want an enterprise economy, you're going to have failures as well as successes. You can't have some monolithic approach. And we must keep going to deliver the industry that we want in order to have the outcomes which the honourable gentleman, I know, alongside myself, desires.
Bobby Croft.
Speaker, clearly this is very unwelcome and sad news. Does my honourable friend agree that the government has to keep an absolutely constant eye on ensuring that the UK remains an attractive place for new investors, but alongside that to ensure that we retain the ability to make other materials that are essential for net zero, such as steel?
Well, my honourable friend would never miss an opportunity to promote Scunthorpe Steel, and I applaud that. That is why she is rightly seen as a champion of her constituents and protecting their interests. And steel, like energy, is at the heart of almost every product, and needs to be a fundamental part of our system going forward if we're going to have a successful economy.
Ian Paisley.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Minister. This is a most regrettable situation and is a blow to the automotive sector in the United Kingdom. Battery integrity for the UK is essential if we're going to save that industry. But if we're in a race to beat China, it's a race that we cannot win. And I'm wondering, following on from the member from Winsbeck, is the Minister engaging in roundtable talks with other suitors who could come in and step into the shoes of those field directors and try and reinvest and reinvigorate the opportunity in this sector? And is this also an opportunity for him to look afresh, for the Minister to look afresh at the opportunities for hydrogen, where we are ahead of China?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. And we are engaging alongside, as I hope the presence of my right honourable friend indicates, with DIT to make that case to investors. We've got, to say, the Green Finance Strategy. We will have our response to the Climate Change Committee, to the judicial review, all coming up in coming weeks, sending a real signal of the investability of the UK in the green sectors, which I know he, perhaps unlike his honourable friend, is an enthusiast of, because he can see the economic opportunity in it. And if he can use the few feet between the two of them to educate his honourable friend, then he will be an even greater politician than I thought he was already.
Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, last month I spoke at the launch here in London of the Indo-Pacific Battery Materials Consortium, which brings together British and Far Eastern businesses working together with the support of the British and Indonesian governments precisely to secure materials essential for battery production like nickel. So while some politicians here today have talked about sprouting battery factories here in the UK as if they were mushrooms, the reality is they depend on sources of materials, and that is precisely what our government is helping facilitate.
Well, I thank my honourable friend, and I think he is a shining example of how the Trade Envoy programme can allow members of this House to gain a deep understanding of other countries, to engage with their governments and see in context how engagement with those other countries and their industries can contribute to the success of our own, to the mutual benefit of both countries concerned.
Yeah. Please sit, apart from Jim.
Mr. Speaker, can I first of all thank the Minister very much for his answers to all those questions and for the industrious method that he is using to try and find a way forward. Will the Minister outline how he intends to secure production of batteries in industry to secure access in the future, as we are paying an access for reliance on foreign entities and British battery production must be supported at all times? In my constituency of Strangford, there is much interest in the battery storage and indeed in production if possible. Northern Ireland wants to be part of that. So can the Minister outline how all regions of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland can play their part in electric battery production?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for, as ever, his courteous question, and he's right about the importance of Northern Ireland playing its part in the automotive industry going forward as we move to zero emissions vehicles. And I look forward later this week to having the opportunity to discuss this and other issues when I visit Strangford Lock with him and to hear about that particularly successful technology, and we can discuss this and other issues then.
Right, that completes the point of order, Ben.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you may have heard that today the Church of England bishops have recommended no substantial change to the Church's current ban on same-sex couples being married in church in England, although this is of course already possible in Scotland and soon will be in Wales. Many members across this House, I would judge a majority, believe that by continuing to exclude lesbian and gay people from its full rights, the Church is no longer compatible with its established status, which confers the duty to serve the whole nation. And I wondered whether the Second Church Estates Commission has indicated to you if you will come to this House and make a statement on this very serious state of affairs and its potential constitutional consequences.
The answer is no, nobody has been to me, but I do recognise we have got the Church Commissioner here who may wish to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear exactly what the Right Honourable Gentleman says. He will know that I am answering questions in this House next Thursday, and I will willingly take statements. I should also point out, Mr. Speaker, that the Church of England has not yet made a formal full statement on this matter, which will happen on Friday. I myself am only being fully briefed on it tomorrow, so I am available to this House next Thursday and at any time at your discretion, Mr. Speaker.
Can I just say it might be helpful that unless the member can get a question, it wouldn't obviously be able to get in there as easily. So what I would say is it may be appropriate to come forward with the statement yourself, other than waiting for the Church Commissioners. And if I could encourage that, that would be helpful on Monday following, and to bring the House. And I think it's a topic the House will wish to know about. So I'll leave that with the Church Commissioners. David Davis, point of order.
Speaker, I hope you'll forgive me for a boring but important administrative point of order. And nothing new, do you say? And it's this. Yesterday, we asked the Vote Office and House of Commons Library for a copy of a government report by Ben Goldacre for a meeting today, a very important report. They were told it was too long for the Vote Office to print, so it was sent off-site to Waterloo. They were also told that the House of Commons Library did not keep copies of government reports, which rather astonished me. When we were told the report was, when we received the report from the off-site printer, it arrived in random order, page 1, page 7, page 3, page 15, and so on. So it was a little difficult to use. When we called them, they said that was because the government provided the document in the wrong format. It's important in this House that we are able to have access to printed copies of government documents. Can the House do anything to ensure it can happen in future?
Thank you for that and making me aware. I would have automatically assumed that the Library of the House of Commons would keep reports. If not, why not would be the question to the Library, and I hope we can review it. I am disappointed you weren't able to get hold of the papers. I'm sure that will be rectified very quickly following your point of order. Point of order, Lord Russell.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to notify the House at the earliest opportunity that I've written to the Honourable Member of Penstone and Stocksbridge to acknowledge that the tone of my remarks in the Chamber yesterday was a mistake. I stand by the words that I said, and I profoundly disagree with the comments that the Honourable Member made. But our job as MPs is to channel passion and anger into considered debate to win our arguments. In this case, the trans community and devolution. I recognise that I failed to control that passion during what was an emotional debate. I should have expressed my deep disagreement on what I believe is an abhorrent view in a more appropriate way. I want to particularly apologise to Madam Deputy Speaker, who had to preside over the debate.
Can I first of all say I am grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving notice that he wished to come here. It obviously allows me to take this opportunity to remind members the importance of good temper, moderation in the contributions from all sides and all members. It's important that we will disagree, but it's how we express that disagreement going forward. Can I say, please, moderate and temperate language going forward. Right, if there are no more points of order, can we now go to presentation of Bill Davies-Jones?
Thank you. Local Electricity Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 24th of March.
Friday the 24th of March. Thank you. Right, let us come to the 10-minute rule motion on fertility treatment. I call Alex Davies-Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require providers of in vitro fertilisation to publish information annually about the number of NHS-funded IVF cycles they carry out and about their provision of certain additional treatments in connection with in vitro fertilisation, to require such providers to publish a report about their provision of NHS-funded IVF treatment in certain circumstances and for connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to be introducing this bill relating to a subject that colleagues will know is very close to my heart. I'd also like to thank the bill sponsors, many of whom are here today, for their support. Indeed, I am extremely grateful to have support from colleagues across the House too, who have recognised that there are current gaps in IVF policy more widely. Mr. Speaker, ask anyone who has experience of IVF, whether that be personally or watching loved ones go through the process, and they will tell you that IVF is one of the most emotionally and mentally challenging processes you can ever undertake. My own IVF journey began in 2018, and I've been very open about the fact that I knew from the start that my road to pregnancy would be difficult. And whilst I am certainly one of the very lucky ones, after only one round of IVF, I was blessed with my beautiful son Sullivan, I still had many eye-opening experiences during my fertility journey that have led me to this point today. Because let's be clear, the current state of IVF offering across the UK currently is far below what would-be parents deserve. And I'll be honest with the Minister, none of the devolved nations, nor England, are currently getting this right. Mr. Speaker, it is those first-hand experiences that have brought me to this issue and which have prompted me to introduce this bill today. Since I was first elected 3 years ago, I have campaigned extensively to right the wrongs that I have experienced first-hand as an IVF patient. I passionately believe that many of the problems that currently impact patients seeking IVF can be addressed by improving transparency requirements that clinics must adhere to. In my view, there are two areas where inadequate transparency levels are most pressing. First, there is an unacceptable lack of transparency on the number of NHS-funded cycles that IVF clinics are offering. We need to be able to hold IVF clinics to account for their failures to adhere to NICE guidelines. NICE guidelines clearly state that NHS England should offer 3 full cycles of IVF to all women under 40 if they have been trying unsuccessfully to have a child for more than 2 years. But the reality is, across the UK, that less than half of all IVF cycles for under 35s were funded by the NHS. In England, it's even worse. Just 36% of IVF cycles are funded by the NHS. The result is a patchwork of different IVF services across the country with unacceptable regional disparities. By compelling clinics to publish the extent to which they are abiding by NICE guidelines, not only are patients empowered to make informed choices about paying for treatment, but we will also be holding clinics to account over where they fall short. Because of these regional disparities, the vast majority of clinically eligible patients ultimately face self-funding their own treatment. Such a high proportion as this is plainly and simply against NICE guidelines, with some couples having to pay up to £15,000 for a single IVF cycle. Mr. Speaker, this cannot be right. The second issue that this bill seeks to address via increasing transparency is the controversial add-on treatments that IVF clinics market to their patients, often without sufficient information on their efficacy. Different clinics call these products by a wide variety of different names. Some clinics refer to them as supplementary treatments or adjuvant treatments, or most ambiguously of all, simply embryology treatments. Often these add-ons can add thousands of pounds worth of extra treatment to the overall cost of IVF, with the science behind these additional products often murky or at least unclear. The mis-selling of IVF add-ons is an issue of particular importance to me. I know firsthand that for many would-be parents seeking IVF treatment, especially those on low incomes, and those who have endured several rounds of IVF already, are being offered these additional products, and this can often mean making heart-wrenching decisions. When you feel like you would do anything just to increase your chances of successfully having a baby, maybe even by just 1%, shelling out thousands of pounds for procedures including endometrial scratching or pre-implantation genetic testing or perhaps an intrauterine culture all seem like reasonable, perhaps even routine steps to take. But the reality is that none of those add-ons I have highlighted have a solid evidence base to support their effectiveness, no matter how scientific they sound. We know that those three add-ons lack solid clinical evidence because of the work of the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Authority's traffic light system for rating add-ons. Of course, this rating system is useful to many thousands of IVF patients, and I commend the HFEA for their work, especially in their calls for clinics to be more open about the add-ons in which they provide. But I strongly believe we need to do more, which is why this bill's secondary primary purpose is to mandate that clinics publish data on the number of these add-on treatments that they sell. We cannot allow a situation where desperate would-be parents are not properly informed about the efficacy of eye-wateringly expensive add-on treatments. And this is where desperate would-be parents are exploited and are seen by cash cows by clinics just to make money. As with the regional disparities issue already discussed, by requiring the publication of data on add-on services, we can hold clinics to account far more easily and use that data as a key tool to improve the way IVF services are offered across the country. Put together, these transparency issues which plague our IVF services contribute to what is commonly known as the postcode lottery of IVF. Up and down the country, we have IVF clinics offering vastly different levels of NHS-backed IVF, often in breach of NICE guidelines and all with differing approaches to selling add-ons. The NHS's new integrated care systems, introduced by the Government's Health and Care Act, were set up specifically to tackle inequalities in access to health outcomes, including in IVF. But without addressing the issue of transparency, these inequalities will simply continue to persist. Mr Speaker, that is exactly why I believe this bill is a vital step forward to ensure that the ICSs fulfil their obligations. This bill is a starting point. With the useful data this bill would provide, we will have the tools to address the issues I have raised today. As such, this bill is in no way trying to fix all of the problems that prospective IVF patients currently face. And indeed, I pay tribute to other colleagues across the House who have campaigned tirelessly on other important issues relating to fertility access. In particular, I would like to pay tribute to one of my co-sponsors, the Honourable Member for the Cities of London and Westminster, for her work on her own private member's bill requiring employers to provide paid fertility leave. We have much more to do if we are to improve how our country provides IVF and improving our cultural attitudes towards it too, including in the workplace, and this is no exception. I believe this bill is an important starting point. From transparency will come accountability, and with accountability we can finally address the IVF postcode lottery once and for all. Thank you.
That the Honourable Member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the Honourable Member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Nikki Aiken, Tonya Antoniazzi, Steve Bryan, Stella Creasy, Dame Caroline Dinage, Christine Jardine, Dame Diana Johnson, Justin Madders, Siobhan McDonough, Charlotte Nichols and Caroline Noakes, and myself, Mr Speaker.
Are you talking about yourself? Don't you? Yes. Alex Davies-Jones.
Fertility Treatment Transparency Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 24th of March.
Friday, the 24th of March. Well done, Alex. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Retained EU law, revocation and reform bill as amended in the Public Bill Committee to be considered.
Whip? Whip?
No.
No, thank you. We start with Government New Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other new clauses, amendments and new schedule as on the selection paper. I now call the Minister to move Government New Clause 1. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to be here, and I thank all right honourable and honourable members who have tabled amendments and new clauses and who will contribute today. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Public Bill Committee for their work. I look forward to discussing the amendments tabled today, and I will address the government's amendments first, and I'll turn to them more fully in my closing speech once honourable members have had the chance to contribute. I'll also address some of the concerns raised and some of the misinformation around the bill too. So for the formal bit, I beg to move that the government's amendment, New Clause 1, today, and these are minor and technical in nature. These amendments cover 4 areas: updating the definition of assimilated law and how this should be interpreted. In the case law provisions, ensuring that the High Court of Judiciary is covered in all instances, and I thank the Scottish Government for their engagement on this amendment. Engagement has taken place with our officials and those officials within the Scottish Government and the Advocate General on our side. Our clauses clarify the use of extension power, also extends to amendments to retained EU law made between the extension regulations and the sunset, and clarifying that Clause 14 applies to codification as well as restatement. These are all technical drafting amendments, and I ask the House to support these amendments. I will now turn to why this bill is crucial for the UK, which directly covers many of the amendments tabled today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this bill will end the special status of retained EU law in the UK statute books by the end of 2023. This bill is a process. Considerable work has been done with officials across Whitehall and the devolved authorities. Work has been proportionate, and work has been taking place for over 18 months. I cannot stress enough the importance of achieving this deadline, the deadline of 2023. Retained EU law was never intended to sit on the statute book indefinitely. It is constitutionally undesirable, as currently some domestic laws, including Acts of Parliament, remain subordinate to some retained EU law. The continued existence in our statute book of the principle of supremacy of EU law is just not right. And as we are as a sovereign nation with a sovereign parliament. Indeed.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. I think we all accept that the status of EU law has to change and will have to be assimilated into domestic law in due course. Nobody argues with that. But will she not reflect that what is constitutionally unacceptable is to create what the Law Society, might just know a little bit more about the law than politicians and civil servants, perhaps, describes as a devastating impact on legal certainty and on business confidence, and to do it by means of Henry VIII powers so wide that all scrutiny is effectively removed from this House. That's not taking back control. That is actually doing the reverse of what the government seeks to do, surely.
My apologies, I stood up too soon. I always respect the opinion of my honourable friend, but he is fundamentally mistaken. We have taken a considerable amount of consultation with our courts. We have been working with them consistently, and it's absolutely right that we do and deliver Brexit, which is ensuring that laws made here are sovereign over EU laws. I just want to... Indeed.
Grateful to my honourable friend, because on that point it is just fundamentally wrong. This is providing legal certainty. So rather than having a flow of EU law interpreted according to EU principles, we will from now on have a single set of laws within this country, and that must be certainty rather than otherwise.
Having a single set of laws across the UK will obviously provide far more certainty. I just want to address, before I take any more interventions, a particular point that my honourable friend made. He made the point of the Henry VIII powers. It's just a misrepresentation. The powers are... This is not what's happening. We are basically looking at EU law. Each department will be reviewing, amending, assimilating or revoking. Each department Secretary of State will be responsible for the decision they take. All the laws are on the dashboard. The dashboard will be updated once again, and, for example, we'll be either codifying retained cases for EU law. And in the absence of application of supremacy, placing a restatement in primary legislation may help achieve the same policy effect that the rule being restated presently has. So this is just a process to allow each department to take a decision. And why would we not just want to review what EU law is out there to assess what needs to be assimilated? And if we can amend and update, why wouldn't we do that? Indeed.
I'm extremely grateful for giving way. Notwithstanding my right honourable friends' charmingly innocent faith in lawyers, the key thing about a decision to leave the European Union is that sovereignty lies in this place and with the people that we are accountable to. And the point about this measure is it will allow exactly that sovereignty to be exacted in practice in regard to retain EU law.
Absolutely, absolutely. When decisions are taken to either amend or revoke, the usual channels will take place in Parliament, whether it is indeed usual channels, where there will be committees put in place and they will be reviewed via both leaders of the houses, and decisions can be taken openly and transparently. And we do also have the dashboard, which will be updated but already has thousands of EU laws on it. Indeed.
And she's right that the whole point of Brexit was to be able to take control of our own laws. She is also right that there needs to be a single set of laws across the United Kingdom. But this bill makes it quite clear that we will not have a single set of laws across the United Kingdom, because a wide range of laws in Northern Ireland are exempt from the provisions of this bill. And furthermore, that in the future, when EU law changes and applies in Northern Ireland, the gap between the laws in the rest of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland are going to get even wider. Does she accept that unless the protocol is dealt with, there is a real danger that Northern Ireland is going to be treated differently and going to be constitutionally separated from the rest of the United Kingdom?
Honourable friend raises a very important issue, and because it is so sensitive, if it just allows me a moment to ensure that I'm absolutely accurate in the way that I respond to those very important points. The UK Government is committed to ensuring the necessary legislation is in place to uphold the UK's international obligations, including the Northern Ireland Protocol and the Trade and Cooperation Agreement after the sunset date. The bill would not alter the rights of EU nationals which are protected or eligible to be protected by the relevant provisions contained within the Northern Ireland Protocol. The bill contains provisions which, when exercised appropriately, will ensure the continued implementation of our international obligations, including the Northern Ireland Protocol, as a preference to resolve the Northern Ireland Protocol issues through talks, and the Government is engaging in constructive dialogue with the EU to find solutions to these problems. I must put on record that officials have been working with officials in Northern Ireland for the last 18 months. We know how important and sensitive this issue is. I'm just going to make a little bit of progress before I will indeed take a few more interventions. I will. Just give me one moment to make a bit of progress. So, I cannot stress enough the importance of achieving this deadline. The retained EU law was never intended to sit on the statute books indefinitely. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the 31st of January last year, the Government announced plans to bring forward the retained EU law bill. The bill is the culmination of the Government's work to untangle ourselves from decades of EU membership, and it will permit the creation of a more agile, innovative and UK-specific regulatory approach benefiting people and businesses across the UK. It is a priority of this Government that the United Kingdom will be the best place to start and grow a business. Within this bill, there are powers that will allow us to make good on this promise. The bill will enable outdated and often undemocratic retained EU law to be amended, repealed and replaced more quickly than easily before. This will remove burdens on business and create a more agile and sustainable legislative framework to boost economic growth.
Indeed. I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I'm sure the Honourable Lady will remember being on the backbenches and sitting in SIs
where we had no ability whatsoever to change the legislation going through because it was driven by the European Union. This is about taking back control and giving democratic authority to this place. And furthermore, on things like maternity leave, minimum wage, annual leave, product safety and international regulations, we're already doing better than EU minimum standards, and this government's going to promise to keep those standards and indeed, in many cases, increase them.
Friend is absolutely right. There's been a lot of misinformation about the environment. DEFRA has committed to maintaining or enhancing standards. My right honourable friend is right. We have very little say over the decisions taken over in Brussels, but now within this bill, those decisions that are taken by devolved authorities will remain devolved. So actually you have a say. So why would you want to give that power away? How could I say no?
I'm very grateful for the Minister for speaking about taking back control. The harsh reality is taking back control from the Scottish Parliament. Mr Deputy Speaker, yesterday we heard about the UK Government enacting Section 35 to strike out a bill of the Scottish Parliament. Of course, in the Scotland Act, we have the Sewell Convention, where the UK Government needs the consent of the Scottish Parliament when they're acting in devolved matters. The Scottish Government are not giving their consent. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Why shouldn't the Scottish Government have the right to veto this bill that tramples over devolution, tramples over our laws in a way that we do not consent to?
One moment. Could I gently say to the Minister that in order to facilitate Hansard and honourable members seeking to hear, be helpful if she could address the microphone rather than the backbenches. Minister.
My apologies, Mr Deputy Speaker. The question is, why would the honourable member not take the power that they will be given through this bill when it comes to devolved matters to look at those EU laws and see whether they want to maintain them or enhance them for their own people? Why would you want to reject the power that you're being offered through this bill? You mentioned the Sewell Convention. We remain fully committed to the Sewell Convention. It is an essential element of the devolution settlement, and the UK Government continues to seek legislative consent for bills that interact with devolution. So it doesn't make any sense what the honourable member is actually arguing about. My worry is they just do not want to have the powers, because then they'll have to exercise them. I know it's a little bit of work, but it's most definitely worth doing. This bill provides the opportunity to improve the competitiveness of the UK economy whilst maintaining high standards. The bill will ensure that the government can more easily amend, revoke or replace retained EU law. This will ensure that this government is able to create legislation which better suits the UK. This programme of reform must be done. The people of the UK did not vote for Brexit with the expectation that nearly a decade later, politicians in Westminster would be continually rehashing old and settled arguments as those on the benches opposite so love to do. We must push on and seize the opportunities Brexit provides, and this will ensure our economy is dynamic, agile and can support advances in technology and indeed science.
On the issue of agility, she will know that these thousands of rules that need to be suddenly changed, the majority of them are actually in the environmental area. And does she think it's a good idea that civil servants are completely distracted and focused on these changes and to these rules when we've got, on the food front, 1 in 4 people in poverty, on the air quality front, 63,000 people dying a year, we've got sewage pouring into our seas and crabs dying off the North East. Wouldn't it be better if the civil servants and the government actually tackle these problems rather than go down a sort of rabbit hole inventing worse standards than the EU, such as we're trying to get to 2040 in the time they're trying to get to 2030 to get World Health Organization air quality standards?
I think many people coming into debate today, they think this is the start of something. This process has been in place for over 18 months. DEFRA has committed to maintain or enhance standards. And the constant misinformation given out over what's happening to the environment is just simply incorrect. DEFRA has already taken decisive action to reform areas of retained EU law. DEFRA already has flagship legislation on our statute books, including the Environment Act, the Fisheries Act, the Agriculture Act, all that the SNP want to give back to Brussels, and the Environment Act, which strengthens our environmental protections while respecting our international obligations. It's simply incorrect to suggest that government will be weakening any of these protections. The Environment Act has set new legally binding targets, including to halt and reverse nature's decline. These legally binding targets, with oversight from the Office for the Environmental Protection, will ensure that any reform to retained EU law delivers positive environmental outcomes. DEFRA will also conduct proportionate analysis of the expected impact. So it's absolutely incorrect to misrepresent this bill.
The Minister of Giving Way. The member opposite talks about statutory instrument committees. I think all of us have sat on statutory instrument committees where we know it is like it or lump it with what is being proposed. Under this legislation, ministers will have those powers on those key issues that our constituents care about. Now, the Minister talks about the dashboard. She admits the dashboard still needs to be updated. As a matter of good democratic practice, will she tell us here and now today how many laws exactly, the number of laws covered by this legislation, so at least members in this House can have some sense of the task that they are voting for? Because if you can't tell us how many laws are being covered, then it's definitely not clear to us how any of us can influence them.
Was very astute at the committee. We spent many hours together discussing this. The dashboard is public. It has over 100,000 views today. It was only on it last night. It has thousands of laws on there. Will be updated again this month, and it's a process within each department. That is why across Whitehall a unit has been established to work with each department, and every EU law that is identified will be put on the dashboard. So it's public, it's accessible, and all the information is out there. And I must just respond to another point that the honourable member raised once again about scrutiny in this place, because it's being misrepresented. Unfortunately, it is. The bill will follow usual channels when laws are either being amended or revoked. So the leader of two houses will meet, the business managers will take a decision. There's already been Delegated Powers Committee in the House of Lords has said that they are comfortable with the way this bill will progress and the laws will be scrutinised. The European Statutory Instrument Committee has already said that they are comfortable with the way the laws will be scrutinised and assessed. So there is a process in place, as there was in place for no deal Brexit. The crunch is, if you don't like Brexit, if you didn't like the way the Brexit vote took place, you're not going to like any elements of this bill. Indeed.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Just before that intervention, she was talking about the environment. Isn't it the case that on this side of the House we have delivered the Environment Act? We are perfectly capable of making our own laws, delivering for the British people, and we don't need guidance from the European Union, unlike the other side.
Hear, hear. Absolutely. We've done tremendous amounts of work on this side of the House that didn't require us to be directed by bureaucrats in Brussels. And this gives me a great opportunity to point out all the fantastic work that we have indeed achieved. First of all, I must just say again, we will be maintaining and enhancing environmental standards. Absolutely. So, I just want to touch on a list of things that we have achieved, especially on animal welfare. It has been a huge priority for us on this side of the House. We've had the Animal Welfare Sentencing Act and Animal Sentence Act. Since 2010, we've had new regulations for minimum standards for meat, chickens, banned the use of conventional battery cages for laying hens, made CCTV mandatory in slaughterhouses in England, made microchipping mandatory for dogs in 2015, modernised our licensing system for a range of activities such as dog breeding and pet sales, protected service animals via Finn's Law, banned the commercial third-party sales of puppies and kittens, Lucy's Law, passed the Wild Animals in Circuses Act, led work to implement humane trapping standards, and passed the Animal Sentence Act, which I mentioned before, and our Kept Animals Bill will further the rights of animals outside the EU, including the banning of exports of live animals for slaughter and fattening. So it's remarkable how much we can achieve when we're left to our own devices. I'm just going to make a little bit of process. So So the sunset clause, as I've said, is necessary, and it's the quickest and most effective way to pursue retained EU law reform. It is only right to set the sunset and the revocation of inherited EU laws as the default position. This ensures we are proactively choosing to preserve EU laws only where they are in the best interests of the UK. It ensures that outdated and unneeded laws are quickly and easily repealed. It will also give the government a clear timeline where we must finish the most important task. Some retained EU laws are also legally inoperable, and removing it from the statute book easily is good democratic governance, requiring the government to undergo complex and unnecessary parliamentary processes to remove retained EU law that's no longer necessary or operable and much more, and can much more easily be removed, is not good governance.
On that point, look, surely parliamentary sovereignty is giving members of parliament control, not the executive, not bureaucrats in Whitehall.
Well, the reality is that ministers take decisions all the time, and the reality is there is a process in place when laws are amended or updated with a significant policy change, and the same policy process will be in place. If you are not comfortable with Conservative ministers taking those decisions, if you're not comfortable with the SI process that's already in place, fundamentally you're just not comfortable with the decisions we're taking because we're just taking these rules from Europe and placing them here on our UK statute books. It's a very different argument altogether.
I just wanted to react to what I think I just heard the Minister saying when she suggested that those of us who had never supported Brexit in the first referendum would not support this bill. That is not the case. As someone who did not vote for Brexit but absolutely recognises that democratic choice and respects the referendum, I do support the premise of this bill. We do need to look at EU law. There are some elements of the bill I think that we could improve on to give some certainty, and I hope that Mr Deputy Speaker will call me later on today.
Very good, Richard.
I wouldn't want to misrepresent my right honourable friend's position. I think the point I was raising, that colleagues opposite who have complained about this bill have had a particular position that's been long held because of the outcome of the vote that indeed take place. We do believe it is right that the public should know how much legislation derived from the EU there is and the progress the government is making, as was mentioned earlier. For this reason, we have published a public dashboard. Perhaps colleagues might want to just go on to it for a moment, containing a list of UK government retained EU law. This will also document the government's progress on reforming retained EU law and will be updated regularly to reflect plans and actions taken. It will be updated again this month. I was slightly inaccurate, Mr Deputy Speaker. There have been 148,727 views or visitors to that site. So it is not as if people are in the dark. There are many opportunities to be aware of what we are indeed doing, because you've been so focused.
I am grateful to her for finally giving way. She's suggesting that those of us who oppose this bill are opposing it for some kind of ideological reason. Can I just draw her attention to the words of the Chair of the Office for Environmental Protection, who herself says, worryingly, this bill does not offer any safety net. There is no requirement to maintain existing levels of environmental protection. Not only that, there's actually a requirement not to go on and make legislation stronger. That's actually written into this bill. On the issue of certainty, I don't know how she can stand there and pretend this is about certainty when businesses have no idea even which laws are going to be in or out, and she doesn't know how many laws are on her dashboard. And finally, on the issue of democracy, at least when we were in the European Union, you had members of the European Parliament who had a say over these things. When it comes back here, we don't have any say at all. It's all with ministers. So is that what she means when she says this is supposed to be a good bill, a bill that is full of opportunities for Brexit?
Oh my goodness, I think you've been able to get your meme for your Facebook page there. Unfortunately, you wholly misrepresented what the bill is doing. The environment standards will be maintained or enhanced. At the moment, laws that come down from Brussels when it comes to the environment and our land cover everything from the Arctic to the Mediterranean. Well, isn't it a great opportunity to maintain and enhance and potentially review and see what more we can do to ensure it's better for our environment here across the UK? But so, we've talked about the flagship legislation we've already had in place, the Environment Act, the Fisheries Act, the Agriculture Act, the Office for Environment Protection, which has been fully established to enforce those elevated environmental rules and standards. We have the Water Framework Directive, which covers issues around our water. So instead of misrepresenting what the bill does, why not take the opportunity to ensure that we are enhancing if we aren't maintaining? Indeed.
I thank the Minister for giving way, especially on environmental standards. If you listen to the opposition, you think that the land of milk and honey when it comes to environment comes to the EU. This is the same EU that on their green taxonomy last year put a fossil fuel, gas, in their EU taxonomy. Getting out of the EU allows us, for our own taxonomy, to have far greener efforts than the EU that is putting gas as a green technology, which it isn't.
Absolutely right.
We can go further when it goes on renewables. We can go further within our communities that are best focused on renewables. We can take those decisions that work best for our communities. And fundamentally, we're maintaining and we're enhancing. And we mustn't forget that we've been able to direct ourselves on really good, substantial, definite law, whether it is water or animal or land-based. So we've covered the dashboard, and I assume that colleagues are now going to be bouncing on it. Departments are already actively working on their retained EU reform plans. They've been working on it for well over 18 months to ensure appropriate actions are taken before the sunset date. Additional work to list obsolete laws will be inevitably slowed to work this down, but work will continue. We cannot allow reform of retained EU law to remain merely a possibility. The sunset guarantees retained EU law does not become an ageing relic dragging down the UK. It incentivises genuine review reform of retained EU laws in a way that will work best for the UK. What reforms are desirable will differ from policy area to policy area. As previously the Minister for Energy and Climate Change made at the second reading, the environment is one of the government's top priorities. We will ensure the environment law works for the UK and improves environmental outcomes. As I said, we'll be maintaining and enhancing. The bill does not change the Environment Act, and we remain committed to delivering our legally binding target to halt nature's decline by 2030.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Many constituents have been in touch with me with concerns about habitat protection, maternity leave protection and other issues. During the Bill Committee, I have read that the National Archives said that there were 1,300 additional pieces of legislation that were not necessarily in scope. Could the Minister give more clarity on how many pieces of legislation this bill will cover?
Go on, give us a number.
We are working across departments to cover laws that will either be assimilated, amended or revoked. A number of these laws we're finding are obsolete, but the fact that we're still identifying them is still good business. It's obviously put on the dashboard as soon as it can. We're going to be updating the dashboard this month again. It is an exercise, but isn't it right that we conduct this exercise to know where we are and also ensure that if we're going to assimilate, it's on the UK. It is UK law that we refer to. If we amend to improve the situation for our communities and for our businesses, we do that too. And if the laws aren't operable in the UK, then we can also revoke them as well. And just before I move on, the honourable member mentioned maternity rights, and this is one of those unfortunate misinformation campaigns around this bill, and why I really struggle with colleagues who share misinformation, that people who may be vulnerable are made further vulnerable about the misinformation about this bill. The UK has one of the best workers' rights records in the world, and our high standards were never dependent on our membership of the EU. Indeed, the UK provides far stronger protections for workers than are required by EU law. For example, UK workers are entitled to 5.6 weeks of annual leave compared with the EU requirements of 4 weeks, so we're doing better here. We provide a year of maternity leave with the option to convert to parental leave to enable parents to share care. The EU maternity leave is just 14 weeks, so we're doing better here. The right to flexible working for all employees was introduced in the UK in the early 2000s. The EU agreed rules only recently and will offer the right to parents and carers only, so we're doing better here. The UK introduced 2 weeks paid maternity leave back in 2003. Who can remember then? The EU has only recently legislated for this. But once again, we are doing better here. So please do not hold up Brussels as a bastion of virtue. That most definitely is not the case. I'm just going to make a little progress. In other areas, significant reform will be needed, and this is why the powers in the bill are necessary. The people of the UK expect and deserve positive regulatory reform to boost the economy. Via this bill, we will be delivering reform across over 300 policy areas. We cannot be beholden to a body of law that grows more obsolete by the day just because some in this House see the EU as the font of all wisdom.
I think she's setting out a very powerful case. On the one hand, making the case that in Britain we have many laws that are superior and offer greater benefits and protections to residents, and on the other hand, making a very what I think is a self-evident point that we should unshackle ourselves from laws which will increasingly become historic associations, some of which came in without any scrutiny as they were assimilated into British statute. But my question to the Minister is this: with regard to the devolved administrations, will it be the case that devolved administrations can preserve retained European EU law where it relates to devolved administrations' areas of competence?
Absolutely right. When it comes to devolved matters, if that law is already devolved, then they have the ability to assimilate, amend or revoke. And this is why some of the interventions from members opposite are slightly absurd. Why would you not want the opportunity just to have a review? If you want to assimilate it, you can. If you want to amend it, you can. If you wish to revoke it, you have that choice in the devolved administration. My concern is, why would you not want to embrace the power that this bill is giving you?
Well, it's very good to be intervening, but I say I wasn't asking to intervene, so I'm going to let her get on with it.
I did.
The devolved administrations is hanging on to their powers. Will she ensure that the dashboard for retained EU law is updated to identify which legislation is reserved and which is devolved, and how legislation in Wales might be affected?
Exactly.
Yes, indeed. You may have missed the earlier part of my speech. The officials have been working over 18 months with the devolved administration officials, and that work will continue. And when EU law is when we discover EU law, then it's popped on the dashboard, and of course the conversations take place with the officials within the devolved authorities. It's very important that we continue, and we will continue to work very closely with you. I was going to cover some more parts of our environment that we have done tremendous work here in the UK, only because I saw some dreadful, inappropriate coverage in the press. And there was nonsense in the press about marine habitats, and I just had some information from DEFRA about the fantastic work that they've done in Montreal on marine. We've done more work towards environmental standards and status outside of the EU, including protecting areas like the Doggerback, enhancing protection by 2030, and integrating our ocean and coastal mapping. And there was also some other misinformation, unfortunately peddled by some colleagues who were uncomfortable about this bill, about our water bodies and about our water standards. And there was some assumption that the target was being moved, and that's absolutely incorrect. Targets are not being moved. It is incorrect to say that the target for good state of England's water bodies have been changed. It is still 2027, as outlined in the Water Framework Directive. So hopefully that will cancel out any other misinformation that is unfortunately being shared on social media sites about this bill. In other significant areas, reform will be needed, and this is why the powers in the bill are necessary. Similar suggestions have been made that this will somehow be a bonfire of workers' rights. We are proud of the UK's excellent record on labour standards. We have one of the best workers' rights records in the world, and our high standards were never dependent on our membership of the EU. Indeed, the UK provides far stronger protections for workers than are required by the EU law. I've already spoken about maternity rights, maternity cover, and holiday pay and insurance, and other rights for employees as well.
Point of order, Mr. Jones.
I seek your advice because Mr. Deputy Speaker, because the EFRA Secretary testified to the EFRA Committee that the Water Framework Directive was subject to change on the advice of the Environment Agency, and now we're being told it won't be. So who should we believe?
Aware that is not a matter for the Chair. The Minister is responsible for her own words and her own statements, and she must take responsibility for them. And while I'm on my feet, there are a very significant number of members who wish to participate in this debate and a very limited amount of time. It's quite clear that the Minister does not intend to give way, having done so several times, and I think we should progress with the debate. Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker. To ensure that the devolved governments are also able to fully seize the benefits of Brexit, we're providing them with the tools, as I mentioned earlier, to reform the retained EU law that is within their own devolved competence. This will give the devolved governments greater flexibility to decide how they should regulate those areas currently governed by retained EU law moving forward. The majority of the powers in the bill are conferred on the devolved governments. This will enable the devolved governments to take more active decisions about their citizens and their businesses, and the devolved governments will also have the ability to decide which retained EU law they wish to preserve and assimilate, and which retained EU law they wish to let sunset within their devolved competences. Since leaving the EU, more powers have already been passed on to devolved administrations: farming, fishing, environment, and these powers can continue to be within this bill, to be within the devolved administrations. The question is, why would they not enjoy that power to make sure the decisions are taken that best fit their communities? We have carefully considered how this bill will impact each of the four great nations and recognise it is of paramount importance that we continue to work together as one on important issues, including the environment. As mentioned earlier, we accept that some of the retained EU law in scope of the sunset is required to continue to operate our international obligations, including the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, the Withdrawal Agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol. Therefore, I'm happy to make a commitment here today that the Government will, as a priority, take the action required to ensure the necessary legislation is in place to uphold the UK's international obligations. In the near future, we will set out where retained law is required to maintain. In the future, we'll set out where retained EU law is required, and obviously, as well as being shared in the dashboard, we're working very closely with officials within Northern Ireland. There was one of the amendments tabled is about carving out devolved nations, and this bill must and should apply to all nations of the UK. The territorial scope of the bill is UK-wide, and it's therefore constitutionally appropriate that the sunset applies across all four sovereign nations of the UK. One of the bill's primary objectives is to end retained EU law as a legal category across the UK. Providing a carve-out for legislation that is within devolved competence would severely impact the coherence of the UK statute book and legal certainty for public and businesses. I also commend my Cabinet colleagues who are already making gallant efforts to establish ambitious reform plans that will help drive growth. We are already in the process of removing outdated retained EU law in financial services through the Financial Services and Markets Bill, and already repealed other outdated rules enabling us to capitalise on tax freedoms. For example, the Government has ended the tampon tax by removing VAT on women's sanitary products. We have also been able to embrace other opportunities such as vaccines, free ports, gene editing, free trade agreements, EU budget payments, immigration control, fishing, EU foreign policy in Ukraine outside the EU's unwritten rules on solidarity and foreign policy, with the first to send arms to defend Ukraine, ignoring German bans on such equipment, something unlikely to have happened in the EU. I'll just finish this point and I will take some interventions. AUKUS, we've signed a nuclear submarine deal with Australia in opposition to France. We've got new agricultural support schemes, and one of my favourites, no MEPs means more democracy here. Indeed.
I thank the Minister for giving way. She's making an absolutely excellent speech. But does she agree with me that it's stagnant EU laws which are hindering economic growth in the UK, and actually this bill will enable us to protect and enhance our important fishing industry, and in particular our famous cockle industry in Leigh-on-Sea.
Cockle industry, indeed. You're absolutely right that the bill does enable, the DEFRA has said that it will be maintaining and enhancing when it comes to the environment, including our waters. But you're absolutely right. This is just an enabling bill. It is a process to enable departments to review EU law to see what we can do to ensure that regulation best suits us here in the UK, that we're nimble to the sectors that we want to promote, and some of the sectors we want to work very fast and hard in are incredibly progressive and modern, and we cannot have law that is made for a much larger group of nations overseeing us here in the UK.
for giving me, but is that not precisely the point, that any government department at any time that identifies areas of retained EU law that it thinks needs to be reformed can bring forward primary legislation? That's the point of parliamentary sovereignty, so it can be properly scrutinised in this place. She doesn't need the powers that are in this bill. This House already has those powers. That, I thought, was supposed to be the point of parliamentary sovereignty.
That the honourable member fundamentally misunderstands what the bill is proposing to do. There are many, many items of law that will be assimilated. The fact that we'll debate every single one on the floor of the House is slightly absurd. The fact that we'll even be debating laws that are now obsolete are absurd. We will use the same process that we did for no-deal Brexit. It'll be the usual programme of work will indeed take place. The powers in the bill will allow us to overhaul regulation where it's not fit for purpose and move away from the EU body of law. However, once powers have been used to replace the retained EU law or assimilated law with ordinary domestic legislation, it cannot be used in that legislation again. This is a far cry from the executive power grab of which we have been accused.
Thank my honourable for giving way. I chair the European Standard Statutory Instrument Scrutiny Committee. And it's been mentioned in this House already. We provide the sifting process, ensuring there is parliamentary oversight as we review Brexit legislation. So does she agree with me that the comments there is no parliamentary oversight are just plain wrong? And that attacks from the Labour Party, when they don't even take their committee places, are entirely unsurged. So I just wanted to make that available. So does she agree with me that their attacks are in fact extremely hollow?
Very good. Not just hollow. But just inaccurate. You've mentioned your European Scrutiny Instruments Committee, we have the Delegated Powers Committee, we have usual channels which are managed by business managers, we have the leaders of both houses. It's not as though there isn't ample opportunity to consult. And once again, I know that people are amused by the dashboard, but it's there. If you're interested, log on and it will indeed be updated. Without this bill, legislation which flowed onto the statute book directly from the EU into 300 different policy areas would in many cases have to be replaced via primary legislation. This would take decades to amend and would mean a marked reduction in our ability to regulate in an adequate and timely manner. Without the powers in this bill, the UK will remain at a competitive disadvantage. It will be economically irresponsible to leave this body of law unchanged, as opposition would wish us to do. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I've set out today, this bill is of vital importance to the future of the UK, as I'm sure my honourable colleagues will recognise. Reform of retained EU law must be completed without delay, and I look forward to the remainder of the debate.
Assimilated law.
Question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. Justin Madison.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to rise to speak in support of the amendments that appear in my name and the names of my honourable friends as they appear on the order paper. And our amendments, even if they are all accepted, cannot completely cure what is a fundamentally defective bill. But we will see where we go with that. Can I just add my appreciation, as the Minister did, to the efforts of the Bill Committee for scrutinising this bill, and to the clerks in assisting us in doing that. So turning to Amendment 18, first of all, I have yet to hear any rational justification for the deadline of the 31st of December 2023 for the jettisoning of all EU regulations. We are told that it is an imperative that we free ourselves of the shackles of these regulations by that date, that we must hurry along and free ourselves of the 2,400 or 3,800 regulations, or however many it eventually turns out to be, that are holding us back. I understand the importance of having a target to work to, but the date has been plucked out of thin air, seemingly at random, and we should not accept it unless a compelling and rational argument is put forward, especially, as I shall go on to explain, it carries far greater risks than benefits. We were told by the Minister in the committee stage that in essence, give me a little time. We were told by the Minister in the committee stage that in essence the cliff edge is being used as some sort of management tool to ensure that civil servants remain focused and are able to deliver the work necessary to clear the statute books of all this legislation. What a sad state of affairs it is that the only way the government think they can get the officials to function properly is if they have to legislate in order for them to do so. Imagine if we got ourselves into a position where every time government wanted the civil service to work to a deadline, we had to put it in a bill. It is an explanation that is as threadbare as the impact assessment that accompanies this bill. I'll give way.
Giving way, as we've heard, the vast majority of policy that will be impacted by the changes brought through this bill are held by DEFRA, from use of harmful pesticides to air quality. Does the Shadow Minister share concerns that even if the timeline is extended some, that is a lot of work for one department and its officials to make sure they are getting right so quickly?
I'm grateful for the intervention. I will go on to explain why that deadline is inappropriate and indeed impractical. The government are using this bill effectively as a motivational tool. That message, as I'll now go on to explain, hasn't actually got through to DEFRA, which, as we know, is considered to be the department with the most regulations. Although, of course, until we actually see a definitive list, we can't know for sure which department will have the most regulations. But we know at the moment there are about probably 1,100 regulations which are subject to the sunset in DEFRA, according to the Secretary of State. And I'll not get into whether about is really good enough in this context, but the number that we're told of civil servants who are currently working on this in that department is 3. It's no good, this bill being used as a way of focusing departments' minds if they don't have the resources to do the job properly in the first place. This is a serious issue. The House of Lords Common Framework Scrutiny Committee even complained about a lack of engagement from that department after not receiving a response from them for 5 separate letters. And we know from a written ministerial answer the department itself does not know how much the exercise will cost or how many staff it will need. If the deadline is meant to focus attention, it hasn't succeeded yet. I will give way.
Honourable Member for giving way, and I'm listening carefully to his debate, especially about the timeline. And my question to this is, when does he want this to end? Because my constituents from Rother Valley voted in 2016 to leave the EU lock, stock, not to wait. Even now, frankly, I'd want to bring the deadline forward, because we should have left fully years ago. So when does the opposition and those who want to stifle us leaving Europe want us to leave? 24, 25, 26, or never? Because I want to leave fully and utterly now.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I really think if people are going to intervene, they ought to read the bill and the order paper with the amendments on it, because he would see what we were suggesting the deadline was. And of course, as everyone else in this chamber seems to know, we've already left the EU. So this isn't about leaving the EU, it's about the laws that are remaining there. So the Regulatory Policy Committee has said that setting a deadline is not enough and that a stronger argument is needed for choosing that particular date. And we agree. What is far more convincing than the arbitrary date that we presented with are the warnings we have received that there is not sufficient capacity in the civil service for a genuinely effective appraisal of the regulations that the bill seeks to remove in the timescale allowed. The case for the cliff edge is incredibly weak. The arguments for removing it and putting it on a more realistic footing are much stronger. The potential for things to be missed is clear, and if the worst comes to the worst and some vital regulation ceases to be law by accident and nobody notices it until it is too late, our constituents will rightly ask us, what on earth were you doing? What were you thinking of? No wonder the impact assessment on this bill is silent on the issue of the sunset date. The Regulatory Policy Committee has made it clear that it believes that the analysis of that sunset date is inadequate. This is a deadline in search of a headline. Presumably that headline will be free at last. I would suggest a more apposite headline might be: the sun has set on your employment rights, your consumer rights and your environmental protections. Indeed, the sun has set on parliamentary democracy. Overall, the Regulatory Policy Committee puts a red rating on the impact assessment of the bill as not fit for purpose. Yet here we are, ploughing on as if it will be all right on the night. I'll give away to the architect of this bill.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman, but surely he's aware that our first legislation on consumer rights was in 1893, some time before the European Union, and the Act giving paid holidays is 1938, again before the European Union. We have never needed the European Union for workers and consumer rights.
Well, I'm sure that those were the glory years in terms of the honourable member's favourite period of time. But actually, this is about protecting the rights that we have, and this bill allows those rights to fall by default if no action is taken, and that is why we are so concerned about this bill. I'll give way.
I thank my friend for giving way. I think everybody agrees, as we have left the European Union, we need to look at the foundation of the laws that we have in this country. And indeed, one of the challenges with this legislation is because we don't know precisely what laws are covered, we don't know the laws that we need to look at. But does he agree with me that one of the reasons people are concerned is not because the law says Europe on it, but because it's things like maternity rights and employment rights? And the Minister is, from a sedentary position, chuntering. She needs to talk to her colleagues who, when we have asked about these explicit regulations and whether they are going to retain them or replace them or revoke them, have said they don't know. They do on other legislation. So does the member agree with me that if the ministers have made their minds up about some things but not others, they at least ought to be honest with the British public that they are asking us to give them the power to make that decision and take it away from this place? That's not taking back control.
I'm grateful for that intervention. That is exactly the problem here. If the ministers decide to remove laws, there will be no opportunity for us to challenge it, and that is why we are concerned. Now, the minister also told us in the committee that the sunset date was chosen because it is the quickest and most efficient way to enact retained EU law without taking up additional parliamentary time. So, of course, actually the government is doing us all a favour by giving us less work to do. Now, in this context, I refer to the written evidence of the Bar Council, which raised the alarm when they said the setting of an arbitrary and in all the circumstances impractical sunset date with the consequent and entirely unnecessary risk of the disappearance of rules of critical importance to businesses, consumers, employees and the environment, some of which, due to their sheer numbers, may only be missed once lost, without any adequate consideration or consultation, and in conferring an entirely unfettered and unscrutinised discretion to ministers to disapply or delay the sunset provision or not, as well as the attendant risk of rushed replacement legislation. I think that sums up exactly why we should be voting against this bill. Yep.
Very grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. Whether it comes to workers' rights or environmental protections, I wonder, does he suspect, like I do, that this is a government determined to throw people's rights on the Brexit bonfire? If this is the future of the United Kingdom, is it any wonder that more and more people in the north of Ireland are looking forward to being part of a progressive, new and united Ireland?
Well, that probably takes us slightly away from the thrust of the bill. But when you look at this government's record on employment rights, what did they do? They doubled the time to be able to qualify to claim unfair dismissal, taking millions of people out of being able to claim that right. They slashed the consultation periods for people on redundancies. They introduced employment tribunal fees. Their record on employment protections is not a good one. And there is a whole back catalogue of ministers and cabinet ministers saying why they want to get rid of these burdensome employment rights. We are absolutely right to be worried about where this is all heading. Yep.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. He's being very generous and making a powerful case. Does he share my concern that for all of the rhetoric and greenwash coming from the government opposite, when they say that this is about keeping high standards, in fact that's completely undermined by a very clear clause in the bill that states that whilst members can replace laws with alternative provisions, those cannot, in their words, increase the regulatory burden. That is clear, black and white. This bill is an absolute ideological attack on safety, on environmental standards, on the things that keep us safe and our planet safe as well.
Yes, but she's absolutely right. I'll come back to that in a little while. I'll give way again.
In essence, I have to say to the honourable gentleman that when we took back control through the referendum decision we took in 2016, it wasn't to a particular party or even to a particular government. It was the British people and their sovereign parliament. And I find it inconceivable and rather disappointing the honourable gentleman doesn't have the confidence this parliament will do the right thing in a whole range of legislative areas.
I'm afraid the honourable member doesn't actually understand what the bill does. It hands the power to ministers, not to Parliament, and that is why we are so concerned about it. That taking back control was about this Parliament, not giving the power to ministers. This isn't some... So anyway, turning back to the Bar Council's very clear warnings, they aren't some sort of anarchists. They aren't some part of the anti-growth coalition. They are the Bar Council, for goodness sake. Anyone who considers themselves concerned with parliamentary scrutiny, with accountability, and we've actually want to make this country work, should listen very carefully to what they say and the warnings about why this bill is inappropriate, because the Sunset Clause does interrelate with the question of ministers' powers and the ability of Parliament to effectively scrutinise changes. I do not want to be faced with a choice later this year between having to make a choice between a reduction in the number of days paid holiday that people are entitled to against them having no rights at all, because that is the choice that this bill could force upon us if we're pressed up to the precipice due to the timescale. I'll take another intervention.
So thank you to the Shadow Minister for giving way on that point. Following the recommendations that the Bar Council has made in terms of concerns about protections, I also want to put on record that I've been contacted by a large amount of constituents from Erith and Thamesmead who are also concerned about their protection of their workers' rights that they fought hard for, and they're also concerned about the consumers' rights. And furthermore, they want the chamber members to know, particularly the Minister to know, that they are concerned that no scrutiny will be taken forward on this. And does my honourable friend agree with me that, based on the government's record, that there is no way that they're going to be maintaining high standards that the constituents expect to make sure that this bill adequately represents constituents?
I'm grateful for that intervention. I think she's articulated very well why her constituents and indeed many people across all sectors of society are concerned about the impact of this bill, because it isn't about Parliament taking back control. The Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee have said that the abuse of delegated powers is in effect abuse of Parliament and an abuse of democracy. And as the former Secretary of State is here, I will quote him when he was Leader of the House, when he said in response to a committee's report on the frequent use of skeleton bills, he said that it did not necessarily provide a model example of how Parliament would like to see legislation brought forward, and that he would be encouraging them to minimise the use of delegated powers where possible. For once, I agree with him. I'm sorry he doesn't agree with himself anymore. I'll give way.
I'm grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. I mean, he's implied that the whole country is very concerned about what's going to happen to the current bulk of EU retained law, but he will have heard the Minister earlier in her place saying that, in fact, on all those laws which come under the DEFRA department, which, as he knows, probably around 3/4 of the total EU retained law, will actually either be retained or improved. And now that we have the Environmental Bill, which brings them under the remit of the Office of Environmental Protection, and the watchdog that is there to make sure that things are enhanced, surely he would accept that actually that gives huge numbers of people and organisations, particularly in the environmental sector, a lot of reassurance.
Grateful for the intervention. I think we'd be reassured if that was actually what the bill does. The bill does not give ministers the power to improve the situation. It's very specifically, as we've already heard, prevents burdens being increased. So I'll give way on one final point.
Will you agree with me that over the last 47 years of our membership, we've evolved thousands of rules with the EU, and that the choice for ministers in DEFRA and elsewhere will be decide whether they assimilate those rules, whether they revoke or change or amend those rules, and if they haven't got the time to go through them all, they'll simply fall out of bed. So the real risk is employment rights, environmental rights and other rights will simply accidentally, perhaps, just disappear, and therefore this sunset is completely ridiculous.
That's a very good point. I mean, if the government can't even tell us how many rules are actually covered by this bill, how can we be confident that things aren't going to be missed? 2023 is a deadline in search of a headline. It is not a serious proposition. It is not the actions of a responsible government, and it should be rejected. Now, I'm going to make some progress if that's all right, because just talking more about the cliff edge, it is even more absurd when we consider that the government do not know actually what rules will be covered by this bill. Now, glad to see the Honourable Member for Watford is here as well, because when he was in his place on the front bench, he told us in answer to a written question that the dashboard prevents an authoritative, not comprehensive catalogue of retained EU legislation. He also told us in response to a written question on the 21st of October that we anticipate over 100 additional pieces of legislation will be added to the dashboard. Well, As we know now, that 100 is probably more like 1,400, so we cannot accuse him of over-promising and under-delivering. But we're also told by him, and I quote, that government officials are currently working to quality assure this data, and any amendments to the data will be reflected in an update to the dashboard this autumn. Well, as it's 2023 now, and as of midday, that dashboard had not been updated at all since this bill was first presented. So it's certainly not comprehensive, and it's certainly not authoritative. It is not actually very helpful either, and it's undoubtedly not a sound basis for us to be legislating. I will give way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. I'm sure so many of us in this chamber have received emails from our constituents, and that's because they're very concerned about this process and this lack of process. There are thousands of legislations that needs to be reviewed and needs to be amended and so on, and I'm sure our constituents will agree that actually it seems very undemocratic of the government not to be able to bring this to the chamber to be scrutinised and to be processed as legislation is processed across this place.
Grateful for that intervention, and she's right. We've got to answer to our constituents about what's going to happen with these rules, which is why we've put these amendments forward. So we can't go back to them and say, well, we didn't get them.
There are huge points of principle here, but there's also issues around pragmatic logistics on this. I can understand some of the frustration of the members opposite about delays in implementation since the referendum, but I have to remind them they have been in government. but can I just say this? Privately, I know no civil servant privately who has any confidence that the deadline will be met.
Exactly.
We're now faced with a strike of 100,000 civil servants. Even the First Division Association have now balloted for strike action. The world may have changed since this legislation was first prepared. Could I suggest this to the front bench, that we assure the government there will be an open door for discussions throughout this legislation for when the government wants to talk about extending the deadline, to make sure that there is proper scrutiny of this legislation, because I fear actually the parliamentary process will break down, poor decisions will be made, and actually also we will overburden an administration that already has enough on its plate.
I'm grateful for my right honourable friend's intervention. This deadline was pretty risky to start with. It now looks completely foolish, and that's why we'll be moving an amendment later on to make sure that deadline is put back 3 years to give us a confidence that things will be done properly. So if you don't mind, Sir Roger, I'm not going to take any more interventions for a while because I appreciate we've got a lot of people who wish to speak. So just for a minute, imagine if you're a business trying to plan ahead for the next year, having to navigate a dashboard which we know isn't complete, which might be updated at some point in the future. And the business is looking at it just to understand which rules might be changed under the auspices of the bill, never mind whether that shall be changed at all, or whether those changes will be things that will affect them. If the government don't even know what this bill covers, how can they expect anyone looking to invest to do so? It is an absurd way to proceed. No wonder groups as diverse as the TUC to the Institute of Directors are opposed to this bill. We do not legislate in this place by website. We legislate by legislation, and the intention of that legislation should be clear. Now, there is a solution in sight to this rather unsatisfactory state of affairs in the shape of Amendment 36 in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Walthamstow. That will at least enable us to see which laws ministers actually want to revoke and allow Parliament, yes, Parliament to express a view as to whether it wishes to see those laws taken off the statute book in the true spirit of taking back control. Crucially as well, it will require ministers at least 3 months before the cliff edge to set out which laws they intend to revoke. And one would hope that by September of this year, ministers would have formed a view as to which laws they wanted to keep and which ones they didn't. It would be nice if they had by then. It would be even nicer if they let Parliament know, and it would be even nicer still if they afforded that courtesy to the rest of the country, so that people might actually be able to plan ahead. We cannot have the government changing the law on a whim. There must be proper accountability and scrutiny. We cannot have unaccountable ministers changing the rules without reference to anyone else. That is not what taking back control was supposed to look like. When this bill was first mooted and Lord Frost was still a government minister, he said the policy intention behind the bill was to amend, replace or repeal all retained EU law that is not right for the UK. And I do think we need something a little more detailed than a general feeling that something isn't right for the UK. This centuries-old Parliament taking a historic decision to wrestle back control from those unelected Brussels bureaucrats finds itself in the ludicrous position of having another unelected person telling us that laws will be changed if they are not right. What that phrase gains in brevity, it loses in clarity. It can mean absolutely anything. And of course, crucially for this place, puts all the power in the hands of the Minister. Surely, as a Parliament, we can do better than that. Surely we would want to hold ourselves to a higher standard when we want to change legislation. We should not legislate on a whim, and Parliament should not hand powers to ministers that enable them to do just that. And given the Regulatory Policy Committee described the impact assessment for this bill as either weak or very weak in every aspect, any member who is thinking of handing over those powers, given that warning, should think very carefully before they do so. Now, I know that many in support of this bill do not believe that any level of parliamentary scrutiny is necessary to revoke EU laws because they claim accountability and scrutiny was lacking when the laws were brought in the first place. Now, I say to those people that two wrongs do not make a right. Isn't taking back control about us, this Parliament, having a fuller say in the legislative process? And as it happens, I do not accept that... I'll give way, yeah.
It is clearly right that we have parliamentary scrutiny of the measures in front of us and measures that will come as a consequence of this legislation. But why hasn't Labour filled its places on the European Statutory Instruments Committee? If he is so keen to see parliamentary scrutiny, why has his party not fulfilled the opportunity it's got?
Yeah. Short to the minute, mate.
Well, I would direct him to the Whip's office around the corner to have a word with them and see what's going on there. Anyway, I do not accept the characterisation of how these laws were introduced in the first place. As we know, for the vast bulk of EU subordinate legislation, it was adopted by the Member States and the European Parliament. Of course, both of those had representatives from the United Kingdom. Indeed, the MEPs, of course, we know were democratically elected until 2020. So it's simply wrong to say that politicians, stakeholders and policymakers did not have an ample opportunity to exert influence on the development of EU policy and secondary legislation. There are in fact many examples of where EU legislation was supported and even promoted by the UK government of the day. One good example being the social chapter, which the Labour Party pledged in their 1997 manifesto to introduce, which of course included rights on parental leave and working hours. Nobody can say those rules were forced on us without our consent. Members opposite may not have liked them, that is very clear, but there was also a very clear democratic pathway to their introduction. So Amendment 36 is about Parliament taking back control, but new Clause 2, which we've got on the order paper, actually goes one step further because it requires ministers to actually set out their analysis of what the impact of the removal of EU laws will be, as well as the abolition of the application of EU principles to our laws. As can be seen in our Amendment 26, there needs to be some recognition that tearing up 50 years of legal development overnight might just create a little bit of uncertainty, as of course we'll be revoking thousands of laws. So new Clause 2 does actually require some thought to be given to this and crucially to be shared with everyone else about what the impact of all this might be. We therefore think it ought to be a matter of agreement for everyone who wants to see democracy prosper that the replacement regulations under this bill should be made by Parliament after proper consultation, public debate and scrutiny, not simply a ministerial decision or, as the case may be, a non-decision. All we are asking ministers to do is publish the work that really ought to be going on anyway about how these laws will affect our constituents. Or are we going to have to wait until the end of the year to find out that some law has slipped off the books, but it actually causes us a problem with, for example, the trade or cooperation agreement? Aren't we better knowing about that now? Now, the ministers will know what issues there are, but why don't they share that knowledge with the rest of us? The clause gives Parliament sufficient time to express a view on all this, putting power back into the hands of Parliament, which is what I thought all those who campaigned to leave the EU wanted to see happen. Likewise, new Clause 3 creates a requirement for there to be a genuine consultation if the powers under Sections 15 and 16 are to be exercised in revoking, replacing or updating a regulation, and again for Parliament to be cited on that consultation and the government's assessment of those proposed changes. I hope we're not being too revolutionary by wanting accountability and transparency for ministers' actions. And while we're looking at these regulations, as we've already touched on, why are we tying ministers' hands by insisting that anything that replaces them cannot add to the regulatory burden. Why is the language of rights and protections always expressed as a burden? Of course, the whole thrust of this bill is to reduce the number of EU regulations in our system, which in itself will reduce the regulatory burden. But when ministers are looking to update or replace these rules, why must we insist that they do not add to the burden? What even counts as a burden? I'm saddened if members opposite think ensuring our workplaces are safe is a burden, if ensuring people are protected against discrimination is a burden, that protecting natural habitats is a burden. If reviewing the laws on maternity discrimination, for example, it was thought there is actually a good opportunity to strengthen protections, possibly along the lines of my honourable friend, the member for Barnsley Central's private members' bill, then this bill will not actually allow it. My honourable friend's bill, if it navigates the private members' lottery, would extend the time period for protection against unfair redundancy to a 6-month period after work for maternity, adoption or shared parental leave, which is actually, by the way, something the government committed to in 2019. But under this bill, they wouldn't be allowed to implement it because it would increase the burden. I'm not sure how that circle will be squared, but it illustrates the point that this bill could prevent the government from actually implementing its own policies. And while most of us on this side would want to apply that to just about everything the government bring forward, when it is confined to things that might actually benefit our constituents, that is a cause for concern. So that takes us neatly to our Amendment 20, which deals with workers' rights and the regulations listed within that, which represent, as far as we can identify, all the major employment rights within the ambit of the bill. Rights that people enjoy every day, rights that nobody voted to squash, rights on this side of the House we will do everything within our power to protect. And to protect them, to remove any scintilla of doubt, we need to take them outside the scope of this bill. I've heard what the Minister has said about there being no plans to remove rights, which ought to mean she should have no problem with her voting for this amendment. After all, if that's what you're going to do anyway, what is there to lose?
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's already said that the UK elected process has already had an input into EU laws and protections and rights for workers. I'll go a step further and say, actually, a lot of those EU rights protections for workers have actually been led by this country within the EU. So why, therefore, does the honourable gentleman not believe that this place can actually enhance those and drive forward those rights and protections for workers in this country?
Well, a government that has been promised an employment bill for 5 years that let the scandal of 800 P&O workers be dismissed without any notice is not one that can really claim to be on the side of workers. And if the member is really genuine about wanting to support workers' rights, he'll support our amendment to make sure that they are protected. So, looking at some of those rights, the first one listed in our amendment is the Management of Health and Safety at Work regulations, which ensures, amongst other things, that an employer must perform a risk assessment for all workers, and there must also be a specific risk assessment if that employee becomes pregnant. So I would sincerely hope that the requirement to conduct risk assessments to ensure people work in a safe environment is not something that the government considers is an unnecessary burden. Do we not think that everyone has a right to work in a safe environment, and that employers should take steps to ensure that? These regulations ensure employees have the important right to be consulted on health and safety and to receive paid time off to carry out health and safety training and other duties. They also have the right to protection from discrimination or victimisation of carrying out health and safety duties. It is just as important as a requirement for a safe working environment that those who put themselves forward as health and safety representatives can do so without fear of reprisal. In committee, the Minister talked about modernising health and safety law, which of course isn't the same as promising to keep those laws. And of course the phrase modernising can mean any number of things. It certainly doesn't always mean that a law will be improved or a right will be increased. As we know, the bill specifically prevents an increase in the regulatory burden, and now health and safety is often characterised by members opposite as a burden. I don't think that. I think it's an absolute essential, and if members agree with me on that, they should vote with us on this amendment. Now, looking at the part-time employee regulations, which are also within this amendment, more than twice as many women are in part-time employment as men. Why would we want to open the door to greater discrimination against women by getting rid of part-time parental part-time worker protections? as well as the maternity and parental leave regulations, which protect women from discrimination because they might be pregnant or taking maternity leave, ensuring they have the right to the same job once they return from maternity leave, and of course making it unfair to sack someone because they are pregnant. Surely that is something that members opposite would want to ensure was protected under this bill. And as we know that the... Yeah, certainly will.
So, the member opposite is suggesting that this government wants to get rid of a huge number of workers' rights. The Minister wrote to all members this morning, making it very clear that the government has no intention of abandoning workers' rights. Is he suggesting that this Minister is not true to her word?
Well, if the Minister's true to her word, she'll vote with us and make sure that that's exactly what happens. I mean, I would refer to the bill's own impact assessment, which recognises that it contains a threat to equality at 3 separate paragraphs. So this isn't something that we are making up out of our own heads. This is something that is actually there and something to be concerned about. Now, turning to one set of those protections, which is definitely in the sights who see employment rights as a burden, is the working time regulations, the introduction of the right to paid annual leave, limits on weekly working hours and a legal entitlement to daily and weekly rest breaks. They're some of the greatest achievements of the last Labour government, but for members who are not aware, the origins of those regulations arose from a concern about workers' health and safety and the risks associated with working excessively long hours. And I am proud that my party tackled that. Do we really want to turn the clock back to when people regularly work 70 or 80 hours a week? We know that some on the other benches think there is no moral right to annual leave. On these benches, we couldn't disagree more. Also included in our amendment are the 2P regulations. Oh, right, this last time.
Very briefly, I'm after my honourable friend's help on this one. Was it a figment of my imagination, or did the government benches drive through a piece of legislation which actually curtailed the fundamental freedom and right to strike over the last few days? Just seeking your help on that one.
Yeah, and I think it also gave employees power to sack striking nurses and teachers and doctors. I mean, that's not the actions of a government that wants to protect employment rights, is it? But turning back to this amendment, it includes the 2P regulations, which ensure that when one business buys another, there is reasonable certainty about which workers transfer to that new business, so that the purchaser knows which employers it is getting, and critically, workers know that they cannot be dismissed or have their terms and conditions slashed just because they are working for a new employer. So let's make it crystal clear that 2P will stay. This will ensure protection and certainty for employees, but also certainty for employers. Imagine if someone was thinking of buying a business in 2023. How on earth would they know whether to proceed with the purchase if they didn't know whether they were obliged to take on the workforce with it? We have a stable, settled, well-understood framework of law that helps businesses to operate. Why put that in jeopardy, particularly as is claimed ministers have no intention of removing it? And I'll just go on to say, really, on a general point about employment rights, they're not a burden. They're actually an essential ingredient of a civilised society. If we want our citizens to play an active role in the country moving forward and in future economic growth, our citizens have to be rewarded fairly and treated fairly. Security and respect at work are the cornerstone of any success we will have as a nation. A secure and happy workforce is a productive workforce. Giving people dignity, certainty and fairness in the workplace is not a burden on businesses. It is what good businesses do, what good businesses will see the fruits of if they're allowed to operate on a level playing field. My constituents will be considerably poorer over the next few years as a result of the economic decisions made by this government. I do not want them to be poorer in terms of rights as well. Employment rights ensure that people can participate in the labour market without facing unfair discrimination. They give vulnerable workers more job security and stability of income. They help to encourage a committed workforce and the retention of skilled workers. They aren't just about individual dignity and respect in the workplace. They also have social and economic value and are an essential component of a healthy, stable and progressive country. And we need a country where people have the security of knowing that if they do a good job and if their employer runs its business as well, they're going to be rewarded properly and are able to stay in work. What we have instead is a culture of disposable commodities and hire and refire. Loyalty counts for nothing. It is time to draw a line in the sand and say no further. And let us not allow this bill to open up another line of attack on working people. Let's close it off now, once and for all, and support Amendment 19. Now, our Amendment 26 also touches on the subject of workers' rights and what the ripping up of 50 years of case law overnight will mean. And as Michael Ford, KC, says, workers and employees will be back at square one. The whole lengthy and expensive process of appeals will have to be repeated. He even said lawyers would be dismayed at the prospect of having to do this. And that is a view replicated across just about the entire legal profession. And as a lawyer myself, I know how difficult it must be for the legal profession to actively argue against anything that might help generate more fees for them. But they do so because they know that the law hates uncertainty, and actually business hates uncertainty. Nobody wants to end up in lengthy and costly court battles because the settled law of half a century has disappeared in a puff of smoke. Being no doubt this will deter investment because uncertainty deters investment. But it will also create injustices because it will be those with the deepest pockets who will be able to litigate the longest. And if you are a worker whose circumstances just happen to fall into one of those areas where this artificial vacuum has been created, even if you can afford to fight your case, you could be waiting years for an answer to a question that until the 31st of December 2023 everyone knew the answer to. So our Amendment 26 attempts to restore some balance and certainty to the law. It will not impinge on the court's ability to depart from existing EU law, but it actually recognises that legal certainty, clarity and predictability are desirable in a healthy and functioning democracy, and that it is this place, Parliament, that should determine significant changes to the law. So turning to Amendment 24, I'll briefly speak about this, Sir Roger. This is a smorgasbord of consumer rights and protections that are derived from the EU. For example, the right to compensation when flights are cancelled or delayed or boarding is denied, and giving priority to passengers who have a disability. It also includes laws for where a train is delayed or cancelled in the form of the delay repay system, and I'm sure the delay repay website with Avanti and quite a few of the other rail operators is getting more visits than the retained EU dashboard website at the moment, because it does, as unfortunately, recognise that there is a problem with the rail system at the moment. We don't want to see passengers denuded of the right to be able to claim compensation when there are delays. Other regulations that we've put in this amendment include preventing shots from imposing surcharges that go beyond the coverage of the cost, protecting consumers from unsafe electrical equipment by setting standards for the testing of products and the voltages of appliances, minimum safety standards on products for children's toys, and many, many more. And I won't list every regulation here because I don't claim that this list is authoritative or comprehensive, but it is a list of laws that we do believe should be kept alongside the similar amendments on workers' rights, and I hope that we can protect those as well. And finally, I will speak briefly, Sir Roger, on the fact that we are going to stand up for our environmental protections. Now, my honourable friend, the member for Leeds North West, spoke at length about the government's dire approach to environmental laws in the committee stage. And as we've been speaking for some time, and I know other members want to speak, I won't repeat everything that he said, and I certainly don't have the intimate knowledge he does of white-clawed crayfish, but I would like to summarise why our amendments 21, 22 and New Clause 5 are important for protecting environmental standards. There is a deep concern amongst many in the environmental movement that in this government's deregulatory war on natural environment, amongst other areas, could become a casualty. There is a worry that some hold the view that environmental protections are red tape that hold back growth. Our amendments in the new clause provide safeguards against dangerous deregulation that could undermine the national and international commitments to environmental protection and improvement. Amendments 21 and 22 list 19 regulations that will be placed beyond the scope of the sunset in Section 1 and the powers of restatement in Section 15. They cover a vast range of important policy areas about which the public feel passionately. They include animal welfare, the protection of wildlife, water quality, the treatment and discharge of sewage, the protection of human health from the impacts of air pollution, the safe use of chemicals and pesticides, the use of animals in scientific testing, and the prevention of the spread of animal diseases such as bird flu. Whilst these regulations are some of the most prominent, they represent just a handful of the 1,100 plus environmental regulations that are key to safeguarding our natural environment. Weakening any of those could cause a vast amount of suffering for our communities, and we want to see that prevented. We also have tabled a new Clause 5 that seeks to protect our environmental protections from the sweeping powers this bill gives ministers. New Clause 5 limits the changes that can be made to environmental protections under Section 15 powers. It outlines a number of conditions that have to be met in order for changes to be made to the existing set of laws in place, including that any change must be considered by a relevant national authority to contribute to a significant improvement in environmental protection, which contrasts with the bill, which at the moment states that any restatement must not increase the regulatory burden. And perhaps we should listen to experts who say that they are concerned about what this bill could mean for the environment. Perhaps we should listen to the 21 different environmental groups that have signed a joint letter expressing their concern about the impact of this bill. And even Chester Zoo in my own constituency have written in to express their concerns. So from zoos to business leaders, trade unions, lawyers, environmental groups, even former Conservative MEPs have raised the alarm about the impact of this bill, because it is a leap into the dark, a kamikaze approach to government, a power grab, and a bill which, if members opposite support, they will bear the responsibility of its consequences for many years to come.
Order. Take your mental editing pens out, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have to start cutting your speeches in a big way. Order. We have heard two very lengthy opening statements and a number of very lengthy interventions. There are some 30 members still wishing to take part. The wind-up speeches will start at 5:30. I'm going to call the chairman of the Select Committee and the SNP front bench, upon both of whom I would urge brevity, after which I shall impose a 6-minute time limit on speeches, and that may drop further under Mr Evans later on. Chairman of the Select Committee.
Very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Having endured the last 40 minutes, I'm bound to say, as chairman of this committee, that I will be relatively brief, because there are important matters that need to be discussed, and I will raise them and give the House the opportunity to reflect on what I have to say. This bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, was passed by this House without amendments, no amendments on second reading, and in the Public Bill Committee as well. Indeed, I have been chairman of this committee for many years, and I have been on this committee since 1985. I would draw attention of the House to the European Scrutiny Committee report tagged to this debate, published on the 21st of July last year. And as the Minister said, EU retained law was never intended to remain part of our domestic statute book, and I'm deeply grateful to the Government for its round-robin letter to all members dated today, and also to the work of my right honourable friend, the member for Somerset North East, for the genesis of this bill. We left the European Union, Mr Deputy Speaker, with Section 38 of the Withdrawal Agreement Act 2020, guaranteeing UK sovereignty and democracy, and therefore UK democracy itself. This was the culmination of a process which began with my sovereignty amendment on the Single European Act in 1986, which at that time I was not even allowed to debate. This in turn was followed by the Maastricht Treaty and a whole series of treaties, enactments and debates on Nice, Amsterdam and the Lisbon Treaty. And incidentally, on the question, with the only interesting thing that was even mentioned by the honourable gentleman on the other side of the House, regarding maternity pay, actually, the UK has 52 weeks of maternity pay, the EU has merely 8. And on holiday pay, we have 6 weeks, the EU has 4. The views of the British people, as expressed ultimately in the referendum in 2016, repudiated the idea of our remaining in the EU by democratic vote. And the general election, which endorsed that decision under my right honourable friend, the member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip, as Prime Minister, gave the present Conservative government a very large majority. The democracy we enjoy is based on our unique and universally envied constitutional arrangements, whereby laws are passed in this House by a simple majority of our MPs in individual constituencies, from which members derive their authority exclusively from those who voted them into the House of Commons.
I'm very grateful, my friend, and this is the essence of the misunderstanding of the honourable opposite. The relationship between the executive and the legislature is such that The government receives a mandate from the people, but ministers are answerable to this House. I'm amazed the honourable gentleman hasn't grasped that constitutional fundamental.
Intervention, because nothing could have been more obvious than the honourable member opposite, and indeed many of the people on the other side of the House just simply do not have a clue about how the operations of the European Union function. And I'll deal with them in a minute. The honourable gentleman will find out quite soon, and I'm very interested if he'd like to intervene and repudiate what I'm about to say. The Lords themselves, unelected of course, are subject to the Parliament Act, which may well prove necessary in relation to this bill. This is therefore an issue of democracy. I've watched and participated in the evolution of change in relation to the European matters, both in this House and outside, in referendum campaigns and the like, for the best part of 38 years. It is essential for those who are not so well acquainted with the manner in which the EU law is made, which became more objectionable as the competences in each of the treaties expanded, to appreciate just how undemocratic and unaccountable the EU system unequivocally is. And I have to say that my own party is responsible for much of the problems that were created, and I'm delighted to be able to say that the democratic decisions of the British people have now demonstrated the need for this bill, and also the fact that we left the European Union. This democratic deficit is one of the most important reasons why we had to leave, if not the most important reason why the Northern Ireland Protocol arrangements and the Protocol Bill are in need of immediate resolution, given that that bill, which has passed all its stages in this House, is now become like the Mary Celeste in the House of Lords, with nobody on board, pending agreement from the European Union to change their mandate and resolve this outrageous democratic deficit immediately. As Con O'Neill, who negotiated our entry into the European Union in his report to Lord Hume, admitted in 1983, but by then far too late, he admitted the government simply didn't understand the undemocratic system which was and remains employed by the European Union. Many people, it's quite obvious from what we've just heard in the last 40 minutes, that some don't have a foggiest idea what this actually does mean in practice, the way in which the European Union actually functions. In a nutshell, every single law that goes to the Council of Ministers, which is the ultimate law-making body, does so by the majority vote of the 27 member states, behind closed doors, without even so much as a transcript and in total secrecy. Indeed, I had an exchange with the noble Lord Clerk of Nottingham on this matter when he was still in this House in 2017. And he made it abundantly clear in his response to an intervention that the real legislative power, he said, of the Council of Ministers was exercised in private, quote, going on to say, I used to find the best business at the European Council was usually done over lunch. Fundamentally different, I may say, therefore, to the way in which we're legislating since we left the EU in this actual debate today. By contrast, we're conducting the business today and the democratic decisions that were taken by a majority of this House, which is proof in itself that it works. In practice, in the context of these sunset arrangements in this bill, clauses 12 to 16 provide delegated powers to restate or revoke and or replace and update certain retained EU laws, which are secondary retained EU law and a new category of, quote, secondary assimilated law. Many of these powers are subject to negative procedure, and the affirmative procedure is required where primary legislation is being amended or substantive policy change implemented. Some primary legislation is in the bill. Where negative procedure applies, the scrutiny system is similar to the work done by the European Statutory Instruments Committee, and it will be for the House to decide how this evolves. This will be in line with the democratic decision taken by this House today. When the original proposals for the first Withdrawal Agreement Act were brought into effect, and at my suggestion, I introduced a bill on the subject, all EU law was then deemed to be UK law. But then Remainers got to work in coming up with the concept of EU retained law, which asserted the supremacy of the principles of EU law, and also court decisions by the European Court. So we may have left the EU, but a massive ball and chain preventing us from making our own laws, our own sovereign laws, on our own time is embedded in that Act. And I just add, by way of parenthesis, the Prime Minister responsible for that Act resigned. Thanks to the Spartans. These laws have been made under Sections 2 and 3 of the European Communities Act 1972, and it is certainly true to say that since that date, not one single law was ever repudiated by this House because the provisions of that Act in 1972 prevented it, and therefore we were subjugated to the European Union and the Court of Justice decisions by our own irresponsible, voluntary abdication of the inherent and democratic procedures which have evolved in this House over the best part of 400 years. Our entry into the EU in 1972 was therefore a blind step into the void of an undemocratic and unaccountable system of government. These thousands of laws lack inherent democratic legitimacy and must therefore be removed and or replaced from our statute book. There is the further point that this bill allows us to move back to the certainty implicit in the UK common law way of doing things as compared to the purposive interpretation of law by our judges as laid down by the principles of EU law, and nobody can dispute that. Our system has relied uniquely on a large bench of high-quality...
Deputy Speaker, I've been told many times that when we are debating a report stage, we are not making general speeches, but we are actually referring to amendments and the report stage of the committee. So can you please make a judgment of whether this is actually appropriate what has been...
I've already exercised that judgment. If I had thought the honourable gentleman was out of order, I would have ruled him out of order. Sir William Cash.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. So much for that intervention. Our system has relied uniquely on a large bench of high-quality independent judges who address points which are brought before them when people or businesses apply to the courts for remedies for perceived damage or misconduct. Through our traditional decision-making processes, which must be interpreted in accordance with what is precisely set out in our sovereign parliament, the judges develop, and must develop, what is generally regarded as a fair and equitable system of redress, and set standards of care and determine consequences of breach in matters of responsibility and duty. We therefore had to strip away the vast amounts of inherited EU law, which operates on the constitutional code-based model alien to our system, so that we will once again have a single common law system in this country. We have provided, of course, we have the right people doing it, which the Business Opportunities Committee unit is doing, and the task itself can be performed smoothly. In addition, economic research shows that this step will considerably enhance the UK growth rate, not by lowering standards, but by removing or replacing voluminous, poorly drafted, generalised, purposive EU texts. If we miss this opportunity, we will have shirked the core and inevitable consequence of the democratic decision that was taken by the people of this country. We must make our own sovereign democratic laws on our own terms, although on occasion we may well decide to complement laws made in the US or in parts of the EU or parts of the Commonwealth. There is an exchange across different constitutional arrangements, leading sometimes to improved ways of doing things and also to improved laws. And that is a good thing. But ultimately, the simple test is, what does this House decide as a democratic lawmaking system under which we are governed, and the judges themselves determine, in the best traditions of our constitutional arrangements, built up over many centuries, and how they interpret those laws in line with what our sovereign parliament has decided. The Brexit Opportunities Unit and the work of my right honourable friend, the member for North East Somerset, to whom I pay tribute, as well as the work of my committee and to that unit itself, is absolutely enormous. The principle of the bill was agreed on second reading, and as I said, in the Public Bill Committee without amendment. And I would also like to pay tribute to the Government and the Prime Minister for listening to the strong advice that I and others have offered. So the position is this: that this bill is not only justified democratically, but as enacted will continue to be so, and the freedom that it will provide in creating new opportunities for legislation, competitiveness and innovation is self-explanatory.
SNP spokesman Alan Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman. We don't agree on much, bluntly, but I wouldn't doubt his enthusiasm for the subject. Also, if what he's on comes in powder form, I would be grateful if he'd slip me over some wraps. I think I'm missing out on quite a journey. But it is a pleasure to speak in this debate, much as we disagree with the substance and content of this bill. I pay tribute to my friend from Argyll and Bute, who did much of the heavy lifting throughout the earlier stages of this, and for his troubles was rewarded to metamorphose into our Chief Whip, so he's unable to be here today, but I'm pleased to carry on his work. Because the fact that he's maintained his sunny disposition and his sanity during this process really is testament to his fortitude. Because reading through the proceedings throughout that have brought us to this stage, I really couldn't help thinking that they were some sort of satirical effort written by Armando Iannucci or Ian Hislop, Paul Foote. Let's go back a bit further, perhaps Jonathan Swift or Lewis Carroll. I have very much enjoyed Nusrat in Wonderland, of course, in her presentation, so let's have at it. I'll focus on, Mr Deputy Speaker, our amendments 29, 30, 31 and 33. And we'll be taking to a vote Amendment 28, because we do believe that is worth checking the mood of the House. Absolutely. And we'll come on to the detail of that in due course. But I've never been, and I'll speak specifically about our philosophy in approaching this bill, but also the import of it. And I've never been more conscious of the difference in worldview between the members of the government benches and my party and my country. We did not see the EU as a prison to leave. We did not see the EU as undemocratic. EU laws were passed in conjunction with the democratically elected UK government and the democratically elected MEPs in the Council. The member talked about the codified basis of EU legislation, and he's right in that in codified jurisdictions, but to enter into the domestic legal framework within these islands, they had to be dealt with via statutory instrument. So I really don't think that the starting point of this legislation is correct. Now, we deeply regret, our bona fides, we deeply regret leaving the EU in these benches. My country deeply regrets leaving the EU and voted against leaving the EU.
Here, here.
So the fact that we were taken out against our democratic will in Scotland, the gentleman talks about a democratic deficit. There's a democratic deficit in the UK that should worry the benches opposite far more than the one in the EU. Indeed. And I see the smirks, as ever. But it's not just us they're denigrating, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's the people of Scotland. 72% of the people of Scotland in the last opinion poll want back into the European Union. If Brexit has been such a success that we hear about, the UK economy in 2016 was 90% the size of the German economy. It is now 70% the size of the German economy. If anybody would like to prove me wrong in that, these are facts. So I accept the democratic mandate that some of the members are talking about. But in terms of where we're coming from with this bill, I hope that our pro-EU sentiment is respected by the members opposite, because it's deeply felt. This is a matter of deep sadness for us. And deep anger. So I say that in order to be clear where I'm coming from, but I'm not actually interested in fighting old battles. I'm interested in fighting future ones, and we'll be having plenty of those. But I would say to the members opposite, if you will do this damn silly thing, don't do it in this damn silly way. I do not agree with the premise or intent of this legislation, but it's the content of this legislation that's going to come back to haunt this government really fast. In exactly the same way as so many other mistakes which were harumphed to the rafters in this House came back to haunt the very government that tries to deny that it had anything to do with them. Happily.
He makes some very interesting and thoughtful points, but I would just like to ask him, how then did leaving the European Medicines Agency, how then has that come back to haunt this country, given the fact that we were free to invest in a vaccine, creating a vaccine which has benefited others, because we weren't part of it?
Well, I'm glad he mentions that canard that's as often quoted as if the absence of the European Medicines Agency. The European Medicines Agency had 700 jobs in London which were lost from that. There's a starter. There was also absolutely nothing in the UK's response to COVID that membership or otherwise of that Medicines Agency hindered. And I think it really is important to get that point on. It's perfectly legitimate to want to leave the EU. It's perfectly legitimate to want to leave the EU Medicines Agency. But let's not claim successes that were predicated on things that they weren't. So what I find so objectionable about this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that it's so unnecessary. I say I'm not interested in fighting old battles. I'm really not. But for the people who wanted to vote leave and take back control of our laws, etc., well, you won. It happened. Get over it. Every single piece. Every single piece. Yeah, they're not so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they're not so much bad losers as bad winners. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, every single law, regulation, standard, however derived via the EU channels over the long history of the UK's involvement in it, is subject to this House, is subject to this government.
Yeah.
Right now. Any legislative instrument that the UK government wants to amend, repeal, bin, whatever, is open to that authority in this House right now.
Exactly.
So in this bill, I think we have a deeply ideological mistake.
Yep.
And I would urge colleagues to, even at this stage, think hard. The fact that we don't know how many legislative instruments are going to be affected by the scope of this bill surely should give a sensible, rational government pause. I don't dispute the idea that a greater complementarity of the domestic statute book is desirable. Actually, I'm in favour of the codification of all UK and Scots law. If the UK had a unified Gesetzbuch, the way the German government has, I look at the member with a wry smile, I think we'd have a far more logical legislative framework. But we don't need to set arbitrary deadlines, which are going to come back to haunt our own officials and government ministers, for the artificial black hole that will open up over various Whitehall departments. This won't give any legislative certainty. It'll give quite the opposite. There will be a chill effect over deeply, deeply held rights. So for those who wanted to take back control, I don't dispute the logic. I don't dispute the idea that if there is a particular legacy piece of EU legislation that is not fit for purpose, well, it's open to the government to get rid of it through the normal legislative process. But this bill is not the normal legislative process, and we've heard much about parliamentary scrutiny. What this bill is a huge blank cheque to here today, gone tomorrow ministers who have demonstrated throughout the Brexit process a lack of foresight and a lack of competence. And the idea that that is a sensible thing to do, and I appreciate there's a degree of scrutiny over the subordinate legislation, of course there is, but it's nowhere near as good as the scrutiny of this House, and that's why we'll be supporting the Amendment 38, which makes clear that this House should be in charge of that process, not the here today, gone tomorrow ministers.
Here, here.
And the idea that the abolition of laws will lead to some sort of dynamism, some sort of freedom, it won't. It'll lead to legislative black holes into which bad actors will expand really fast. And the idea that the UK government is properly set up to take due account of this when it can't even tell us how many instruments are under consideration really should concern those. So I don't like this bill, but I really do fear that the government is making problems for itself because this is neither rational, nor proportionate, nor pragmatic. The idea that a particular domestic provision, because they're all domestic provisions now, they've all been incorporated into domestic UK law. The idea that they should, because of their origin rather than their content, somehow lapse is an utterly flawed premise. I shall.
I do jib very strongly at his suggestion of avoiding the procedures whereby these laws were made. It's not just a question of their origin, because it's the EU and some people don't like it very much. It is because of the manner in which the procedures operate.
Which I have to contend is a point on which we flatly disagree. And the fact is these legislative instruments over 40, 50 years were accepted by the UK government in this House and latterly in the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh Senate and others. They were also incorporated by his government into domestic law in order to provide ongoing continuing legal sentencing. So where there are pieces of legislation that are not fit for purpose or are somehow holding the country back from this brave new world that we're all excited about, get rid of them. But don't say that vast swathes of the legislative instruments on our statute book should just somehow stop without any thought about their replacement or anything else. is just not a sensible way to go. And these are significant points. And there has been, I accept the point, there has been some hyperbole in terms of what's at risk. I accept that. But what is at risk is fundamental to how the citizens of our countries lead their lives. It's labour rights, it's rights to clean air, clean water, product safety, consumer protection, food quality, protection for women in the workplace, protection of biodiversity, trading standards, health and safety. I could go on, there's a lot more, and colleagues will come on to that. But there are deeply held principles which our party cherished that under this bill will be subject to a reversal process which we reject. So in terms of what we're looking to do and focus upon, our amendment, we will, as I say, support Amendment 36. We'll also support the Labour amendments in terms of workers' rights and elsewhere. We do need a united front on this. But our focus, given we are the SNP, is about Scotland's democracy. Because I believe, and the Minister made a number of points about the increased power for the Scottish Parliament, and there are some powers. But if she's being fully intellectually robust about that process, we also need to look at the interaction of the UK Internal Market Act and the fact that just yesterday a Section 35 order was given by this government. Now that is implicit in the devolution settlement. That makes clear that the reality of devolution is that anything done by the Scottish Parliament can be called in by the UK ministers. Now I don't like that, but that's the reality of devolution. But what the UK Internal Market Act makes clear is that any future law of any Scottish emanation of government could be subject to calling in on a political grounds in order to maintain the coherence of the UK internal market. Now that means every single power of the Scottish Parliament and every local authority, health service, university, all the rest, is subject to a gainsay that upends the fundamental principle of devolution.
Well, Honourable Frank,
happily.
Just wonder what his thoughts are about the fact that with the situation he's describing, with those powers being called in, they'd be called in by a minister, not this House.
I'd agree with the point, but I have to say that's the reality of devolution, which is why we think devolution is not suitable for Scotland's ambitions and wants. The Act in question was passed by Labour members, SNP members, Green, Liberal Democrat and 3 Conservative members, and yet has been called in by the Secretary of State for Scotland. Now, we will fight that. We think that's a bad decision, and we will take that right the way through the courts. But the UK Internal Market Act makes clear that any future decision of any Scottish body is subject to the UK Internal Market Act, and this bill makes clear that the past isn't safe either. Existing bits of statute within the domestic statute book are open to reversal as well, and some will fall off the statute book altogether. So where the Minister says that she's keen on more powers for the Scottish Parliament, I really would hope that she'd accept our Amendment 28, which we will be putting to the vote, which makes that explicit. There are opportunities to tidy up the EU elements of domestic statute. I fully accept that. I accept that, and I accept it needs to be done. But it's not done by setting fire to the House because you don't like the curtains in the downstairs privy, which is what this bill does. I think it is flatly a damn silly thing.
Would you like to give way?
I shall.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. Would he recognise that there's also a commonality in terms of concerns that he's voiced and also approach in terms of not just Scotland but also Wales and Northern Ireland, and that myself and my honourable friends from South Belfast and Foyle, and indeed members from Plaid Cymru, have tabled similar amendments 37 and 38 in that regard, and I'm glad he's pushing that to a vote. Would you recognise as well that the capacity of our local civil service to do this is constrained, particularly in relation to the end of 23 deadline, and in particular in Northern Ireland, where we don't actually have a functioning assembly? We have a particular challenge where a lot of this could actually drop off the statute book with no one in political charge to actually take any control of the situation.
The member makes a really very important point, and it's worth stressing to colleagues that the UK constitutional arrangements in London, in Wales, in Scotland, in Northern Ireland, were all predicated upon the maintenance of the single market, the customs union and the EU. That was the balance of devolved competences that was struck. All of this was upended by Brexit and the actions of the UK government since. So there is deep consequence for the devolved settlements in all the home nations of this bill and indeed the Brexit process. So if we're serious about protecting devolution, and I frankly don't accept that the UK government is, in the light of yesterday's decision, but if we're serious about protecting devolution, we have put forward, as have others, ways to protect that. But I don't think this bill is fit for purpose. I disagree with the purpose of this bill. I think it was born of spite and hubris rather than any pragmatic, rational process. I think it will cause problems for the UK government, and I say that with no pleasure. I think it will cause problems for the UK government, and in so doing will undermine the devolution settlement and cause grave disquiet to millions of our businesses and our citizens. If you're going to do this damn silly thing, don't do it in this damn silly way. Thank you.
Dean Russell.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak primarily about the new Clause 1, and we'll touch upon the other amendments. The reality of this bill is that it's delivering on the promise of Brexit, but also the practicalities of what that means for this country. The truth is, when people went and voted for Brexit across this country in a large majority, especially at the last election, what we found was that people wanted to use, as the phrase has been referenced a lot today, about taking back control. Well, there's no greater taking back control than being able to have politicians and MPs in this place and the government that they've elected to be able to decide on the laws and make sure that they are being implemented. Now, we've talked a lot today about the idea that this is somehow a burden or a bonfire of rights. Actually, what we see through the government, and I saw it myself last year, was an absolute passion by this government and this Conservative Party to make sure that workers' rights are at the heart of what we do. We, in the past year, just in my own work as a backbench MP, I brought in a private member's bill for tips to make sure that workers can keep their tips that the member for Ernest Morn is bringing through to the next stage to improve workers' rights. We've improved backed bills, private members' bills, around extending maternity rights, extending carers' leave. There's lots of ways that we're doing that, and that's not because we're being forced to, not because the EU has told us to, but because we believe that is the right thing to do, and I fully back that. Now, the truth of this bill is that it's about making sure that in this place, when voters vote for us, we have the ability to make changes that they can choose at the next election to keep us or get rid of us. But by kicking it down the road, which is what effectively the amendments I've seen today have been about, will mean that actually that will never happen. We have to have a deadline, but also one that is purposeful but delivers on what people actually voted for at the last election. We need to make sure that we're delivering in a timely fashion. And the idea that somehow we're putting too much work onto civil servants, it's going to be too hard, it's too much effort. Well, actually, we're here to be voted in to deliver. And if we're not going to make sure that our civil servants are delivering on that, and the civil servants do an amazing job, I have to say, my experience with them has been fantastic, is making sure that we're delivering on those promises that we made to the British public. Now, there's lots of ways that I've heard the misinformation and some, in cases, sadly, I think, in the media and in emails, disinformation about what this bill will do. It's not about reducing rights. It's not about reducing environmental measures. It's actually about making sure that we're looking at what laws are in place in this country that are being delivered by this country for the British people. And the idea that... I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
The honourable member, he and I have worked collaboratively on a number of different things, including the online safety bill. I think what is concerning is that given the vast swathe of legislation that is still yet to be determined, that there is difficulties around trust. So these particularly the rights that have been built up over a number of years of workers, but already also environmental standards, even in terms of online safety, because that is also one of, well, several aspects that are included within this swathe of thing, that if they could be brought back to the House so we could see them, if there was a significant change in the existing provision, then that would restore confidence. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her comments, and I've enjoyed working with her as well on the online safety bill, and as we heard yesterday, that's made huge progression yesterday going through now to the Lords. I think the key point here is that there are many, many laws, and there's many pieces of what I would consider to be red tape that are within the statute books at the moment, some of which even those who wanted us to stay in the EU don't even know exist. And so what we need to do is make sure we go through a process to identify those. And as it says very clearly, this is about amending, repealing or replacing that legislation. Now, one of the areas for that is making sure that the case law that currently in some instances refers to EU pieces of case law and others are referring to UK pieces. There's legislation that will become very rapidly out of date because of the fact that it refers to old EU legislation and priorities and policies. That can't be right. We need to make sure that our legislation is fit for purpose and up to date. Yes, I'll gladly take it.
Just on a small point which has just been raised, may I just mention the fact that the Online Safety Bill is not actually EU-retained law. Yes, it is. They have a law in the European Union, but with our bill here is not.
Yes, absolutely. I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend on that point. I'm conscious of time, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think the bit that I really wanted to just touch upon here was about the role of this with regard to growth and within small businesses. What we need to make sure is that within this country, our small businesses, and small businesses are, I believe, something like 99% of all of our businesses, it's absolutely essential that they can be nimble in a different world that we live in nowadays. We used to talk about the fact that we had a shop on every corner of the high street. We now have businesses that can be in every corner of the world. And actually, that means that we need to be nimble. We need to make sure that they can grow. We need to make sure that they aren't being burdened with spending most of their time doing admin and back office stuff to fulfil legislation that is out of date and unnecessary. We need to make sure we know what that is. And when it comes to... I'll take a...
for giving way. And while we're looking at the revocation and reform bill as we have before us tonight, and most of the United Kingdom will benefit from that, and we as a party will be supporting government tonight when it comes to the votes. Northern Ireland is left behind due to the protocol bill that the Honourable Gentleman referred to. Does the Honourable Gentleman agree, while we do these things tonight, we must ensure that the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill goes through and the people of Northern Ireland have the very same rights as the residents here have in the United Kingdom?
My honourable member but honourable friend for his comments, and absolutely we need to get that sorted because it's absolutely essential we move forward in the right way. But my point on small businesses is that small businesses at the moment have to have staff to do extra things to deal with government, whether it be to do with admin, processes, all of these different things. Actually, if we can relieve that stress from them, if we can make it so they can be more nimble, if they can spend more of their time selling and doing rather than having to fill out paperwork, that's got to be a good thing. And when we look at this legislation, we've got to make sure that everything that's there is fit for purpose, that there is a purpose to it, and that we're being purposeful in making sure it's being implemented. And the idea that we've got thousands of laws that are part of the statute book that actually aren't essential, that aren't necessarily needed, and actually are just there when many members probably don't even realise that they exist, cannot be good for this country. It cannot be good for growth, and it cannot be good especially for small businesses and those who run those small businesses. So I will finish there. There's lots more I'd like to talk about, but I would just like to say I absolutely support this bill. I look forward to seeing it going through to the Lords, and I hope members on the opposite benches will see the benefits that this will bring to this country. And when they talk about taking back control, they realise this is at the heart of that. Thank you.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, this bill certainly hasn't improved with age. On the contrary, all of its flaws have become more and more exposed as the chorus of criticism of it has become louder and louder. And we've heard ministers a lot this afternoon blame misrepresentation. I think they just need to realise they have brought this mess entirely upon themselves. And I wonder now, on reflection, whether they regret embarking on a process that has made opponents of so many people they didn't need to anger. I listened to the Chief Exec of the Wildlife Trust on the radio this morning. He was absolutely scathing about the bill. And the government has brought this upon itself. And whatever ministers think it is they're doing, this is very, very bad politics, not that it's for me to advise them. Now, the fundamental problem, as we've heard in the debate, is the government still doesn't really seem to know what it is it wants to do. Here we are, 6.5 years after the referendum, and they can't tell us precisely what they want to scrap,
what they want to amend and what they want to save. They can't tell us. Now, for my sins, I read the committee stage Hansard, and despite being asked that question many times, the Minister could not or would not provide an answer. So, as yet, I describe this as a process without a purpose. And in the meantime, as we've also heard, ministers have created huge uncertainty for business. Now, it is extraordinary, and that's why I am supporting the amendments being put down by my honourable friend, the member for Ellesmere, Port and Neston, because what they're seeking to do is to give substance to what the government claims, which is it has no intention of sweeping away lots of environmental, consumer protection, workers' rights laws, but they just refuse to be specific about the ones that they are going to keep. And that's why the amendments would make it clear beyond doubt which pieces of EU retained law will not be affected by sunsetting. I'm also supporting the cross-party amendment put down by my honourable friend, the member for Walthamstow, because whatever differences of view there may be in the House about other aspects of the bill, surely nobody would argue that it is acceptable to repeal legislation by accident. Nobody can argue for that. In other words, that a piece of retained EU law should suddenly disappear from the statute book in just over 11 months' time because no one noticed its existence. Now, the Minister argued in committee that allowing, and I quote, allowing outdated retained EU laws to languish on our statute book when they do not work in the best interests of the UK, debate, is irresponsible. What I would argue is it is irresponsible to propose this legislation which could cause laws to disappear simply by neglect. When ministers cannot even produce a list of the so-called outdated laws, and this idea that all of these bits of legislation are dragging the nation down, I simply do not understand, let alone they cannot produce a full and complete list of all the pieces of retained EU law that come within scope of this bill. And it's because of that that the amendment my honourable friend will be moving is necessary. And the government's admitted it doesn't have such a list. It's been asked repeatedly. And the best answer they could come up with was the dashboard presents an authoritative but not a comprehensive catalogue of retained EU law. Now, it might as well have been better to say, we don't yet know what it is we're talking about. Because that, I think, is a fair summary of the bill. And that is why the amendment that is being moved is needed, because it will provide a fallback and a fail-safe, and it gives the House control, much debate about that today, gives the House control about what stays and what goes, and I hope members will support it. And finally, on the sunset deadline, everybody knows that it is completely unrealistic. Everybody knows. In the second reading debate, a former holder of the job I had the privilege to do, the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, while supporting the bill, said there's a bit of a problem with the deadline here because of what you're asking civil servants and ministers to do. Nobody believes it's going to happen, which is why I argued last time that lots of this stuff will just be saved using the powers that are within the bill. And we should help the government by voting for the amendment to move the sunset date from this December to 2026. And it is, above all, it's a terrible diversion of resources and effort. You know, there's so many things in this country at the moment that are not working, and I'm not going to go through the list, but we all know that because it's the experience of our constituents. Why doesn't the government focus on those things rather than on pieces of legislation that are working because they protect our environmental standards and our consumer rights and our working conditions? And the fact that they originated in many respects from the European Union really doesn't matter one way or another. They're laws that we approve of, we like, we want to keep, and that's why so many people are so unhappy about this bill, because it threatens and it doesn't look as if the government knows what it's doing.
Craig Whittaker.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to, first of all, if I may, put on record my support for this bill, where for me, I fully understand the huge amount of opportunities it presents for UK PLC. I don't accept those who believe this is actually a bill to strip away rights and hard-fought-for gains in various pieces of legislation. And those who do detract seem to forget that when the UK was part of the EU, legislation change was often led by this country for those very improved rights for all people in the EU, and it is because of this country's input that many pieces of these legislation are in place today in the EU. So on that basis, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is no reason why we cannot enhance some of these laws further, and this bill will give us, as a nation, every opportunity to do so. I would like to ask, though, Mr Deputy Speaker, from the Minister, if I may, that we ensure that when changes are made, that we take every opportunity to enhance laws beyond that which we currently see. And as well as doing that, can we ensure that we have a swift mechanism that when we don't get it right, because on some instances we won't get it right, that we can swiftly change to plug any loopholes. And today I just want to briefly highlight one sector which is being exploited, not by the Europeans, but by the far eastern countries as a result of us being too liberal, with good intention, I might add, from the outset after Brexit. Now, if you're currently a member of the Chartered Institute of Trademark Attorneys, CITMA, and you are EU qualified, but you currently do not reside in the EU, you cannot practice on EU trademarks in the EU, or in this country, for that matter. Now, when Brexit happened, the only criteria we adopted to represent a client here in the UK is that you have to have a UK address. So a different and changed criteria to what we traditionally operated under. And this change, and as I said earlier, whilst it had every intention of making the system more open, actually has brought huge unintended consequences with tens of thousands of additional applications clogging up the system. We see Far Eastern companies and others setting up a PO box in this country, which counts as having a UK address. Now, on the face of it, that doesn't seem to be an issue, until, of course, you need to contact them, which you cannot. Now, prior to Brexit, if a trademark was breached in this country, a company would employ a trademark attorney, who then would negotiate with the company or attorney of the company breaching the trademark or trying to apply for a similar trademark. An agreement generally would be reached before it having to go to court, and the cost to UK business was more of an irritant than a substantial cost. Now we have a multitude of PO boxes where a company's attorney can't even get a reply from an email from these so-called companies. This means it has to go to court on virtually every occasion. Not to mention, the cost of which to the UK company is many times more costly than used to be the case, not to mention the huge amounts of frustration and irritation which comes with the current process. Now, just to highlight, Mr Deputy Speaker, how huge this is, these foreign-based firms with PO boxes now account for 39% of all UK trademark applications at the UK IPO, compared to just 19% prior to Brexit in 2019. Now, if we're not careful, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will have a situation where trademark incentive industries, which, by the way, accounts for 770 billion to our GDP each year, may be completely undermined by what appears on paper to be a good change of legislation, but in reality has the ability to totally undermine the sector as a huge part of our GDP. Therefore, without taking the House's time any further, I'd like to ask the Minister to reiterate what safeguards will be in place to make sure unintended consequences like this, like is currently happening to the trademark and IP sector, do not happen going forward. And also, what can the Minister do to ensure that we have a system in place where legislation can be changed quickly, like in the case of SITMA, when we totally miss these unintended consequences? Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to raise formally Amendment 36 in my name and the member from Halton Price and many other members across this House. Mr Deputy Speaker, there have been 3 responses to this legislation as far as I can see in Parliament. Firstly, those who've not paid attention because, let's face it, many years on from the Brexit referendum, still anything that involves Europe is cold cup of sick territory. Understandable but not excusable, because it means that those people haven't woken up that this is nothing to do with Brexit and everything to do with an audacious ministerial power grab. The second group are those people who've read it and are completely happy with the idea that the government should just hit delete on all legislation with the word Europe in, and the confusion and chaos and complications that will cause for our constituents because it's a price worth paying. That's not understandable, but it is excusable, because they don't see the laws that were at stake here, they just see the word Europe. And there's an honesty in being so hell-bent on the idea that anything we've ever shared with Europe is bad, it doesn't matter whether people value it. Employment rights, environmental protections, consumer standards, flight safety rules. For them, if the choice is cake or death, it's death every time. The third group of people are the people I'm trying to appeal to today, the people who know this isn't the right way to deal with retained EU law, but are hoping that somebody else will step in and sort it out. The opposition, other MPs, the Lords, or perhaps even some divine intervention in the Lord himself. And that isn't understandable or excusable, because if this legislation goes through unamended, it will stop us doing our job, and it's our job to speak up for our constituents. This debate today is not about how the Europeans make legislation. We've left the European Union. This is exactly about what taking back control meant, and whether actually you will be able to speak up for your constituents on the issues that they do care about, and those emails in your inbox show that they care. Because it wasn't a sovereign Whitehall that was promised during the Brexit referendum. It wasn't taking back control to Downing Street, but that's exactly what this legislation does. And it does it in a way that is beyond parody. I personally think that that dashboard was created as a way of keeping the previous business secretary occupied, that he could just put random words into it. But it is a farce that we are, as my colleague on the front row said, legislating by website. And it does matter that the scope of legislation is correct, which is what Amendment 36 does. Let me help the ministers out here, because they don't know how many laws are missing from it, but we've already found many. The Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulation 2017, the Conservation of Offshore Marine Habitat Species Regulations, the Marine Strategy Regulations, the Marine Works Regulations, the Welfare of Animals Order. In other cases, the dashboard lists regulations that are no longer law, so some poor civil servant is going through them even though they don't exist anymore. And in the Financial Services Bill, that there are at least 4 EC regulations that do not appear on the dashboard that are converted, and 2 of the first 5 statutory instruments it seeks to revoke are not listed on the dashboard. It is estimated this process is going to cost the taxpayer tens of millions of pounds at a time when we're all being told to tighten our belts on the government's mismanagement of the economy. The 3,500 pieces of legislation is estimated, but it could be more, and I suspect that's why the Minister doesn't want to be honest with us, compares to the 600 that we made during the Brexit process. Now, the Minister says that the dashboard is going to be updated. It's going to be updated after the point that you are being asked to approve this process. So I tell ministers I will withdraw this amendment if they can just give us a clear number, a clear list of what is in scope. I do not understand why that is an unreasonable proposition, because frankly, backbenchers of any political party should be worried about the precedent of legislation that allows government to give themselves enabling powers without defining its limitations. And that's before we even get on to the precision about who makes the decision about what happens next. Because ministers want to tell me that I'm scaremongering when I raise concerns about how they're going to use these powers, that of course they wouldn't get rid of these laws. Well, let's have a look at that scaremongering, because I've been tabling PQs to try and understand what's going to happen. Some of these rights that I know all of our constituents care about, like paid annual leave, bathing water quality, the Sharps rules in hospitals, consumer protection from unfair trading, food hygiene legislation, toy safety legislation, surely things that they would want to put beyond the reach of saying to anybody that they might be revoked, or they might be accidentally lost down the back of the ministerial sofa, along with the 800 of these amendments, of these regulations that have no ministerial lead, so are quite likely to get lost in that process. And the problem that I have is that ministers are clear that there are some regulations that they are going to revoke, that they are going to keep. So they do know what they want to do with this power that you are going to hand them. They just don't want to be honest about it. Why do they know they want to keep the bird flu regulations, but not maternity leave and paternity leave? And I say to the Minister, she ought to talk to her colleague who wrote back to me very clearly saying that they were reviewing that. And that is where the problem comes with this. You may trust your government colleagues to do the right thing, in the same way that you might trust a 17-year-old when you give them the keys to a Porsche, just to polish it. But those of us who've been here and seen governments of different colours, with the temptation that comes with ministerial power, know the point about taking back control was parliamentary sovereignty. That starts with knowing what it is we're being asked to hand over. We're being asked to hand over an unknown number of laws. That's what Amendment 36 asks us to have clarity on. We also have to hope that our colleagues in the other place will make it clear that we will be able to influence, not just in a like it or lump it in a statutory instrument, and don't kid anybody who sat on them and that's somehow a good effective version of parliamentary scrutiny, that we can speak up for our constituents. Because it may feel like it's a cold cup of sick territory to see something with the word Europe in, but with all the rights and regulations are up for deletion under this, I promise you our constituents will not forgive us if we don't stand up for parliamentary sovereignty and support Amendment 36.
Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. May I begin by thanking the fantastic Bill team, some of whom may be listening to our proceedings this afternoon, because this piece of work is one that it was extremely difficult to do and to pull together, and the hard work they put into achieving it and to doing it in a timely way shows, it has to be said, the British civil service at its best, and I'm sometimes quite critical of the British civil service, so it's nice to be able to put on record and in Hansard my grateful thanks to the really deeply impressive work that's been done on this piece of legislation that is being enormously overinterpreted by the benches opposite. And it has to be said, as my honourable friend the Minister did, mainly by people who never wanted to leave the European Union anyway. And I thought it was rather marvellous that the honourable gentleman, the member for Stirling, thought that it was going to expand into a black hole. I think the laws of physics are being rewritten by the opponents of Brexit, because as far as I'm aware, things don't expand in black holes. That's rather the point of them. They are sucked in, and even light is trapped by the gravity. So there is a misconception opposite in so many ways when we get to this bill and the amendments that are in front of it. And the amendments themselves are deeply confused because, on the one hand, there's a concern that this is a great power grab. That this enormously powerful state will snatch power away from the House of Parliament. On the other hand, they want the regulations to be extended. Well, either it's a great power grab, all the regulations should be extended. It can't be both. And the truth is that it is mainly technical. What it is doing is correcting our statute book so that we no longer have laws that refer to European regulations that may themselves have been repealed or amended. So we have currently rules that are based on things that are either out of date or possibly even no longer exist. That is no basis for our statute book. That is a technical tidying up operation which will apply to the regulations that are kept. But it's also technical, if we look at 4 and 5, in terms of ensuring that our law has one base, that the validity of, speaking loosely, UK law, and obviously there's Scots law and English and Welsh law and Northern Irish law, has its own individual base without EU law principles, a civil code approach influencing, upsetting and confusing it. And that applies both to the principle of supremacy of EU law and the general principles of EU law and the ability of our courts to revisit earlier judgments so that they are based on what we can loosely call UK law. This is an extremely sensible approach to take. The SNP, as so often, gets very confused in the European debate because it wants, and it makes its case for, greater sovereignty for Scotland until it hands it all over to the European Union. So the SNP wants independent from the Westminster Parliament, which they make a very noble contribution, and I see the former leader in his place, who made a very fine contribution to this House as leader. They make a contribution here, but they want to leave here to hand it to Brussels. This seems to me the definition of eccentricity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and something that does not have a logical base. And what this bill does is give power to the devolved authorities. They will be able to take retained EU law and do with it as they please. They can keep it, they will be able to revoke it, They can amend it, but they can't extend it. Now, why can't it be extended? This is a point that has been raised, and it is one that people have some concern about. Because this is technical. This is turning the status quo into domesticated law. If people want to make the political argument for extending laws, they have the abilities to do that where that is devolved. They have the power to do it, but it is not this bill. Likewise, in this Parliament, if we wish to extend the regulations, we have the ability to do it. And that comes on to the entirely spurious point about... Of course, I'll give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful, but I hope you would understand the point that, of course, there's a difference. We wish to be back in the European Union as an independent country, but by dint of this bill, we're going to have to introduce legislation to make sure that we remain aligned with the European Union. We have no desire to do that because we're already closely aligned, and what is happening is that this is going to be forced on us against our will by this Parliament.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the right honourable gentleman makes a fair point that there is going to be some work for the Scottish Parliament to do to maintain the status quo. That is a policy decision for the Scottish Parliament from a decision that was taken by the whole of the United Kingdom. But that is how devolution works, and that is a proper working of devolution and a fair working of devolution. That actually is what gives the Scottish Parliament the power to do what it wants to do. It flows from our constitutional settlement and from the overarching decision made by the British people as one people to leave the European Union. But I was just coming on to the entirely bogus point about the threat to rights. My honourable friend, the member for Watford, in his opening speech in the second reading, made it clear on behalf of the government that the environmental rights were going to be maintained. That is something the government has been committed to and is committed to, but it will maintain them in UK law. And we have been able to do this before. I believe Henry Brooke was the Home Secretary who introduced the Clean Air Acts in the 1950s. The Conservative Party has a pretty good record on this. It turns out that the 1893 Self-Goods Act, which I referenced earlier to the Minister, was one of the last acts of Gladstone. So the Liberals should be proud of their history of doing things in a British way rather than needing the European Union to do it. The 1938 Holidays with Pay Act. Again, the protection of worker rights. And this is before we go back to Lord Shaftesbury and the Factory Acts. We don't need to go into the mists of time to see that we can do it for ourselves. And then finally, I must mention the amendment on the list that is needed, because this is really the man upon the stair. We all know about the man upon the stair. Yesterday, upon the stair, I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away. If we don't know what our laws are, how are people supposed to obey them? If the laws are unknown, mystic, possibly imaginary, surely they shouldn't be laws in the first place. They have made the best argument for getting rid of the man upon the stair who wasn't there in the first place. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to keep my remarks to the impact of the bill on laws that fall within the remit of the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. The government's dashboard lists only 570 laws that DEFRA entered falling in the scope of this bill. That figure alone would make DEFRA the most heavily impacted department in government. However, through the debate we had at Bill Committee, it became clear that maybe as many as 1,000 individual laws are at risk of being revoked by the Bill Sunset Clause in December of this year. There are just not the resources in DEFRA to enable officials to properly examine each of these laws in turn in the time remaining before the sunset sweeps them away. Never mind all the other work on elms, sewage, waste, air quality and our commitments made at the Nature COP in Montreal. We will have a year of navel-gazing, whilst our nature is depleted further due to the short-sightedness of the government. Instead of clogging up the entire department with months of pointless work reviewing lists of laws that no one wants to drop, and I take umbrage with the Right Honourable Member for North East Somerset. There are no guarantees. The government are not guaranteeing a single one of these will be retained in UK law as time stands now. The government should prioritise their environmental commitments in the Environment Act 2021 and the 25-year environment plan, including the action and policies necessary to deliver nature's recovery by 2030, as well as the environment targets whose statutory instrument is coming into law next Monday. Those should be the department's priorities. A definitive list of environmentally important measures does not exist. One could say the government have played themselves. It's the same old story, but there's still time to change the ending. We know that it's even more extensive than the comparable list of the retained EU law that provides critical protections for workers' rights and conditions. The inventory of workers' rights legislation is shorter and more easily identifiable. So there are important differences between the three domains of rights protection highlighted by Labour's amendments today, all of which would set us back on the right path and change the ending, although the bill really is unnecessary, and we do need to retain all of these regulations and laws as minimum standards in this country. The environmental retained EU laws covered by the bill include major protection relying for clean air, clean water, safe food, as well as providing crucial safeguards for the world's most nature-depleted nation. Actually, not my words, not the words of the opposition, but the words of Government Minister Lord Goldsmith in the other place. Under the bill, critical environment protections face the prospect of being revoked without replacement or potentially being replaced by weaker regulations, which is a real and identifiable concern that we have. Because of the extremely limited time available to consider and draft workable replacements before the application of the sunset clause, and because of the lack of parliamentary oversight and public consultation, we must focus on those issues if we want the government to change direction on this bill. The government has said they are committed to maintaining environment protections. And I'm going to quote the Right Honourable Member for North East Somerset. He said, and actually I think he just repeated himself, this is already my speech from an earlier debate, the government is committed to maintain all the environment protections that currently exist and met a number of environmental lobby groups to confirm this. But there's no guarantee. It's just his words on the record, and he is no longer a member of the government, as we know. I will give way.
I'm grateful to him for giving way. Isn't it also the case that actually, as far as we're aware, the perception of environmental legislation held by the Right Honourable Member for North East Somerset tends to be very much a narrow thing about habitats, water and so forth. It doesn't include things like product standards. It doesn't talk about chemical regulation, for example, or efficiency standards, all of these things that might not necessarily be under DEFRA, but which absolutely affect us every day of our lives.
Length, particularly about REACH, which I did in the Bill Committee, but I actually want to give other members time to make their speeches, so I absolutely take on her points, and I'm sure others will pick them up later in the debate. Well, as I mentioned him twice, I will give way.
I'm very grateful, because I just want to clarify a point. It's not really my word that is of any significance in this. It is a dispatch box commitment, which governments tend to be bound by successively. I would point out that on legislative reform orders, this government has tended to follow the dispatch box commitment given by Paul Goggins when he was a Labour minister. Dispatch box commitments are important.
Forward to repeating back to him his words and the words to the government front bench, Treasury bench, in December of this year to see if that is true. Only time will tell. Maybe my poor level of trust will be wiped away and eroded, but I doubt it. So I'm just going to conclude to give others more time. The bill as it stands today gives us no such protections. A charter of the bonfire of rights and protections the public not just hold dear, but need to breathe clean air, drink clean water, and ensure that our countryside isn't ravaged by destruction and extraction. That is why I'm supporting our front bench amendments today and the amendments by my honourable friend from Westminster. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the Minister for the dear colleague letter that arrived last night, which has gone a long way to myth-busting some of the misinformation that's been put about this bill, particularly clarifying that the bill will not weaken environmental protections and that the government is committed to protecting workers' rights. However, the letter doesn't mention consumer legislation. Consumer legislation often is in many different government departments, and that may be part of the reason why. I particularly want to focus on consumer legislation. I worked for many years as a British MEP representing British constituents and also chaired the European Parliament's Internal Market Committee, which is responsible for consumer legislation. So I'm very aware of how important much EU consumer legislation is to protecting our own constituents. They are British consumers. And this covers many areas like food safety, product safety, safety when you travel. But I'm also very aware that EU legislation is not always perfect in all regards. Yes, the UK did play a key part in negotiating much EU consumer law, but this doesn't mean that every single element of the law perfectly fits the UK market or perfectly fits UK consumer needs. In some cases, the UK may have wanted to introduce different or even stronger protections, but to get consensus across all EU member states, either a one-size-fits-all or lowest common denominator approach was sometimes followed. There are examples when I saw sometimes larger companies lobbying on specific regulations or product specifications and making them so specific that smaller competitors would find themselves locked out of the market, thus stifling competition, reducing consumer choice. So I do agree with the principle of this bill that all of Whitehall needs to look again at all EU retained law and make sure that it fits UK needs. Furthermore, where unnecessary regulation produces additional costs, these costs are too often passed on to consumers. In today's economic environment, so many of our constituents have such pressures on their household budgets. We need to reduce those unnecessary costs. So I do understand Clause 15 and why it's been drafted. However, this does not mean that removing all consumer regulation is in the consumer's interest either, because a well-regulated market can benefit consumers, especially when it comes to safety measures. And there may be examples why it would be sensible for the UK to actually increase safety measures and therefore maybe increase regulations in some places. And we also need to make sure that important protections don't inadvertently drop out of our legislation during this process. So, therefore, it's important that ministers look to ensure that equivalent or indeed improvement legislation is put in place so that consumer interests, especially safety, can still be protected. And I hope that the minister may be able to comment on that in a wind-up. We should also recognise that there are some areas, particularly in fast-moving sectors, where new or deeper regulation is needed. The consumer organisation, which regularly reminds us that product safety regulations don't fully cover the way consumers spend their lives online. And there may be an opportunity to improve this in the forthcoming Digital Markets Consumer and Protection Bill, and product safety regulations could be updated given the new consultation that is shortly to be launched by the Office of Product Safety Standards. And we need to make sure that the retained EU law bill doesn't cut across those other types of initiatives. However, the UK has a very strong global reputation for producing good regulation. This matters because we want to encourage businesses from all over the world to produce, manufacture and sell in the UK market. This helps to create jobs in each of our constituencies, increase prosperity and drive growth here in the UK. In order to do this, businesses need certainty, so they want to have a transparent regulatory process which includes consultation both with businesses and consumer organisations, and the parliamentary scrutiny that is important to help reduce the risk of unintended consequences. And we know that producing good regulation, drafting changes and consulting on those changes can take time. We also know, and it's important to say again, that the retained EU law bill in itself does not repeal all EU law. It just introduces a sunset clause for the majority of this law. And the sunset clause is being set at the end of this mine. And we know, any of us who've worked on detailed regulation, that that is a very, very short period of time. However, tight deadlines do focus minds. The bill does give an extension mechanism for specified pieces of EU law until 2026, and also for some retained EU law to be preserved and incorporated in domestic law where needed. So I've heard what the Minister said about the dashboard. It is a helpful audit. And I've also looked closely at Amendment 36, and I understand where it's coming from. But actually, I think the more important thing about is in order to deliver this, is how the bill is going to be implemented. And therefore, can I ask the ministers for 4 things in the way they implement it? First of all, to set out clearly and as quickly as possible which regulations will have the 2023 sunset. Can I also urge them not to be afraid of using the extension option to 2026, where that's necessary? Can I urge them to ensure that protections for consumers are not inadvertently dropped during this process, and to look across Whitehall at all consumer legislation? And finally, to make sure that any new or amended consumer legislation is properly introduced in an orderly way with proper consultation and scrutiny.
Thank
you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. One of the loveliest plaudits I've had since becoming a Member of Parliament is to become a species champion. The species champion for the brimstone butterfly. And I only wish I had longer and I could tell you all what a beautiful butterfly it is and exactly the way that you can conserve it. And as I stand here today, I'm reminded of my daughter's very favourite film, which was a film called The Lorax. And if you've seen it, and I have seen it many, many, many times, the Lorax stands and speaks for the trees. Well, today, I'm not just speaking for the trees. Today, I am speaking for nature. Because there are very legitimate concerns about the impact of the revocation of all EU retained law. And these come from the RSPB, Butterfly Conservation, Bug Life, Plant Life, Bumblebee Trust, Bat Conservation Trust, and Amphibian and Reptile Conservation. Now, these, Mr. Speaker, are not radical and militant groups. They're not interested in the rights and wrongs of Brexit, and many, of course, were in existence way before the UK even joined the EU. But their intervention is clearly unprecedented. These are mainstream conservation charities who rely upon their membership, a membership which I know personally is comprised of people with completely different political beliefs, but who share that common desire to improve and support nature. So when the RSPB calls this bill, quote, an attack on nature, then we have to listen. Now, the government created the category of retained EU law to ensure continuity after leaving the EU, and their deadline is arbitrary. Anyone would think that the Prime Minister was more concerned about the local elections coming up and the pending general election than he was in doing the right thing. This whole bill flies in the face of common sense. To rush to get rid of legislation without the time or the capacity to properly consider what we might want to keep doesn't make sense. And as been repeatedly pointed out during this debate, the Minister is not even aware of all of the legislation which we could possibly be getting rid of. It feels, Mr. Speaker, that the government is intent on cutting its nose off to spite its face. It's childish. And it's another example of the Prime Minister putting the needs of his own Brexit extremists ahead of what is right for our country. Now, the Secretary of State for DEFRA had told the Environment and Climate Change Committee that there were 1,000 possible pieces of legislation. Now, we know that figure has doubled, and the Minister is unable to give a final figure. So if we don't know how much legislation is impacted, how can we possibly consider what we want to keep? So let's look at what's at risk. The environmental protections at risk include the highly effective habitats regulations, which protect some of our most threatened and rare species and their habitats from the impacts of inappropriate development and persecution. The Water Framework Directive that regulates water pollution prevention and drives forward quality improvements in rivers and lakes. And the plant protection products that regulates and provides protection for all the environment and human health from pesticides. What we want is, of course, to strengthen and not destroy. But this bill makes a nonsense of the country's environmental targets and commitments, and the Secretary of State for DEFRA knows that. So on one hand, and this shows the confusion of which we have in this government, so on one hand, you have the new statutory English biodiversity targets published in the Environment Act that add to the pre-existing target of having 30% of the country protected for wildlife by 2030. So you have that on one hand. On the other hand, at the same time, we have DEFRA consumed by a scramble to redraft regulations which have taken decades of work and expert consultation to involve under the direction to lessen environmental burdens. Like the rest of government, DEFRA is pulling in two directions at exactly the same time. And Clause 15 of this bill prevents redrafting by precluding any that would, quote, increase regulatory burdens, even if these burdens that we're so worried about increasing only actually amount to an administrative inconvenience. It is crystal clear that the only outcome can be a weakening of environmental protections for our air, our soils, our water, and an increase in the loss of biodiversity. Now, I believe the public really care about this, and the membership of all those organisations who are right across the whole of our country in every constituency, they care too. We are a nation of animal lovers, and we want the air we breathe and the water around us to be clean. And if you don't know what you're getting rid of, how it might impact, what difference it might make. How can you be sure you're doing the right thing? And Mr. Speaker, I was always taught if something is worth doing, it's worth doing well. So can the government just calm down, focus, get it right, because our country will pay the price if it doesn't.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm going to be quite brief. My arguments will be quite simple. They're going to go straight to Amendment 36. When the Right Honourable Member for Leeds Central stood up and spoke, I had a flash of déjà vu to the days when I cooperated with his father, thwarting the Blairite attempts to bypass Parliament some years ago. And it came back to me that he and I also shared a view on the European Union. We both knew it was undemocratic, both of us from ministerial experience, but also because we read our history. Monnet and Schuman designed it to be undemocratic, which is why we wanted to leave. So I come at this, and I say this to the Minister, given what was said before from the front bench, as a Brexiteer, a convinced Brexiteer, a campaigning Brexiteer. And what's more, just to remind the House, given the substance of this bill, I resigned from Cabinet to preserve the right to diverge from the European Union. So I actually agree with the aims of the bill, but I rather agree with the SNP spokesman about the effectiveness of it in those aims. Because looking at it, I voted and I campaigned to improve democracy. I wanted to take back control to give it to Westminster, not to Whitehall. But that is what we've got. We've got Whitehall. Indeed, when the Minister was speaking earlier, she talked about the consultations. Consultations weren't with us. The consultations were with the Scottish Government, the Welsh Government, with departments of state. They weren't with us. And we are the people, at the end of the day, who are responsible for this. What's more, we are being asked here to sign a blank cheque. One might almost say a pig in a poke, because we do not know even how many pieces of legislation are going through on the back of this, let alone what they are. And that, of course, is not democratic. Now, we've heard the anoraks about this SI committee, this sifting committee, and so on. That is not the floor of this House. And these issues that we are talking about are sufficiently important. Some of them, not all of them. Some of them should go to an SI, but some of them really do deserve to come here. I'm just glancing down the list. Aviation safety, compensation rules, insider trading, protecting pensions payout when a company goes bust. I can't think of anything quite more significant to our members, our constituents than that. Preventing the trafficking of illegal weapons. These are substantive issues that need to come to us. I will give way.
I hesitate to stop him, but does he therefore agree with me? The fact that ministers have already unilaterally decided to revoke that piece of legislation that protects our constituents getting 50% of a pension pot if their company goes bust without any consultation with us, because they're going to use the powers in this bill simply to let it to be deleted, makes exactly his case as to why this is not democracy or taking back control.
30 seconds in making exactly that point. I agree with that. And of course, you know, Number 10 rushing this morning or last night to brief the papers and to write to us this morning saying we're not going to remove existing rights and protections, which is plainly not true. We're not going to impinge on environmental rights and so on, actually demonstrates what a great hole there is in the middle of this legislation. If it was covered in the law, we would not need to have that assurance, and all of the NGOs and so on. I don't agree with all of them, frankly, but all the NGOs who are concerned about this wouldn't have had to have their say either. Now, I'll give way, yes, of course.
I'm very grateful, because I too am very much in favour of parliamentary scrutiny and things being done properly, but everything that is being covered by this came in by a secondary measure, and therefore it is proportional. Primary legislation is not within the scope of this bill. If anything that came out of Europe came through in primary legislation, that will have to go through the floor of this House. So unless my right honourable friend is against secondary legislation altogether, I don't quite understand why he finds this bill so shocking.
But two wrongs don't make a right. The reason I didn't like the European Union was precisely what he's just described. We had things almost de facto imposed upon us. going through an SI type route to do things which I thought were important enough to justify discussion on the floor of this House. And the depletion of the floor of this House, in the years before he came to the Chamber mostly, the depletion of the floor of this House was one of the reasons I was a Brexiteer. Now, we have, of course, approached this in a different way in other respects. And the simple truth is, let us imagine it is 4,000 pieces of law, or regulations, or whatever. In truth, probably 90% of that may be clunky, may not work very well, but given that one thing in this bill which I approve of, which is the dealing with the superiority of European law, taking those priorities out of it, that's sensible. Once we've dealt with that, it will broadly work, and it doesn't justify a rush at this exercise. And let me explain what I think, very briefly, what I think the consequence of that will be. I said it's not democratic, but it's also going to be inefficient and possibly incompetent. And I give the House, as a demonstration of this, what we did on March the 23rd, 2020. You may remember, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that was the day we gave the government all sorts of powers under the Coronavirus Emergency Act. And look how many errors were made in governing the country in the next 6 months until we corrected that. If you don't bring a speaker to that dispatch box, if you don't bring a minister to that dispatch box to justify what he's doing, the quality of decision goes down. And that's dangerous when it's as important as these measures we're talking about here. The right approach, in my view, is the approach we've actually taken with some aspects of this. GDPR, we are rewriting under the Digital Act. Solvency II and other financial measures we're rewriting under primary legislation. Some procurement work we're rewriting under primary legislation. We ought to be doing similar things with some other software elements and biomedical rules. That's the way to do it. Pick off the 10% or the 5% that really matter, that make 100% of the difference, and do that properly on the floor of this House, not by remote control on a ministerial diktat in an SI committee upstairs.
Olney.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the member for Halton, Price and Howden in this debate. And I'd like to speak to Amendment 36, tabled in my name, in the names of Right Honourable members from across the House, and pay tribute to the member for Walthamstow for her hard work in drafting that amendment and getting it submitted. In a nutshell, as the member for Walthamstow has already said, we don't know what this bill covers. And neither does the government. The government's dashboard lists just over 2,400 EU-derived laws, and the former minister, the honourable member for Watford, no longer in his place, admitted this is an authoritative but not a comprehensive catalogue of legislation. And the National Archives, based in Kew, in my constituency, has identified significant omissions in the government's dashboard. And the Financial Times has suggested that the true total could be closer to 4,000 pieces of legislation. We simply don't know what we are voting on today. Amendment 36 would ensure that the government would produce a definitive list of the legislation to be revoked or reformed through this bill to ensure that the scope of the work is clear to everyone. And as it currently stands, there is a risk that some laws will fall automatically if the relevant department hasn't identified them. Amendment 36 would also ensure that Parliament has the ultimate say on which legislation is affected by the bill, giving members of this House the power to amend the revocation list by adding or removing instruments. And it's important to remember when we talk about retained EU law, we are talking about legislation that guarantees a host of rights, workers' rights like holiday pay and maternity pay, data protection rights, and legislation that determines our animal welfare and food quality standards. Yet we could see huge swathes of law revoked or reformed with no parliamentary scrutiny or consultations. And it's not just parliamentarians who are concerned. Hundreds of my constituents have emailed me in support of this amendment. This is quite simply an undemocratic power grab by the Conservative government. It is not acceptable for the government to make arbitrary but legally binding decisions on behalf of the whole country without following a proper legislative process. This is a bill completely devoid of parliamentary oversight and accountability, and it will be our constituents who will suffer from declining standards as a result. Liberal Democrats are extremely concerned about the potential for environmental deregulation through this bill, which the RSPB has described as an attack on nature.
The UK is already one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, and the government cannot afford to relax regulation. We urgently need better regulation in this area, and we urgently need better resources to implement and monitor that regulation. And as it stands, the agencies responsible for regulating our air and water quality and preventing pollution have been rendered toothless by this government. Just this week, in my constituency, Thames Water have announced plans to replace water from the River Thames at Teddington Lock with treated sewage in times of drought. Who is going to be monitoring to ensure that that treated sewage maintains a high standard of water quality for the River Thames? There's huge concern amongst my constituents. The last thing they want to hear is that the existing regulations to maintain standards of water quality through the River Thames is just going to be scrapped, and that nothing is going to be put in place to replace that doesn't have adequate parliamentary scrutiny. And what's the government going to do to ensure that agencies responsible for monitoring Thames water are held to account for this? So I hope the Minister will address the concerns raised already in this place about how the government will ensure that this bill does not put our environment further at risk in their closing remarks. I'm also concerned the bill will cause yet more economic damage and uncertainty for businesses and households at the worst possible time. By setting a deadline for the end of 2023 for thousands of pieces of legislation to be scrapped, the government are creating an unnecessary cliff edge. It's unrealistic for officials to trawl through and effectively scrutinise thousands of laws and enact replacements in less than 12 months. When I'm going out and about and I'm talking to businesses and business groups, the one thing they say to me, the one thing that our economy needs right now is certainty. How can they possibly have that certainty when so many of the regulations that underpin their operations are just going to be scrapped? And the other thing they say to me, when they are talking about regulations, they like a clear regulatory environment. It creates a competitive playing field, and it also gives consumers confidence. What they really like is parliamentary scrutiny of that regulation. That, for them, creates good regulation and good law. It is likely that many key sectors will be left in legislative confusion, with laws scrapped and no laws to take their place. And after years of low growth, due to Conservative incompetence and months of worsening business conditions, the last thing that businesses need is increased barriers to trade and more uncertainty, and yet that is what this bill will do. To conclude, this bill is an undemocratic power grab which gives Conservative ministers the power to eliminate vital pieces of legislation. There is no comprehensive list of legislation that will be affected by this bill, and Parliament has no say over its scope. The Liberal Democrats will be voting against this bill today. It's unnecessary, it's unrealistic, it will only serve to cause more uncertainty, whilst potentially eliminating or watering down key protections for our constituents. At the very least, I urge the Government to accept Amendment 36 to increase the transparency of the laws impacted by this bill and to ensure that Parliament is not sidestepped in such an important process. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Much. Marcus Fish.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I voted for the independence that we gained from leaving the EU, as many of my constituents did, but they and I want to see us take advantage of the flexibility that independence gives us to make our own law, and this is the point of Brexit. And I think one of the frustrations that people around the country have had is in not seeing that taken to its logical conclusion. And this bill is a very overdue but welcome part of that. It is necessary. We need this bill because we are looking to streamline our systems. We're looking to give them precision and certainty through a full framework of UK lawmaking, not EU judge-led interpretation and code. And we need this bill for the flexibility and agility that it will give us, being able to promote competitiveness, law that's appropriate to our conditions in these islands, and focus on the things that are really important to our constituents. We need those laws to be accountable to them. We need this bill for practicality and pace in achieving that, and we don't need the process of engaging with this review of our retained EU law to be hamstrung by the House of Lords and the order paper to be able to be commandeered by the interest groups and the people on the other side. We need this common law framework to be established by which our law can evolve. We don't want it to be subject to enduring purposive confusion and construction by ECJ judgments that do inevitably affect the interpretation of law that has originated from the EU sources. So we need this bill for the focus on these things. We need it not to be confused by arguments by the unelected other house over these matters. And people have mentioned that there are powers within this bill and they're very extensive powers actually, to provide that there are no lacunae in our laws just by virtue of the revocation and the sunset. There are powers to restate and to remake our law should those lacunae appear. But this bill is overall, it's essential to send a clear message to the government machine that it needs to apply itself now and finish the work that it has started. I'm confident that it can do that and that it will do that. And my experience is that the civil servants that I've seen working on these things are extremely dedicated and absolutely able to achieve that. And I think that what we just need to see after we've passed this bill is that ministers step up and lead in every department. They absolutely can do this, and they can do this well. There is time, but it does require a very coherent process, and I think they need to be very focused on triage and prioritisation, with assistance from the Brexit Opportunities Group that we heard about before, within the Cabinet Office at the Centre, who can commission outside counsel to help with that process, to really drill down into what the most important things are to achieve, and to achieve those efficiently, and to set up those common law frameworks for the evolution of and the clarification and elaboration of our principles in common law on all these matters. It's also very important that that process involves practitioners from industry. I think sometimes we listen too much to the CEOs of big companies, to the heads of various industry bodies, who quite often are quite political in their outlook, rather than thinking about the practicalities of getting from A to B and coming up with proposals that would make a genuine difference and positive difference to the way that our laws and regulations evolve. And I think we need to make sure that we have those mid-level practitioners present in these discussions to make sure that the practical avenues are taken up. What I would say in response to my right honourable friend, the member for Houghton, Price and Howden, is that one thing that ministers might like to think about is whether in these things where we can make a really big practical difference, they might choose to bring those matters through the floor of this House so that we can examine them more, so that we can help to champion those and celebrate what we are doing, and that might be a thing that we could all agree on. But I am confident that we can together, if we pass this bill unamended, bring more precision, more clarity to the way that our law evolves, and that this will be of tremendous advantage to all of the United Kingdom.
Shira Lambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of Amendments 18, 19, 21, 24 and 36. And what's clear from the government is that this bill is ideologically driven, lacks common sense and avoids parliamentary scrutiny, and puts rights and protections that we've had for many years at risk of being revoked and deleted. In short, this bill plays Russian roulette with our rights and protections, and the government can't even tell us how many, and give us an exhaustive list of which ones. When the government unites groups ranging from the RSPB to the Law Society in opposition to the bill, then the government should take note. This bill creates uncertainty and is careering towards the edge of a cliff on the 31st of December 2023 at great speed. If the government want to ensure that workers' rights and environmental protections are not lost, then they will have no problem in accepting Amendments 19 and 21, which exclude those rights and protections from the 31st of December sunset clause and stop them from falling off a cliff edge. The government have adopted the 31st of December date as the date for the sunset clause, but they haven't told us why. If they can't even provide a definitive list of all the EU retained law that will be revoked in time for this debate, then surely that suggests that we need more time to get this list ready. Considering that the wide range and extent of the rights and protections we know about, surely having a longer sunset clause will help the government give greater certainty, which is one of the reasons that this bill is meant to be before us today. And so the government will have no problem at all with accepting the Amendment 18, which extends the sunset clause to 2026. And it will also allow the government greater opportunity to bring bills for primary legislation to allow greater scrutiny of this House and replace the retained law that it proposes to delete. The Minister has continually failed to answer the question about exactly how many retained EU laws will be revoked under the sunset clause. And I don't understand why that's a problem, because surely all the EU retained law is there before us, and we should be able to find out exactly which regulations are there, which ones need to be retained, which ones will be deleted. So there is no excuse. There is no new EU law that's come about since we left the European Union, so it should be quite easy to find. So I can't understand why we don't know which laws are going to be revoked under this bill. Turning now to Amendment 36. Amendment 36 requires the government to publish an exhaustive list of every piece of legislation which is to be revoked under the sunset clause, and Parliament should not be asked to vote on the revocation of these laws when we're not aware which ones and how many. And we do need to be told, because that is one of the very points of having this bill before us. Turning now to the Henry VIII powers that this bill gives to the ministers that are designed to avoid parliamentary scrutiny. What is the government afraid of? We should have parliamentary sovereignty. We should be the ones who actually decide which laws we want to retain, which ones we want to revoke. There should be primary legislation brought for the ones that are revoked, and there's no excuse for this clause to be there. And does the government deny that there is a need for primary legislation? There will be laws that are revoked that will need to be legislated for. Which ones are they, and why can't they be put into a bill and brought before this House? Because that would give the House greater scrutiny and allow us to make sure that we're not accidentally losing certain laws. This bill is a bonfire of our rights and protections. The haste with which it's being brought through Parliament, along with the 2023 Sunset Clause, puts these rights and protections in serious danger of things being accidentally revoked and rights and protections being lost. The amendments proposed make this bad bill better, and the government would be wise to support the amendments that have been proposed. If the government press ahead with this bill unamended, they'll have to explain to the House when any rights and protections are lost after the 31st of December, and they can't then say that they weren't warned.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The great constitutionalist A.D. Dicey declared that the principle of parliamentary sovereignty means neither more or less than this: that Parliament has the right to make or unmake any law whatever. Now, when we joined the EU, despite the promise of Europhilic politicians like Edward Heath at the time that it was an economic community, in practice what happened was that this place paradoxically used the very sovereignty which it had inherited from generations before it to give up sovereignty, to surrender parliamentary authority. And the promise of Brexit was a repudiation of such international lawmaking. I know that it discomforts the globalist liberal elite that that promise will and must be delivered, but that's how it is and how it will be. The people's will must be seen and must be seen to be done. And that's precisely what this bill is all about. We know the journey since 2016 has not been an easy one. The doubters and deniers, the schemers and plotters, can't let go of their Euro federal fantasies, and they've conjured every trick imaginable to try to stymie Brexit. But this government is clear that we will deliver on the promise that was made in 2016. We will restore parliamentary sovereignty to this country, because in doing so we re-empower the people to whom we are answerable. And just to pick up a couple of points that we made from the opposition side, and I enjoyed the SNP spokesman's rhetoric. It was, as ever, elegant. I particularly enjoyed his criticism of hyperbole, which then was immediately followed by a hyperbolic list of all of those things which were now at risk. Does anyone on that side of the House really believe that the government or people on this side want less safety for our workers, want dirtier rivers, want less protection of the environment? Because if they do, then they can't have listened to what members of this House on the Tory benches have advocated and fought for, in many cases, for years. It's an absurdity that 6 years on for the referendum we remain shackled to thousands of articles of retained EU law. I accept that whether we keep, amend or discard them needs to be a thorough process, but there needs to be a single means of delivering that process, and that's precisely what this bill is. And to claim that somehow this is a power grab, I mean, this process, this business of secondary legislation, this use of statutory instruments, was how these regulations found form in the first place.
Quite right.
It is a well-established practice which governments through time have used to deal with such matters and will again. The detailed process requires a bill of the kind that's been drafted. Without such an impetus, we risk wallowing in the malaise of self-doubt that can too often affect those tasked with grand undertakings. After 6 years, the British people deserve a deadline which they can know. And this delivers the very certainty that people that have criticised this bill have called for today. Certain that Britain will live exclusively under British law, free from the interference of foreign powers. Such self-confidence is an anathema to those in this House who stood bulk at the audacity of 17 million Britons who believed in Britain enough to vote for Brexit. And I have to say to those who've signed Amendment 36, it is, by definition, an attempt to dilute and delay and obfuscate. Such efforts must be resisted. There are those who remain unreconciled to the decision of the British people to leave the EU, and any device to perpetuate our legislative connection to the EU is incompatible with our national interest and with the common good. The unamended bill facilitates the removal of our EU hangover through all the necessary democratic mechanisms. It is decisive and unequivocal declaration of self-confidence in self-governance. And at last, we have a government that displays such self-confidence, free of all the doubt and guilt that's infected politicians of all sides of this House for far too long. Edmund Burke said, "It's not what a lawyer tells me I may do, but what humanity, reason and justice tell me I ought to do that matters." And what we ought to do is to deliver what the British people missioned us to do, to ensure that laws and regulations that affect their lives are made in this House. They ensure that government is free to lead that process. Ministers are accountable to this House in all kinds of ways. They've been questioned orally and in writing. The opposition, and I enjoyed the honourable gentleman's speech. It was rather like a Russian novel, very long, but it had good bits in it. I enjoyed his speech. But he must know that there are any number of ways in which ministers are accountable to this House. They can be challenged, they can be questioned. There are opposition day debates, there are SO24 debates, there are urgent questions. There are all kinds of ways, formally and informally, the ministers will be held to account. And they should be, and they will be, from that side of the House and this. But what we could never hold to account were those foreign powers that dictated our laws for far too long. Now we escape. Now we escape.
Ian Blackwood.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Right Honourable Member for Halton, Price and Howden described this as a pig in a poke, I think it's a pig in a poke that the government's put lipstick on. My goodness, I must say to those on the government benches, we've heard many times this afternoon about taking back control. I'm at a loss to understand why on earth Tory members would go through the lobby in support of this bill this afternoon. Because what in effect is happening is that there's a whole range of legislation which is going to be wiped out. We don't know what it is. You don't know what authority that you're giving to the UK government. They don't know if it's 3,000, 4,000, maybe more pieces of legislation. How extraordinary from a group of people that want to take back control, and yet they're giving authority to the UK government to do what it likes without any scrutiny in this House. That's exactly the point of what is happening with this bill. And we hear about statutory instruments. Not to worry. We'll have statutory instruments. We'll have that ability to hold the government to account. Mr Deputy Speaker, the last time that a government was defeated on a statutory instrument was 1979. My goodness. My goodness. Those that want to take back control, that talk about parliamentary sovereignty, they talk about the lack of democracy in the European Union, all that they are doing is giving untrammelled powers to ministers to do what they like, and there's nothing the opposition can do, nothing that government backbenchers can do to effectively hold this government to account. What an extraordinary set of circumstances. Now, of course, we have always accepted on these benches that it's the right of others in other parts of the United Kingdom to determine their future. They want to leave the European Union. We reject that. Of course, we don't. And was said by my honourable friend in his remarks, 72% of the public of Scotland in recent opinion polls want to stay in the European Union. We have a tale of two different parliaments moving in different directions. And it's clear that Scotland is on a journey to independence, and we will rejoin the European Union as a member, hopefully in short order. But in order to do that, we need to remain aligned to the European Union. And it's this issue of democracy, because we refer to the Scotland Act on many occasions, as we did yesterday with the debate that we had in Section 35. And it's worth reflecting on the difference with what happened there and what is happening today. Because we have a Parliament in Edinburgh that we are proud of, that there was a majority in that Parliament for legislation that was passed before Christmas, and yet this government in London can bring in legislation under the Scotland Act that strikes out an act of the Scottish Parliament, and there's nothing we can do about it. Yet in this particular case, with this legislation that impinges on domestic legislation and devolved legislation in Scotland, where the principle was established in the Scotland Act, that in order to do so, that principle of consent stood, the so-called Sewell Convention, that means that the devolved government in Edinburgh and in Cardiff and in Belfast has to give consent for matters that affect domestic legislation. And yet we're told to go and stick it. That the views of the Scottish Parliament, the views of the Scottish Government in saying that this is not in our interest and we don't consent to it. Well, if what we saw yesterday, when a UK government can strike down a bill of a Scottish Parliament, why doesn't the Scottish Parliament have the right to say to this government that you're doing that without our consent? And it really demonstrates to the people of Scotland that devolution, as it works at the moment, means that Westminster continues to call the shots. Westminster determines what happens in devolved legislation. And it really is a wake-up call to the people of Scotland in that debate that we're having on independence. That if we want to secure the right to determine in areas such as the economy, such as the environment, such as consumer protection, then we cannot rely on the Westminster government to protect our rights. We cannot stop a UK government interfering in what are devolved matters. If we want to secure that protection, if we want to secure our rights, if we want to celebrate the joys that we had of European membership from 1973 up until now, then we need to take the final steps. Because when we look at what has happened in this House this week, the threat to the right to strikes, the threat to democracy in Scotland yesterday, The threat to the values and the protections that we have built up over many years in the European Union, all being swept away. This is a United Kingdom turning the clock back, moving backwards. We want to move forwards as a member of the European Union, and that is why today we will push our amendments and we will reject this bill.
Davies-Jones.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the measures contained in this bill are wholly necessary and greatly welcome. The retention of EU law after our departure from the European Union was certainly necessary in order to maintain temporary legal equilibrium and avoid gaps in the UK's statute book. But as time has passed, it's become increasingly anomalous for the United Kingdom to have a large body of foreign-derived legislation that is accorded supremacy over our own domestic law. After almost half a century of EU membership, the United Kingdom has automatically absorbed a vast amount of EU legislation which was either directly imposed or created by domestic subordinate legislation. Much of that legislation is probably obsolete. And in fact, it was telling that around 1,400 of items of EU law that everyone had apparently forgotten about were recently discovered in the National Archives. It seems self-evident that those pieces of legislation could not possibly have been of much practical utility if everybody had forgotten about them. But despite the fact that those items of law had been forgotten, they continue to have special status in our own domestic legal system. Not only do they have supremacy over our domestic legislation, but they're also interpreted in accordance with the general principles of EU law, rather than those of our own indigenous systems. They're a kind of EU cuckoo in the nest of the common law and Scots law. And it appears that there are around, in total, 3,800 items of retained EU law. And the government is entirely right to have decided to review them as quickly as possible and remove or assimilate them as appropriate. Furthermore, the government is right to set out an ambitious timetable for the completion of that exercise by the sunset provisions of Clause 1 of the bill. Amendment 36 would hamper that process. The sunset provisions of Clause 1 are intended, of course, to encourage and incentivise government departments to press on quickly with the exercise of identifying and reviewing individual items of retained EU law that affect them. Those departments will then make a decision as to whether or not those items of law should be revoked pursuant to Clause 1 or assimilated into the domestic legal system pursuant to Clause 6. This is an entirely sensible process and will ensure that those items of retained EU law that are not revoked pursuant to Clause 1 then become subject to the ordinary processes of the domestic legal system. This will be beneficial to businesses and to citizens, in that the well-understood principles of common law, or Scots law, with their nimbleness, with their certainty, will apply to assimilated law rather than the unpredictable, purposive approach of the EU legal system. The proponents of Amendment 36 suggest that the Clause 1 sunset procedures would somehow diminish the role of this House. However, the exercise of reviewing retained EU law, which will precede the automatic revocation through the Clause 1 provisions, will be carried out by ministers who are responsible and answerable to this House. This will not be a clandestine exercise carried out in secret. The government dashboard contains a catalogue of retained EU law and will be constantly updated. There will therefore always be a visible, readily available snapshot of what law is to be subject to the sunset provisions. And those provisions are absolutely necessary for the proper functioning of this bill. Without them, the process of regularising the domestic statute book would be significantly impeded, and I'm sure that that is not what this amendment is intended to achieve. It's important to note also that the sunset provisions do not affect primary legislation implementing EU directives, only to direct EU law, which of course was imposed without any input from this House, and to secondary legislation. Many honourable members will have received campaign emails over the last few days
suggesting that valuable rights acquired under EU law will somehow be jeopardised by this bill. The suggestion appears to be that they will be swept away under the sunset provisions as a consequence of the lack of intervention by ill-intentioned ministers. That completely ignores the fact that many rights, as many honourable members have already said, many rights enjoyed in this country, for example in relation to employment, equality or the environment, are the product of domestic law which exceed the provisions of EU law. It also ignores the fact that ministers are always answerable to this House. And I have no doubt that Mr. Speaker would be quick to allow urgent questions if there were real concern that important rights were to be prejudiced by the application of the sunset provisions. And we have, of course, heard the undertakings that my honourable friend, the Minister, has given from the dispatch box. Clause 1, in short, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is an important provision that will restore the integrity of the domestic legal system. The sunset provisions will ensure that that happens swiftly and efficiently. Amendment 36 would significantly impede the process established by Clause 1 and therefore should be rejected.
Ruth Cadbury.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is it about the party opposite and their predilection for avoiding scrutiny in this House? They tried this during the Withdrawal Act process and even to some extent during the Free Trade Agreement debate on Australia and New Zealand. And now they're at it again. Of all the concerns I and hundreds of my constituents have about this legislation, I'm going to focus on a single but central topic, and that's democracy. Specifically, how this piece of legislation, as drafted, directly attacks the very system underpinning our democracy here in Westminster. Some might ask how a bill which repeals laws attacks our democracy. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's simple. This bill gives huge and sweeping powers to ministers to wipe out laws that already exist, important laws that govern everything from our rights to work to protections for our planet. This is, I must add, not a party political issue, and I see the names of many right honourable and honourable members opposite on Amendment 36 by my honourable friend, the member for Walthamstow, an amendment I will be supporting along with those also supported by the opposition front bench. As I stand here, I think back 250 years ago to a predecessor of mine, the honourable member for Middlesex, John Wilkes, famous in Brentford for being the cause of the riot at the 1769 election hustings in the Butts in the centre of Brentford. It's a tree-lined square filled with elegant houses, many of which were probably standing then. John Wilkes was at first a radical journalist with a flair for words and a sharp tongue, but more importantly, he fought for both the rights of parliamentarians and for the rights of his electors. He stood up repeatedly for the rights of the majority of the electors in Middlesex who sent him to Parliament as their representative. Despite Parliament repeatedly trying to exclude him, because of his locally popular but nationally unfashionable views, he was re-elected again and again, and Parliament kept trying to exclude him. Parliament did win the battle to exclude him from Parliament, but did not win the war. And 6 years later, when he was again elected, and in 1782, Parliament finally expunged the orders and resolutions it had passed to try to get rid of him. So why do I speak about an election held 250 years ago, apart from grabbing for a constituency link in this debate? Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it relates to a simple and historic right, the right of our voters to elect members to represent them in this House of Commons, where we then vote on and we scrutinise legislation. We've seen a remarkable number of changes since Wilkes's time, and probably one of the most important is the French franchise, which eventually spread to all women and men. But what is a constant is the rights of members of this House, not government ministers and their civil servants, to amend and change the law. The laws this bill covers impact our constituents every single day. We sit in this House not only to try to stop bad laws from being passed, but also to ensure that much needed laws remain, such as laws that protect pregnant women from being sacked, laws that protect our planet from toxic chemicals, those that protect vehicle occupants and other road users and airline passengers, laws that provide regulatory certainty for business, and much, much more. And then there's all the laws the government isn't currently aware of because they haven't got a complete list. Yet this bill removes this power from elected members and passes power directly to ministers, powers that turn government ministers into monarchs, able to wipe and remove our laws at the stroke of a pen. Monarchs of old. With this legislation, we see a bonfire being stoked upon which we know the government wish to throw our hard-won rights in order to watch them burn. Tonight, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this House has a chance to reject this bonfire. I will be supporting amendments tonight which protect these hard-won rights and these good laws, and will ensure that this House has the final say on those that need repealing, or amending or keeping, not the petty monarchs on the Treasury benches.
Nichi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There's been a lot of discussion about democracy this afternoon, and I would just like to point out that 70% of my constituents voted to leave the EU. And if they had realised that 6.5 years later we would still be having to have these kind of conversations and still be subject to EU law, which was imposed upon them with no democratic right to have any discussion in this place, and then, horror of horrors, that people in this place are now saying that it will be at least 10 years perhaps until we would like to revoke or assimilate these laws. We need to make sure that we are delivering for our constituents. And the discussions, around this is just absolutely sad and appalling, because I have to say the only arguments there seem to be that the opposition are making is that there's a lot to do. Well, do you know, there really is a lot to do and we need to get on with it. That shouldn't be a reason for us not actually doing our jobs. We don't want to be subject to EU laws for longer than we have to be. Our systems work differently. We want to be a sovereign UK where we know that we are looking back to our own way of working in UK law and our court system. I have to say, very, very sadly, that this seems to be Project Fear 2. Talking about bonfires, going onto the edge of a cliff. These are really, really irresponsible ways of actually dealing with this. And our electorate want us to make sure that we are getting on with the job. Talking about ministers acting as petty kings. Ministers are elected members of Parliament who are subject to their own electorate and to us in this place. And I think it's very, very regrettable that actually the opposition talk in this way. The reality is, when I'm knocking on doors, people know that the Labour Party in opposition, if they got into government, would want to take us back into the EU in a heartbeat. That is why they want to make this process take as long as possible, because they want to rescind the work that is being done and actually is the reason why this side of the House is in government and we have a very strong majority. I would just like to say that I think the ministers have worked incredibly hard and have been incredibly clear without this tsunami of nonsense that we're getting from the opposition at the minute, sadly. And I will be supporting this bill wholeheartedly.
Howell Williams.
Speaker, and I'll ask I'm going to add to the tsunami of nonsense, as it was termed a moment ago. I rise to speak to Amendments 38 and 39, tabled my name and the name of my honourable and right honourable friends. And firstly, I see the Minister is back in her place. Can I just welcome her undertaking to me earlier on that the dashboard of retained EU law to be updated will identify which legislation is reserved, which is devolved, and how Welsh legislation might be affected. I'll be looking forward to seeing that in short order. It is no wonder, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we are debating amendments today tabled by the SNP, by the Alliance, by Plaid Cymru, aimed at preventing the UK Government from legislating in areas of developed competencies. Given that this Government has already cut the Welsh Government out of post-EU funding schemes, rendered the Sewell Convention almost valueless, and yesterday made it very clear, beyond any doubt, that the Union is not a partnership of equals when the voted legislation passed with overwhelming cross-party support in the Scottish Parliament when they vetoed it. The protections offered by Amendments 28, 29, 30, 37, 38 and 39 are indeed vital, as it becomes clearer still that our rights are not safe under Westminster, as this Government seeks to undermine the democratic right to strike, democratic right to peaceful protest, and indeed the media's ability to report matters of public interest and importance. And now before us we have this dangerous legislation threatening the rights and protections we gained as EU members, and that as fuel for its Brexit bonfire. Mr Deputy Speaker, I added Plaid Cymru's support to Amendments 19 and 20, tabled by the opposition, which would prevent this Government from revoking vital protections for workers. In my view, actually the way to protect Welsh workers' rights for good is to devolve employment law, which would enable the Welsh Government to legislate on a wide range of matters. But that's not quite in scope for this particular debate. But it is important, given that the UK Government seems to have given up any pretence of doing so itself. Instead, the Welsh Government is being lumbered with the consequences of this impractical, dangerous, costly and wholly ideological legislation. The Welsh Council, Mick Anthony, has warned that this bill could lead to the Welsh Government's own legislative programme being almost completely overwhelmed and have significant financial and resource implications for them. And this at the time when our focus should be on supporting households and businesses struggling with the cost of living pressures. This bill is an unwelcome, unnecessary and politically driven distraction. It risks reducing standards by allowing key pieces of legislation simply to lapse, placing even greater pressure on businesses who trade with the EU, whilst eventually and inevitably giving rise to a whole new batch of red tape. But we should worry not, of course. This red tape will be true blue British red tape and goes beyond criticism. I am therefore happy to support Amendment 36, requiring the Government to publish a list of legislation being revoked by the Sunset Clause. This would at least simplify comprehensive scrutiny of the legislation affected and of any future consequences. Unsurprisingly, the Governments are balking at this either as a deliberate blocking tactic or perhaps more like because of that special blend of arrogance and exceptionalism which got us into this position in the first place. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I did ask the Minister a question at the second reading, and surprisingly at that time I got no answer. So the Welsh Government say they cannot advise the Senedd to grant legislative consent to this bill at the moment, but so can the Minister tell us whether her colleagues in the other place will now address the Welsh Government's request for concurrent plus powers? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I do have concerns about this bill in its current form. These are partly informed by the National Farmers Union, of which I am a member through the family farms, which I am a partner, though they do apply to all other sectors of the economy and means of protection and regulation, whether that's of the environment, consumers or workers. My concerns are of practicality and not principle, and are driven by the desire to improve the UK's regulatory and legal framework after our departure from the EU. My principal worry is that the requirement to revoke all EU legislation by the end of this year is unrealistic and such a sudden sunset clause sets down a framework for bad and hasty lawmaking. That said, I do acknowledge that there are provisions in the bill, in certain circumstances, for this deadline to be extended. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I make the following very brief observations. Coming nearly 7 years after the referendum, it is right that such a process is finally being legislated for. There are many aspects of the law which do require improvement and reform, but this needs to be carried out in a considered and not in a rushed manner, with a proper review process being set down and with full consultations taking place. The scale of the task within the proposed timescale is enormous, and there is a real worry as to whether government departments, such as DEFRA, have the capacity to carry out this work and whether there will be unintended consequences of other important work of which there is much in these challenging times being given a lower priority. DEFRA alone have approximately 600 pieces of legislation to go through, and there may well be regulations of which they are unaware. A rash striking out of all laws by a set date could leave gaps in the law and the regulatory framework. We should also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, have in mind the implications for the government legal service, where morale is already low, and a recent survey found that 1/3 of them want to leave within a year. As well as the possible environmental and consumer protection risks that might inadvertently be created, there is a worry that there will be a negative impact from a business perspective on diverting attention, creating uncertainty, and delaying or cancelling investment decisions. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am worried that this does appear to be a continuation of the approach that has been adopted since Brexit, of a rush without a considered long-term plan being in place to carry out work such as green trade deals that justify Brexit, seemingly striving for quantity rather than quality. We are in danger of losing the sight of what should be our ultimate objective, which should be to put in place better arrangements than when we were in the EU. I fear that with this bill, at its present form, puts at risk what that we should be aiming for. I do hope that the government can allay my concerns, both in my honourable friend the Minister's summing up and in the other place. They would do well, I would suggest, to adopt my right honourable friend the member for Chelmsford, who's not in her place at the moment, the 4-point improvement plan that she set out in her contribution earlier in this debate. Thank you.
Very much. Nick Quigley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Less than 48 hours after we stood in this House to defend the right to strike, my honourable friends and I once more find ourselves having to stand up to protect our constituents' most basic rights. The right to holiday pay, working time regulations, data protection rights and countless vital environmental and consumer protections have all been carried over from European law. These were not given to us as an act of benevolence by Brussels. These were hard fought by trade unionist MPs and activists working across Europe, and now all of them are at risk as a result of the proposals that the governments have brought before the House today. In 2016, my constituency of Birkenhead voted narrowly to leave the EU. My constituents had many reasons for voting as they did, and I've always argued that their will should be respected. But not a single one of them voted for this kind of chaos that ministers are preparing to let loose today. This is, frankly, colossal undertaking, far larger than the minister seems to realise. The government has failed to provide an exhaustive list of all the retained law that they are preparing to sweep from the statute books, but experts are warning that nearly 4,000 pieces of legislation could be affected. In order to make this act of legislative... Hang on a minute. In order to make this act of legislative vandalism possible, The Secretary of State is proposing to give himself unprecedented powers to repeal and rewrite laws and regulations governing almost every aspect of our lives, with almost no scrutiny and with no guarantees as to what will replace them.
For giving way, I'll be brief. When industry bodies are at the moment concerned about the divergence of regulation, which isn't a divergence apart, it's a divergence over time, because the UK is not keeping up, isn't this going to make the situation worse and makes the exporting situation, the trade situation for the UK a lot worse as a result of what's being proposed here?
The honourable member makes a good point. There's no doubt that this is going to cause absolute divergence. It's ironic that a party that has so often argued that power should reside in this House and not in Brussels, or even in the democratically elected Parliaments of Scotland and Welsh Senate, is now attempting to cut MPs out of the legislative process entirely. This bill represents a power grab on the part of the executive almost unheard of in a parliamentary democracy. And that's why I'm so grateful by my honourable friend, the member for Walthamstow, for the amendments that she has tabled. It guarantees members of this House their right to oversee that will undoubtedly be an extraordinarily complex and lengthy process. And it reaffirms a principle that is so fundamental to this country's constitution, that laws should be made in this House in full view of the public and not cooked up by ministers using obscure parliamentary procedure. I've listened closely to the arguments made by the members opposite, and I've yet to hear a single convincing case for why the government should proceed with this bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, for many of my constituents, every day is a struggle. They desperately need to see action to boost wages, tackle the scourge of fuel poverty and support the NHS through the worst crisis in its long history. Instead, this government is deciding to waste precious time and resources on this needless, reckless and utterly ill-considered shake-up of the law. On this, as much else, this government has its priority all wrong.
Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's interesting hearing some of the members go on about how retained EU law has this special status in the UK law. It's only special because the UK government says it is. For everybody else, it's just the law. And it's been inherited, yes, from our time in the EU, but that was the point of incorporating it in the first place. And now it governs and regulates thousands of aspects of our daily lives. And as we've heard from many members, it protects a great many of our hard-won rights and freedoms. And it's a contradiction to state that this bill sort of particularly or uniquely somehow asserts or reasserts parliamentary sovereignty. Every bill passed in this House asserts parliamentary sovereignty, even for those of us who believe in popular sovereignty. And that's kind of the point, as my friend from Stirling said right back at the start of this debate a long time ago now, that there's not a single law or regulation or rule contained within the corpus of retained EU law that the government, through this House, could not repeal, replace or reform at any time of its choosing through primary legislation. The Minister herself, in her opening speech, reeled off all the great Brexit bills and acts that have already been passed by the Parliament. It proves the point that this bill, it does not need the powers that are in this bill, and it certainly doesn't need the sunset clauses and cliff edges that the bill established. What the bill actually reveals is a contempt for parliamentary sovereignty, a massive power grab from this House and from the devolved institutions, an unprecedented power being placed in the hands of ministers and the Whitehall mandarins who have simply stepped in to replace the Brussels bureaucrats that were so hated by the ERG and the Spartans and their Brexiteer friends, although the benches they were occupying are pretty Spartan right now. If the government genuinely believed in parliamentary sovereignty and the devolution settlement, it would accept the amendments that are before us this evening. It would pay particular attention to Amendment 36, which, as everyone I think has remarked on, several of its own backbenchers have signed, and which many constituents in Glasgow North have told me. Glasgow North, which incidentally voted 78% to remain in the European Union, so I make no apology for standing up for their views on all of this. And they have told me that they believe at least that amendment would offer some degree of protection from the bonfire of rights and freedoms which this bill represents. Or it could actually just admit that the game is up and that there is actually no prospect of seriously reviewing the thousands of regulations that make up EU retained law by the end of this year. And it could accept the amendment from SNP members 33 to drop the sunset clause altogether. Or at the very least, it could accept the other amendments 28, 29, 30, 31 which would protect the powers of Scotland's Parliament and Government to legislate in areas which were already supposed to be devolved under the terms of the Scotland Act. So when they say there's no power grab, in fact, they have grabbed powers that should have come from Brussels directly to the Scottish Parliament. But of course, the Government's going to do none of these things. It will press ahead with the fantasy that this bill is necessary in the first place and that its aims are achievable within the timescale it's set out. It's slightly ironic, maybe, that in Star Trek there was an evil race called the Borg who would come and assimilate entire planets and civilisations into their collective consciousness. And I think this is how the Brexiteers view the European Union. But now it's the government that wants EU retained law to be renamed assimilated law in the statute book. Of course, nothing else will actually change. The effect of the laws will be the same, but the references to the hated European Union will have been purged. What a huge achievement. But unlike the Borg or the UK government, it's EU laws that have protected and enhanced our liberties, freedoms and basic health and safety in these islands over the past 40 years. And this bill and the government's refusal to accept any amendments this evening expose the government's true agenda. By scrapping retained EU law, they want to create a race to the bottom, a buyer beware, survival of the fittest economy that pays minimal regard to democratic oversight and even less to the welfare of the poorest and most vulnerable. That was the Brexiteers' agenda all along, and stuff the consequences that we could see playing out in society and the economy all around us today. So once again, with a rather heavy dose of irony, it's going to fall to the House of Lords, the unelected House of Lords, to stand up for democracy and against the worst excesses of this Tory government. And the government is going to come back after the Lords have dealt with this, with its tail between its legs, admitting that what it proposed was never viable in the first place. But for people in Scotland, there is, of course, another option, a route out of this Tory madness and back into the partnership and community and mutual respect of the European Union. And that is the popular sovereignty that comes with independence.
I'd like to congratulate you for getting a reference to Star Trek into the report stage, but at least you did make reference to the amendments as well, so congratulations. Margaret Greenwood.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Through this pernicious piece of legislation, the government seeks to give itself the power to scrap a whole host of legal protections that we currently enjoy, including hard-won employment rights and environmental protections. Through this bill, a sunset will be placed on retained EU law, causing the vast majority of it to expire at the end of 2023. It would apply to over 2,400 pieces of legislation, and indeed reports suggest that the figure could be as high as 4,000. The laws in question cover areas including environmental protection, food safety, civil aviation codes, health and safety in the workplace, employment law, parental leave, intellectual property, product safety, biosecurity, private pension protections, vehicle standards and noise pollution. The very idea that the government should give itself the power to discard such a very large amount of legislation is shocking indeed. Decisions about UK law should be made in Parliament, not by ministers. And so I support Amendment 36, which would require the government to publish an exhausted list of every piece of legislation being revoked under the sunset clause in this bill, and which would give the House of Commons the ultimate say on which legislation is affected. This would take power out of the hands of ministers and provide transparency. The TUC has highlighted that rights that could be lost through this bill includes rights relating to holiday pay, agency workers, pregnant workers, maternity and parental leave, and terms and conditions for workers whose employment is transferred to another employer. So I support Amendments 19 and 20, which seeks to safeguard protections for workers, because it is absolutely vital that we protect workers' rights. The bill also puts environmental protections in peril, and I support Amendments 21 and 22, which seek to address this. The Wildlife Trusts have expressed profound concern that this bill risks weakening vital protections for nature when more than ever we need stronger legislation and urgent action to reverse the decline in biodiversity and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Greener UK and Wildlife and Countryside Link have expressed the opinion that this bill will derail the government's nature and climate ambitions. The government should be listening to these views from the sector, but clearly they are not. By their actions, the Conservatives are making a mockery of their own manifesto commitment that Britain would have the most ambitious environmental programme of any country on earth.
It is extraordinary that the scope of this bill includes giving ministers the right to scrap a very wide range of legal protections relating to health and safety, including the regulation of the safety of children's toys, electrical equipment and the control of asbestos regulations 2012. I support Amendments 24 and 25 which aim to safeguard these laws. Asbestos is an extremely dangerous substance and it is a matter of very real concern that the government might seek to water down the control of it. I pay tribute to the work of the Merseyside Asbestos Victim Support Group and the wider Support Group Forum for the vital work that they do in supporting victims of asbestos. Previously, when I asked the government whether they had made an assessment of the potential impact of this bill on asbestos-related legislation, their response was vague and talked of removing disproportionate burdens for business and simplifying the regulatory landscape. That is a matter of very real concern, and I am extremely concerned about what deregulation could mean where asbestos is concerned. And I ask the Minister today for a guarantee that controls on asbestos will not, under any circumstances, be weakened. In summing up, Mr Speaker, it is shocking that the report by the Regulatory Policy Committee gave the Government's impact assessment of this bill an overall red rating, meaning that the impact assessment is not fit for purpose because it has made no attempt to quantify the impacts of individual pieces of legislation being sunsetted, and no commitment has been made to do this later in the process. This bill is an incredibly damaging piece of legislation which poses an enormous threat to many of the rights on which we rely. I urge members to support amendments that would remove the worst aspects of this bill, but ultimately I call on the government to withdraw it.
House.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak in support of Amendments 21 and 36. Losing environmental protections was a major concern for all of us who opposed Brexit. The majority of my Bath constituents and I feared that Brexit would prove a colossal mistake. At the time, our fears were branded as scaremongering. Yet this Conservative government is so clearly prepared to let environmental protections fall on the bonfire of regulations. The sheer volume of retained EU law instruments means that there is now a huge danger that many will fall automatically if they are not amended or identified in time. This, Mr Deputy Speaker, is reckless lawmaking, legislating with hammer blows instead of following the evidence. The December deadline is totally unnecessary. It is clearly unrealistic to replace all this legislation by the end of this year. There are currently only 3 full-time equivalent staff working on retained EU law in DEFRA. How can the government expect them to cope with this enormous workload, and what is the rush? I've heard this afternoon many members of the opposition benches say, we don't want to be subject of laws that were made in the EU. May I remind them gently that these laws were our laws. They became our laws by which we lived our lives for decades. Pulling them from under our feet without a transparent process to replace them is clearly the most undemocratic proposal that I can think of. Amendment 21 would exempt certain environmental protections from the sunset clause. Nature provides our best chance of mitigating the worst impacts of climate change. Protecting ecosystems that regulate the climate or contain critical carbon stores must be prioritised alongside cutting emissions. This is not just about the EU, this is about a government not caring about net zero. It is crucial that these protections are not allowed to fall needlessly to prove an ideological point. Amendment 21 would at least protect legislation like the 2018 National Emission Ceiling Regulations, which require the Secretary of State to prepare an annual inventory of emissions like air pollutants, which, Mr Deputy Speakers, are killers after all. It's about our health. The government is frustrating every step to a future of a healthier planet and healthier people. Amendment 36 requires the government to publish a list of every piece of legislation that is being revoked under the sunset clause and to allow parliamentary oversight of that process. If the party opposite believes in parliamentary democracy, what could possibly stop them from supporting this amendment? There's huge public interest in our environmental laws. I received hundreds of emails from my Bath constituents about this bill, but I feel my constituents are being ignored. Amendment 36 would also provide much-needed clarity of what pieces of legislation will be affected. Many clauses in this bill will make settled areas of law uncertain and contested. How can we meet our net zero targets if we don't even know what environmental legislation will be standing this time next year. There will be no coming back and no next time if we miss our net zero targets, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and for that reason alone it is important to support Amendment 36. Shamefully, our government is satisfied to leave environmental protections to chance. Instead, the government is intent on getting Brexit done without any idea of the cost to current and future generations.
We have two more backbench contributions and then we're moving on to the wind-up. So just advise any members who've taken part in the debate to make their way to the chambers now. Geraint Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is the second bit of shameful legislation this House has seen this week, the first being, of course, sacking nurses for striking to feed their families. And this bill, of course, risks a bonfire of fundamental rights and protections that have been evolved over 47 years in the EU, both in terms of rights of work and the environment. And the reason I say this is because the requirements of this bill are basically to take all the thousands of laws and rules and rights and protections and to get civil servants to look at all of them by the end of the year and to decide either to abolish them, to change them, not specifically to improve them because this is deregulatory, or to continue them. And if they don't have time, by default, they will end. So various protections and rights are likely to fall out of bed because civil servants don't have enough time to look at them. And of course, civil servants are now going on strike. 100,000 civil servants are going on strike. And if you look at the area where most of these laws are, something like 80% of the laws are in DEFRA, where they only got 3 people looking at it. And there's enough problems in DEFRA as we speak at the moment. There's sewage being pumped out along our coasts, in our rivers where we used to have, so-called EU blue beaches. There's air quality problems, the 63,000 people dying prematurely each year at a cost of £20 billion. And of course the EU want to get to World Health Organization targets of 10 micrograms per cubic metre by 2030, and we're going to leave it till 2040. So the assurances of the Minister that we're going to do as well or better than the EU are farcical. 1 in 4 people in Britain are in food poverty. We haven't got enough people to pick the fruit or butcher the meat. We can't export to the EU. Half of the exporters of all businesses are now no longer exporting to the EU. And off the northeast, we've got millions of crabs, lobsters and prawns dying from pollution. So the people in DEFRA have got enough to do without being distracted into looking through every bit of legislation and deciding whether to change or continue or to abolish them. Yeah. It's frankly ridiculous. They've got enough on their plates, sadly not northeast crab. So the abolition, is of rights by default is a major risk in this that will come back to haunt us all, whether it's rights at work, whether it's environmental rights or other rights. The other key issue, obviously, is the loss of democratic control. We were told we'd take back control, and what this does is give all the power to the ministers and the civil servants to look at all the legislation over 47 years and decide which bits to cherry-pick or forget and inadvertently drop. It's not democratic. It's not what people voted for. And furthermore, obviously, it's going to be a snatch from Scotland, from Wales and from Northern Ireland in terms of the devolutionary settlement. And we saw the instincts of the government only yesterday. And indeed, the sacking of strikers, the stopping of protests, the introduction of photo ID, these all show the sort of government we've got and whether we can trust them with this particular issue, which obviously we can't. And finally, this is obviously an attempt to have divergence for the sake of divergence. I, as it happens, am proud to be the Trade Rapporteur for the Council of Europe, charged with embedding democracy, human rights, the rule of law and sustainable development into international trade agreements. And what that requires is coming together over a set of rules to protect our fundamental values and our environmental future. But this, of course, does the opposite, and as has been pointed out, will have the impact of reducing the amount of trade that stimulates our economy. So this is altogether a farcical rush to wave a banner of taking back control, when in fact underneath is a sort of pirate ship which has got a flag of let's take control from you, do what we want, and destroy your rights and protections, and therefore make the economic crisis even worse than it is already. What we want is not a weaker, poorer, dirtier Britain that this bill and others will bring about, but a stronger, fairer, greener future, and that will only happen with a Labour government.
I know Christmas was a few weeks ago, but here's a late present. I'm not putting the clock on you. So if your speech is over 6 minutes, so be it. Matt Rodder.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm a lucky man. I'm a very lucky man. So I would like to speak actually about a number of the amendments. First of all, I strongly support Amendment 36, calling on the government to publish a list of the laws affected by these moves, by the bill, sorry. And I also wish to offer my support to Amendments 18 and 19, the ones that give more time for proper debate and also protecting workers' rights. And indeed, Amendments 21 and 22 on the environment, and a number of other amendments mentioned by the opposition front bench. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is clearly a very important bill covering a large number of laws across a wide range of policy areas, obviously including protecting workers' rights, protecting the environment, and indeed consumer protections. As the Minister herself said earlier, this bill deals with laws covering around 300 different policy areas across government. I followed her speech with great interest and very carefully, and I did notice that she wasn't actually able to say how many pieces of law the bill affects, which I think is highly important for the debate today. Yet the government plans to remove all this EU law, even though it doesn't fully understand the scope of the full list of laws by the end of this year. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government is proposing enormous changes, yet it doesn't even know the full scale of the change that's involved. And as we've heard, the Law Society described the government's approach as having a devastating approach on legal certainty. To make matters worse, the government plans to give itself sweeping powers to push through these changes. As a number of other speakers have alluded to earlier, and ministers will indeed be given the power to use the negative SI procedure to address these very important and controversial issues. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this means that workers' rights, environmental protections and consumer rights could all be changed with very little or indeed barely any scrutiny. So even at this late stage, I would ask the government to reconsider what is quite clearly a reckless approach. And I hope the Minister will have time indeed to respond to the concerns raised, and that she will listen and take the views back from across the House to her ministerial colleagues. I also hope that she will take on board the very deep concerns felt by people across the country, and like other members, I've had a very large number of emails about this important issue. And indeed, I've been contacted by a wide range of organisations, I should say, as diverse as the TUC, the National Trust, the RSPCA, the Rivers Trust, the British Safety Council, the Angling Trust, Unison, and indeed the Institute of Directors. And that's quite a formidable list of civil society organisations. So I do hope the Minister will consider the very interesting points that these organisations make about this bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, despite my belated Christmas present, I very much appreciate that. I do realise that time is pressing on. So to conclude, I would just like to finish by saying that the bill is quite clearly deeply flawed, and I would ask the Minister once again to listen to the points made by members from across the House, take them back to her colleagues. I will very briefly give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my friend for giving way. I'm just trying to squeeze a little bit more out of the kind gift that the Deputy Speaker has given to him. Would he agree with me that it's real concerns that we need a guarantee from the Minister today that there will be no watering down of asbestos controls?
Yeah. I think my honourable friend is making an excellent point, and I should say that I myself have worked with with asbestos campaigners in my own area in Berkshire, and I've met them and listened to some of the stories about asbestos pollution and the effects on workers, on families, and indeed on other individuals who sadly came into contact with asbestos. And I think she's making an excellent point. So I do hope that the Minister will take that on board and take it back to her colleagues. And that is one very powerful example of the difficulty, the wide range of very difficult issues addressed by this bill, and the very real practical problems in trying to cover such a broad range of policy areas in this way. And I do hope that the Minister will take this back and ask the government as a whole to reconsider. I am conscious of time, and I think given that I've allowed one intervention, I ought to now conclude. I would just like to thank the Deputy Speaker again for allowing me some extra time, and indeed my honourable friend for making this very worthy point about asbestos. And I do hope on that in particular the Minister will take that point back, and indeed the wide range of other points made today by members from across the House. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. The wind-ups. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. First, I want to thank everybody for their contributions today. They've been measured and they've been passionate, and many important points have been raised in this debate, and I'll do my best to respond as many as I can. We did have quite a long list of speakers, members from Ellesmere Port and Neston, members from Stirling, Leeds Central, Walthamstow, Leeds North West, members from Kingston upon Hull West and Hessel, that must be, and members from Richmond Park, Enfield Southgate, member for Roskilde and Lacaba, member for Brentford and Isleworth, Arfan, members for Birkenhead, member for Glasgow North and member for Wirral West, member for Reading East, member for Swansea West, member for Bath, and we also had members from Stone, Watford, Calder-Valley, North East Somerset, Chelmsford, Yeovil, South Holland and the Deepings, Clwyd West, Great Grimsby and Waveney. I'm going to try my best to respond to as many of the issues raised as I possibly can. Obviously, I am here to support the government's amendments, and I must say the amendments that have been put forward by the opposition, which I will go through in some detail, fundamentally misunderstand either this is an enabling bill, or they are deliberately trying to delay or deny or dilute what we are trying to achieve, which is basically delivering the Brexit that we promised the public, that we will free ourselves from EU law and make UK law as sovereign. Laws and regulations that manage our lives are rooted here in this country, and that is a law that should be supreme. That is fundamentally what we are trying to achieve. I just want to cover a couple of points at the top. A lot has been said about the dashboard, and I should be very clear at the moment. The figure that we have verified for EU law identified is 3,200, and we expect that to be 4,000. So it's what we were expecting, and the dashboard will be updated. And as I said earlier, officials have been working over 18 months, and they will continue to work with officials across all departments and with officials in devolved authorities as well. Indeed.
I'm very grateful, Honourable Lady, for giving me, and thank you. We know that Brexit's a damage to the UK's GDP, but has any assessment been made, because I've been speaking to industry bodies, particularly involved in exporting, of the damage potential from the divergence of regulations? Have industry bodies been consulted, or has their assessment been made of the GDP damage to the UK of this bill? Because I would imagine it's going to be considerable.
It was surprising to see the report today, which is in contrast to what the honourable member comments on, that we are one of the top countries to invest in globally. So I am a little bit anxious where he thinks the damage is being done. I just want to address some of the amendments that misinterpret what this bill does when it comes to workers' rights. The workers' rights are often rooted in UK law. They often started here, not in the EU, and the UK government will not abandon our strong record on workers' rights. We have some of the highest standards in the world, so why would we change it if we started it and campaigned for it? And in many areas, the workers' rights are much stronger than those of the EU. We've talked about maternity leave, maternity rights, flexible working, annual leave and national living wage. It has all started here. So amendments that propose a carve-out for workers' rights which are not under threat because they started here is a little bit absurd. Comments were raised about product safety. The government is committed to protecting consumers from unsafe products being placed on the market now and in the future. I mean, of course, that will be the way that we do business. We are currently finalising a consultation setting out the next steps in delivering the government's ambitions to a new product safety framework. And our proposals include changes, save time and money for business. Indeed.
on products and specifically on asbestos, as it's been raised, she'll know that the precautionary principle means that chemicals that are hazardous, they've got to be proven by the manufacturer to be safe. But in the United States, the Environmental Protection Agency has to prove they're hazardous, otherwise they can be sold, and hence asbestos is sold in breaks in America. Can she guarantee that there will be no shift to the American regime, which puts the onus on the Environmental Protection Agency and not the manufacturer, will all be at risk of asbestos?
I mean, this is why we're going through EU legislation to identify, to make those decisions. But I will just respond to that directly. But the Honourable Member earlier on in his speech mentioned his time at the European Council. I do believe that where he is at European Council for Europe, forgive me, that where he was there recently, he was very open in saying that when the Labour government is in power, they will return themselves back into the EU. So if that is his motivation, then I understand some of the reasons why, the points he will be making. The point that was raised...
Oh, no.
It's untrue.
The honourable gentleman, if the Minister wishes to take a point of order... an intervention? No? Okay, so he's withdrawn what he said. Thank you.
It was untrue.
Minister.
Out the statement or the quote. The issue on hazardous substance. So the UK government and the devolved administrations within their respective territories will follow usual procedures but take into account the principles set out in the hazardous substance common framework. But a part of the process we're going to is identifying what these laws are, so we can take a decision. I'm just going to go on to animal welfare. A lot of misinformation about animal welfare. Especially since 2010, we have done a tremendous amount of work in regulating for chickens, for regulating for battery cages, for regulating for mandatory CCTV in slaughterhouses, for mandating for microchipping in dogs. A huge amount of work has been done. I will do in a moment. When it comes to the environment, many of the standards that we have started here, and we should be proud of those. We have the world-leading Environment Act 2021, which has dramatically strengthened environmental regulations. And the EU model has not stopped the decline in our natural world. Of course, there's much more that we need to do, and we will do. We have our own legally binding targets, and we are committing to halting the decline in nature by 2030. And we are amongst the first countries in the world to commit to net zero by 2050. There was a point raised about flight compensation, and the Department for Transport published the Aviation Consumer Policy Reform consultation back in 2022. And the proposals will look into aviation consumer protection, the redress for breaches of consumer rights, and reforms to compensation for delays for damaged wheelchairs and other mobility equipment. When I was myself a minister at the Department for Transport, we went much further than our European counterparts in making sure we had protection for people that were most vulnerable. Indeed.
Thank the Minister for giving way. She's setting out a number of these laws. She has also just said on the record that she's verified 3,200 pieces of legislation. Well, the dashboard is still saying 2,400, and she says the ultimate number will be 4,000. So can she just clarify, she is asking us today to vote for her ministers to have power over 1,600 undefined, unpublic pieces of regulation. She's shaking her head. Those are the maths. She has to be open with people about this, about what's at stake with this legislation. Is it 1,600 that are missing, higher or lower?
The dashboard will always be updated as new EU law is being discovered. And the fact that it has to be discovered tells you that there's a problem. We need to go and identify it as well. We have verified a substantial amount, and they could be up to 4,000, but it gives each department time to assess, amend, assimilate or revoke. Regarding the amendments in Clause 1, the sunset is a fundamental aspect of this bill, and the sunset date of the 31st of December 2023 was chosen to incentivise and accelerate a programme of reform that is well underway. 2023 may be an ambitious deadline, However, as colleagues across the House have noted, it has been years since we voted in favour of leaving the EU, and it's absolutely right that our constituents expect us to be able to remove outdated laws in that amount of time. There is also an extension up to 2026 if departments need more time to consult and take decisions on those EU laws that they wish to amend or repeal. That has always been in the bill. To deliver these reforms, each department will take its own view on how it will prioritise and timetable pieces of rule to ensure delivery before the sunset date, and government will ensure this work is appropriately resourced. Regarding the criticism made, the bill enshrines a race to the bottom. This is just incorrect. We sought to ensure that the powers to revoke or replace cannot be used to add to the overall regulatory burden for any particular subject area, but does not preclude the introduction of higher standards. This will help ensure the UK takes a more modern, agile and proportionate approach to making regulations. This will help the UK to establish a more nimble, innovative and UK-specific regulatory approach in order to go further and faster to seize the opportunities of Brexit. On the concerns raised by my honourable friend for Calder Valley, the government will ensure the continued functioning of the intellectual property framework, given its importance in both underpinning investment and supporting international trade. We recognise the importance attached to stability and certainty in the area of intellectual property. This will be prominent considerations for the government when making decisions on rule in this area. Suggestions that we have or will somehow deliver a bonfire of workers' rights is absolutely inaccurate. As I mentioned earlier, we are proud of the UK's excellent record on labour standards. We have the best workers' rights workers' rights records in the world. Our standards, our high standards, were never dependent on a membership of the EU. Indeed, the UK provides for stronger protections for workers than are required by EU law. And I thank my right honourable member, my friend for the North East Somerset, for setting out that Parliament has been legislating to protect workers' rights for hundreds of years. The member for... Oh, indeed.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. The truth is, of course, that we would have the power to do exactly as she said, to introduce improved regulation where that's necessary and in our national interest. But that power would rest here in this House and with our government accountable to this Parliament. That's the difference. It's as simple as that. And to claim anything else, is frankly a thinly veiled deception.
You are absolutely right. My honourable friend hits the nail on the head. We are elected to govern, and of course it will take some work, but the outcome is that we can take the decisions here. Whether you choose to take those decisions, or whether you're anxious about taking decisions, or whether you don't even want to know what these EU laws are, is just a very ignorant way to be. We just need to be aware so we can take those decisions. The member for Waveney talked about 2023 being a cliff edge. That is the time we wish to sunset, but there is an extension to 2026 for those departments, for those bits of EU law that they need more time to consult. So the process has already been around for 18 months, and it has been considered and will continue to be considered, and department officials will continue to work together on this issue. The member for Great Grimsby spoke about the concerns her constituents have, the anxiety that they have, that the party opposite would do everything they can to take us back into the EU. I know there's been a lot of fair-mongering from the party opposite for those amendments that have been tabled, but in this incident I would argue that maybe they should be afraid, as the Labour leader, I am told, has attempted to block Brexit at least 48 times. The member for Clwyd West. Indeed.
Does my right honourable recall, in the light of what she's just said, the Project Fear of George Osborne and others, saying, for example, how many hundreds of thousands of unemployed we would have, and that the financial markets would dissolve, and that the City of London would become a ghost town, all that sort of nonsense. Does she remember all that, and where are we now?
I'll be giving away my age if I said I do remember well. And fortunately, not all of that has come to pass, but I'm worried now that my age is there. The member for Clwyd West, and I must thank the honourable member for his fantastic work on the committee, and he very sensibly talked about how we've absorbed EU legislation Some now absolutely obsolete, and some being discovered by the National Archives also being obsolete. So it's absolutely right that we have an exercise to identify and assess what is fit for our country. Indeed.
Just on that point, I think one of the key things here is about looking at red tape that's unnecessary for small businesses. I'm a great believer that businesses should focus on transforming their business and not just filling out forms for their business. Would she agree?
My honourable friend, who was also a fantastic minister in the department and delivered the earlier part of this bill, hits a nail on the head once again. We have an opportunity to look at regulation and see if there is a way that we can streamline it to make it even more easier for business to do business. It's as simple as that. The member for South Holland and the Deepings gave a fantastic speech talking about how we've surrendered our parliamentary authority and lawmaking to Brussels. But the people's will means that we need to make sure that we are delivering laws and regulations here in the UK Parliament, and that's what our constituents have empowered us to do. And they want to be living under British law, and this is what this bill is delivering. The member for Yeovil talked about this bill being overdue, and boy, how many years are we going to spend discussing Brexit? So I agree, it is very well overdue. And it's absolutely right that we have precision and certainty, and that is best placed here in UK law, not in European law with European judges. The member for Watford, as I mentioned earlier, gave a splendid speech, also was splendid at the dispatch box when he was delivering the bill, once again standing up for small business, and is absolutely right in his assessment that there are many opportunities if we are able to deregulate. The member for North East Somerset, once again thanking all of the civil servants working on the programme. Let me just finish this point, and I must thank the member for also all the tremendous work that has been done on this bill by himself. The member spoke about UK law having a base and principles within UK law, and we should not be relying on EU law, and EU law should not be supreme over UK law. And there's nothing to fear in having UK law sovereign. It is somehow we're going to have to pull this plaster off, and this obviously is the time to do that. The member for Chelmsford talked about her experience on consumer legislation. I mentioned that earlier on, and of course I will continue, and I'm more than happy to talk and discuss with her when the time allows.
Could you just confirm that businesses will get notice of which laws will drop away at the end of this year, to make sure that ministers won't be fearful of using the extension if necessary, and that they'll look at all consumer legislation to make sure that none of it is inadvertently dropped?
Most consumer legislation is based in UK law, but the officials are working with departments, and they'll be taking decisions what they will assimilate, amend and indeed revoke. Now, I must make some pace. I'm worried about time running out.
Anthony behind you if you want.
No, it's fine. Well, I must also speak in particular to Amendment 36, mostly because the chair of the European Statutory Instruments Committee gave some fantastic interventions. This amendment says that we need greater transparency with how the process will continue. But when there is opportunities to be on committees to scrutinise legislation, the chair, the member for Harrogate and Nesborough, made it very clear that Labour MPs haven't even turned up to take their places on the European Statutory Instruments Committee. EU law that will be amended or repealed will go through the usual channels. Business managers will take decisions, leaders of both houses will take decisions, the European Statutory Instruments Committee will be involved, the Delegated Powers Committee will be involved in the House of Lords, and we have the dashboard. Nothing could be more transparent and involve colleagues from across the House in Parliament. The Honourable Friend for Chelmsford mentioned consumer rights, but I just wanted to put it on record. Core consumer protections are set out in the Consumer Rights Act 2015 and Consumer Protection Act 1987. And they will continue to apply and remain unaffected by the rule book. Furthermore, I reiterate my commitment that the dashboard, as I said earlier, will be published this month. Turning to devolution, this government recognises the importance of ensuring that the bill is consistent with the devolved arrangements, and we remain committed to respecting the devolution settlements and the Sewell Convention. What this bill does is allow those in the devolved authorities to look at devolved law and take a decision on what they wish to assimilate, amend or revoke. Decisions they never had when we were members of the EU, and you would hope that they would embrace that with both hands and indeed not reject it. I'm reluctant because it's going to end up on, but we just don't want to be here. It'll be a different time. I'll take it.
I'm grateful for the Minister allowing me to intervene. Will she respect the right of the Scottish Parliament not to give consent to this bill?
But what I find extraordinary is that devolved nations, devolved authorities have the right to make decisions on devolved laws. Exactly. Why would that just not be embraced instead of being rejected? I must just comment on the Bar Council evidence. Barrister Tom Sharp, KC, noted that the Bar Council is our trade union. It does not speak on my behalf on this political matter, obviously. There was an issue raised about deregulation. It is not enshrined in any of the clauses, but says that overall burdens must be reduced.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I've been involved in European policy making over a period of about 20 years, including being Europe head for the Times, and one of the things that struck me is that it's very difficult to get agreement between 27, 28 countries. So once you pass a law, it's almost impossible to change, and the EU laws get frozen in time and things move on. With EU law stagnant across the economy, do you think it's right that EU law should be reviewed across the entire economy in all different sectors?
That is what this bill is proposing, so we're not stuck in time with EU law made elsewhere. Parliament, Madam Deputy Speaker, is one of the oldest continuous representative democracies in the world, of which the UK is highly proud. The bill will restore Acts of Parliament as the highest law of the land by ensuring that domestic law will take precedent over retained direct EU law. This is all part of what the British public voted for in the referendum and in the general election. Britain left to do things differently, to be supreme arbiter of our own laws. That is all this bill is proposing. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, this bill will allow the United Kingdom to take the next steps in reasserting the sovereignty of Parliament. It will end the special status of retained EU law in the UK statute books and will enable the government to more easily amend, revoke and replace retained EU law and seize the opportunities of Brexit. I ask honourable members to support the government amendments, and I ask honourable members to withdraw their amendments and ask the House to support the bill.
The question is that new clause 1 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The question is that government new clause 1 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Amendment 18 has been selected for separate decision. I call Shadow Minister Justin Madders to move the amendment formally.
Formally.
The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. The question is that the amendment be made. That is Amendment 18. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes Liz Twist and Mary Glindon. Tell us for those Mike Wood and Stuart Anderson.
The ayes to the right, 239. The noes to the left, 297.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 239. The noes to the left, 297. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Order, order. Under the order of the House of 25th October 2022, I must now put the questions necessary to bring to a conclusion proceedings on consideration. Amendment 28 has been selected for separate decision. I call Alan Smith to move the amendment formally.
Move formally, ma'am.
The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that the amendment be made. That's Amendment 19. As many as are... Sorry, 18. 28. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes Richard Thompson and Peter Grant. Tell us for the noes Mike Wood and Stuart Anderson. Order.
The ayes to the right, 239. The noes to the left, 300.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 239. The noes to the left, 300. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Thank you. Amendment 19 has been selected for separate decision. I call Shadow Minister Justin Madders to move the amendment formally.
Formally.
The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Is that the amendment be made? As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Liz Twist and Mary Glindon. Tellers for the noes, Mike Wood and Stuart Anderson. Order! Order.
The ayes to the right, 238. The noes to the left, 301.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 238. The noes to the left, 301. So the noes have it and the noes have it. Unlock. Amendment 36 has been selected for separate decision. I call Stella Creasy to move the amendment formally. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Aye. Division, clear the lobby. Question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Mary Glindon and Liz Twist. Tellers for the noes, Stuart Anderson and Mike Wood. Order.
The ayes to the right, 242. The noes to the left, 295.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 242. The noes to the left, 295. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Government Amendments 1, 3, 6 to 17, 2, 4 and 5, and to Government New Schedule 1. I call the Minister to move the amendments and new schedule formally. The question is that Government Amendments 1, 3, 6 to 17, 2, 4 and 5 be made, and that new Scheduled 1 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Consideration completed. Third reading.
Now.
King's consent. I call the Minister to move third reading. Minister Nusrat Ghani.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank all the honourable and right honourable members that have contributed today. It has been a long day, but this bill has been around for a whole year, and I want to thank everybody that's been working on this bill for a year. In particular, the bill team, Lorna, Janet, Ryan, Jenna, Marcia, Sam, Saga and Sol, and the policy team, Fergal, Lizzie, Walter, Zach, Rachel and Nikolai, Jess and Hannah. And I also want to thank my colleagues, my right honourable friend for Bosworth, my right honourable friend for Beaconsfield, and my right honourable friend for Wolverhampton North East for doing such fantastic work behind the scenes. I know we have a couple of speakers, so I'll be very brief. I just want to thank all members for their contributions regarding the constitutional importance of this bill, ending the supremacy of EU law and restoring an Act of Parliament as the highest law in the land is, of course, of paramount importance. And I am proud that this bill will build upon the EU Withdrawal Act and ensure that no Act of Parliament is subordinated by the retained EU law by default any longer. And I beg to move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Shadow Secretary of State Jonathan Reynolds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we move to third reading, can I thank all colleagues, ministers, civil servants and clerks of the House for their work on this bill. Can I particularly thank my honourable friend, the member for Ellesmere Port and Neston, for leading on it for the opposition and for the strength and clarity of the arguments he has put forward and the diligence of his work to try and improve this bill at all stages. Can I also recognise the members for Leeds North West and for Walthamstow for their work, and for Sheffield Central and North Tyneside for their work on the Bill Committee. However, we opposed this bill at second reading on the basis that it was not a serious or appropriate way for the government to address the matter of retained EU law, and nothing that has occurred since has changed that view. This is not, and never has been, about Brexit. It is about how the law should be changed and the certainty and clarity the government needs to give when it does that. To legislate for a sunset clause on a huge body of legislation, the scale of which the government has struggled itself to identify, has appalled businesses, charities and the public. And the fact that we now know at third reading that 1,600 additional laws on top of the ones disclosed in the dashboard are affected without the government being able to tell us what they are is quite frankly absurd. This government is asking us to trust them on a whole range of laws covering employment rights, consumer protection, environmental standards and more. But how can anyone trust this government? It is hardly a model of stability. Between the first and third readings of this bill, we have a completely different Prime Minister and a completely different Business Secretary. So who knows who may be in charge, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the time it finishes in the other place. We still have not heard a compelling answer as to why the government can't address the body of EU retained law on a sector-by-sector basis, putting forward their replacement proposals in the same way we legislate for everything else. This is, after all, the government's own approach taken with the Financial Services and Markets Bill in the area of financial regulation. What this bill is a charter for is uncertainty, confusion and the regression of essential British rights, and we cannot and we will not stand for that. Therefore, the Labour Party will vote against third reading tonight in the national interest, and I urge all colleagues to do the same.
Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I first of all congratulate my honourable friend, the Minister, the member for Wealdon, for her absolutely brilliant performance today and for taking on this bill and driving it through. I will now confess to this House that a year ago, as Leader of the House, I thought it was going to be impossible to get this bill done, written and ready for Parliament. I know I'm not meant to mention people in the galleries, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I hope you will indulge me to say that some of the Bill team are there and they were fabulous and they made the impossible happen and they deserve great thanks because this is about restoring British law, the common law replacing European law. It is a tidying up law, but of great constitutional importance. It has been sent from this House with technical amendments from the government but no fundamental amendment. I hope the other place will note that very carefully. It goes with a strong democratic mandate and a wind behind it. It is one of the really important completions of Brexit, and the people who oppose it actually in their hearts are the ones who opposed Brexit all along. It is a reclamation of democracy, a reclamation of parliamentary sovereignty and a reclamation of our proper law.
SNP spokesman Alan Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will be brief because we've had a long discussion today, but the SNP opposes this bill. We believe Scotland's best future is independence in Europe, but it's not about that tonight. I also simultaneously, as a friend of the UK, don't want to see this place pass bad law. And we believe this is bad law. It's possible to do a bad thing well. I fear this bill is going to do a bad thing badly. So I said earlier in the debate, if the members opposite must do this damn silly thing, please don't do it in this damn silly way. This bill will cause real consequences and real problems for the UK government and the rest of us and the devolution settlement alongside. The SNP will oppose it.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I simply say, after 38 years in this House, a profound thank you to the British electorate, the 17 million who voted to leave the European Union in the referendum and endorsed that in the general election of 2019. I congratulate the government and I congratulate the ministers and I congratulate all the people in this House who have supported the idea of leaving the European Union, and I thank the British electorate above all else.
El Riviero Addy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure many other members have said this already, but this has nothing to do with Brexit. These are all pieces of legislation that are within British law, and if the party opposite want to remove them, they should come and debate each and every one of them on an individual basis, because removing these pieces of legislation will have consequences far-reaching, and unfortunately I believe consequences are going to be brought to bear upon you at the next election. And if you're not thinking about the destruction to our democracy, at least think about your constituents.
Really mustn't keep using the you word. She means when she must speak through the chair. I think she's made a point.
Thank you.
Sir John Hayes.
Fear, doubt and guilt have bedevilled politicians and politics for too long in this country, but the British people are not so fearful of their freedoms, not so doubtful about their sovereignty, not so nervous about the journey which we've now embarked upon to a free future where this country, through its elected parliament, can make laws in the national interest for the common good. We've heard a lot of those fears expressed today. We've heard about bonfires and cliff edges. But the people know that they can trust in the people they choose on all sides of this House to do the right thing by them. If we don't believe that, then what on earth are we doing here? It's absolutely right. We fulfil the promise of the 2016 election. We take back control. This bill, and I congratulate ministers for bringing it before the House today, this bill is the next step on our path to sovereignty, to freedom and to success.
Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister wouldn't take an intervention, but I think the member for North East Somerset is going to be pretty disappointed, because I suspect it is ironically going to fall to the unelected House to look at the amendments that the Government rejected this evening and decide that perhaps they do have a place in the bill after all. And at that point, the climb down is going to have to begin, and the bill team, who no doubt have worked extremely hard, are going to have to work even harder, because they're going to have to find a compromise, and they're going to have to find a way to explain why everything that the Minister was saying about the dispatch box, about how absolutely necessary and completely workable this bill is completely and utterly incorrect. In reality, the bill is totally unworkable and it's totally unnecessary. He and his Brexiteer friends wanted to take back control to this House. They wanted parliamentary sovereignty. This bill doesn't assert parliamentary sovereignty. This bill hands it over to the executive to pass thousands of laws or get rid of thousands of laws by executive diktat. That's not parliamentary sovereignty, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the people in Scotland can see exactly what's happening, and it won't be that long before they reclaim their popular sovereignty.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I put on record my thanks to all the civil servants who have answered all of our questions on this, and also to all the members of the committee and to the Minister for taking questions on something I think in years to come her diaries will be a revelation about what she really thinks of this legislation. But I think we should also make a pledge tonight, because this House has started to hear the voices of the British public who recognise that legislation like this is us not doing our job, is us taking away the job, is putting power in the hands of the shadow elite behind the back of Downing Street, not parliamentary sovereignty. And we will make a pledge tonight in this House to keep hearing their voices, to keep hearing the many campaign groups who've spoken with one voice and said there is a better way to do this, to hold all of us to account, to work with our colleagues in the other place, to make sure that we truly do take back control to this place and uphold parliamentary sovereignty, because those of us on this side of the House tonight know how valuable that is to our democracy, and we invite all those on the other side who recognise that to join with us. A sinner repenteth is still a sinner repenteth.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. That the bill be now read the third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Mike Wood and Stuart Anderson. Tellers for the noes, Liz Twist and Mary Glindon. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 297. The noes to the left, 238.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 297. The noes to the left, 238. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlocked. We now come to motions 3 and 4. 3 on the National Health Service, 4 on rating and valuation. And with the leave of the House, I will take them together. Motions number 3 and 4. Minister to move.
To move.
The question is, as on the order papers, many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition Anne McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People on prepayment meters live in precarious situations. They can only have gas and electricity if they have money to feed the meter. Otherwise, they must freeze in the dark. And yet the energy companies are forcing the poorest among us onto these money-guzzling prepayment meters with the assistance of the courts, who are rubber-stamping warrants at an alarming rate. One court in the north of England reportedly approved 496 warrants in 3 minutes. One of the conditions of the Ofgem licence is that the energy companies must identify those classed as vulnerable, because they should not be disconnected, but clearly this is all too often ignored. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the Government to issue a ban on the forced installation of prepayment meters by court warrant, further urges the Government to make compulsory the requirement to ensure that detailed checks are carried out regarding customers' vulnerability prior to any discussion about a voluntary option of using prepayment meters, and that sanctions are in place and enforced against these companies who do not. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Here.
Thank you. Petition, prepayment meter energy customers and forcible transfer.
Petition David Linden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. The benefit cap was introduced by the British Government in 2013. It blocks households from getting all the help they're entitled to from the social security system, as it does not generally rise with inflation. Indeed, there's figures that show that households outside London lose out on a massive £1,800 a year to what they would have got if the cap had risen with prices. The SNP position is that we want to see the benefit cap abolished entirely, and that's something that's reflected back to me by my constituents, particularly in Parkhead and Lilybank, where this petition originates from. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to grant time for the second reading of the benefit cap, report on abolition bill, and commit its passing of my bill to all stages in the House.
Petition, abolition of benefit cap.
Thank you very much and good night.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Luke Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to have secured this debate. The ability to move around for work, to travel, to see friends and family, or to have access to vital local services like schools or hospitals is vital. And for many people in South Gloucestershire, public transport is fundamental to the way that we...
What distinguishes Broadcasting Scotland from a website or blog, apart from our brilliant programmes?
Hi there, I'm Gordon Ross.
Are the costs we face to enable us to produce those programmes. These costs are significant and ongoing. However, our facilities are able to do so much more if only we had the staff. In the last year, some of our supporters have cancelled their subscriptions. In one way, we would prefer it if it was because they didn't like us, rather than it being because of the financial pressures which we are all under because of COVID. The really positive outcome of our fundraiser is that at a time of economic challenge in Scotland, we will use your donations to create jobs and in a small way contribute to improving the Scottish economy. If you want us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster, able to provide an alternative mainstream television platform, then please support us.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
Just imagine what we could do if we had even 1% of the BBC Scotland channel's budget. Imagine. And then please consider turning your imagination into reality. Please support us if you can afford it.